Welcome to Total Sim Sports on YouTube and Twitch, and to race day for round 4. The 6 hours of the Red Bull Ring for season 2 of the Intercontinental Sim Racing Endurance Challenge.
I'm Sir Cox, and today I am joined by the absolutely delightful James Parfitt. Ian Winchester will also join us in the commentary box a little bit later on, and so will be Chris Rowlands as well, as we take on the 6 hours of a Red Bull Ring. What a race it's going to be. After the last round at Silverstone, the 12 hours of Silverstone, it was absolutely spectacular. And James, what can we expect from today?
Well, hi Tim, welcome in. We have got such amazing racing, Tim. We have been joined in the league for this race by some new teams as well, and at the moment it's Boosted Motorsport topping the towers in practice for LMP1. We've got Vector by RSR topping the towers for LMP2, and in GTE Pro over the recent practice sessions we've got Fuga Sim Sport and Avensis Racing Aqua going backwards and forwards. And in GTE AM, we've got Chicane Online Racing Purple and FTR Esports White swapping times as well, Tim. So it's going to be a close one today, I feel, between everybody in all series.
It is, and we've got interviews from where we were speaking to some of the teams from earlier in the week. That's coming up later in the show today, and I believe we're going to cut to the first one shortly, which will be really good, and we'll look to hear from one of the teams. So, yeah, here we go.
Post-run race. The early loss of car number 1 Fuga Sim Sport left number 26 Sapphire Sim Sport Alpha to take the win in the dominant Audi R18. Driver Max Hack tells us about their prep going into round 4.
To be fair, I've been kind of busy with school, but I already know the track. We're looking good. Loic's been very busy with setup, and he's amazing with what he does. So we have an amazing setup that we're both very comfortable to drive with. It's just currently fine-tuning the last couple of things, but we're definitely going to be ready to give a good fight. Of course, I don't think Fuga slept one bit after the race. They, of course, want to get their Champions League lead back, but we're not willing to give it away without a fight. So I'm guessing for the rest of the season, it's going to be an amazing fight with them. And hopefully we won't touch, but we'll see what happens. Team prep itself, we didn't really change anything, mainly because the team prep from our original teams, both Taylor Mills Racing and TX3 Racing, they're both amazing teams, so we get the best of prep from them. If you have any questions, we can just ask our team leaders or team managers, and they'll give us the tips and they'll practice with us. But no, nothing big has changed. We've gone just as hard into this race as every race before, and we're going to let it show.
On to LMP2 category now with car number 71 Vector by RSR. They're currently leading the class by 23 points over Antagonistic Racing. We caught up with EJ this week to find out how things are going in preparation for this week's race.
Yeah, preparations are going good. We've got our setup pretty much tuned in at this point. It's just a little bit more driver practice that we need to get through, and then we'll be all good to go. But FP1, we topped the sheets for LMP2, so we're feeling pretty confident going into Red Bull Ring. It's been really close racing through the season thus far, and we expect another close race. We definitely expect Red Bull Ring to be closer than Silverstone just from the nature of the tracks. The only way you're really going to be able to break away and pull away after the first hour or so is just through traffic, trying to get that draft broken, because draft plays such a strong role at Red Bull Ring, so it's going to be hard to break up the pack kind of at the start, but hopefully we'll be able to qualify up front, manage our way through traffic, and then it'll just be kind of race management from that point, trying to track down anybody who's ahead of us or just try to pull away at that point.
It is tight at the top of the overall GTE category, with the two Arvensis Racing outfits sandwiching the #Racing111 team at the top of the leaderboard. The teams are covered by only 13 points heading into round 4, and we managed to catch up with Raymond Schaefers of Car 116, Arvensis Motorsport, who lead the overall GTE championship.
It's been the same like we always do. We practice a lot. We try to perfect the setup with the two drivers who are competing, and at the moment we're in a good spot with the setup. Pretty confident. It's been close all season, like from On Road America and Imola and Silverstone last month. It was pretty close, and I think with the new BOP it's going to be even closer, so I think there's like 8 teams who can easily win it. I've noticed that we started helping each other a bit more, like giving tips on setups, lines, etc. Apart from that, we just do the same every time, and it's been working so far. So.
And finally down to GTE AM now, where the 9-team strong category has seen a different winner in each round so far. Victor's last time out and the only Corvette in the field, number 248 Verve Racing Team Mint Jens de Roy spoke to Total Sim Sport about the team's prospects going into the Red Bull Ring race.
Well, we've had a couple of surprises especially in the setup. Apart from that, all preparations running smoothly. We seem to be good on the pace, running in the middle of the pack, even in GTE Pro. We seem to be first or second of the pack in GTE AMSA so far. So I think we're in with a decent shot so far. We surely are expecting a close race. Obviously, the GTE cars can have a very close race, especially over longer times. That's why we've opted to go with them as well for a mid-season change. I think we're also in with a decent shot of winning the race. With the pace we've currently got, we just need to keep it out of the wall. And I think we can have a very, very tight battle for the win this weekend. We've decided to go only with 2 drivers instead of the normal 3 we're running. We've run for the whole season so far even. This is a big change for us since we've only done the races with just 3 of us. We thought it would be better and for pace and for the race in itself to only run 2 drivers. We've decided to go with Albin, which is the driver who's done the most laps for our team, and then myself, to see if we can make something of it.
Really great to hear from some of the drivers there within the teams, and I don't know about yourself, James. One that's real take home to me is that traffic management is going to play such a key, important part. I mean, it normally does within endurance racing, but with such a short track, I think it's going to be absolutely critical, and it's going to play such a major part and dictate the end race result today.
Absolutely, Tim. You know, the current track length is only 4.3 kilometers. So by the time the LMP1s are going around, within about lap 2 or lap 3, I reckon they're going to be at the back of the GT cars. So it's going to be really, really difficult for them. And again, Tim, we sort of literally go over every race that they've just got to be careful. The infield is very tight. It's going to be turn 1 up Niki Lauda, turn 2 at Remus, and turn 3, where most of the overtakes are going to happen, Tim, I think.
Now, if we cast our minds back to the previous round where we had obviously the absolutely biblical battle between, but very incredibly short-lived between in LMP1 between Sapphire, SimSport, and Fuga, and I think obviously we've got more drivers in this, more teams in this time. The Boosted Media team have come along, and how do you see that one playing out between those three teams?
It's going to be an interesting battle, Tim, because looking back at practice over the week, Boosted Motorsport have topped the timing towers. You know, Fuga and Sapphire SimSport run away with it in the last race in Silverstone, with Sicania coming in third place. So with the addition of Boosted Motorsport and Polder Racing, it's going to be really interesting because these guys are not slow either. So it's going to be really interesting to see how Fuga handle this, and Sapphire SimSport, to be fair, to have that extra competition from these two teams.
Yeah, it's. I think it could go anyway, and to be fair, even if we get the same quality of racing as what we had at the start of Silverstone, and that continues, I think we're going to be in for an absolutely, an absolute treat for the eyes, a real spectacle. And I mean, obviously, where you were saying, James, that you're predicting around about lap 2 or 3 potentially for the LMP1s to be catching the GT cars. How much longer before the LMP2s are catching them potentially?
To be fair, Tim, with the shortness of the track, it's not going to be long after. But the LMP2s are in that situation, Tim, where they've got to not only keep their eyes on what's in front of them, they've got to keep their eyes on what's behind them as well. Because obviously the LMP1 cars are quicker than them, so they've got to not only look out for them, but they've also got to look out for the GT cars as well. So I'd probably be predicting lap 5, lap 6 maybe before we start even seeing some of the faster LMP2 cars come through the traffic as well. So it's going to be very tight.
Yeah, I think from what you're saying, James, I think it's as well. Just if we sort of potentially fast forward a little bit more into the race, no, it's obviously we haven't even had qualifying yet, let alone to be able to talk about the race. But when it comes round to the LMP1s, then lapping the LMP2s, and obviously the GTs as well are going to be mixing up at the same time, as we saw at Silverstone, and you see it, within many endurance series. How spicy do you think is it going to get potentially today?
Multi-class racing, Tim. Do I need to say any more? It's going to be spicy in general, to be fair, isn't it? Let's be real. We've got LMP1, LMP2, GTEs, right? We've got Pro and Am. They're all going to be in battles. Nobody is going to want to give way that position to let the car behind from the faster class. So it's going to be really difficult. I expect to see a lot of light flashing today, Tim, to get them to try and move over out the way to notice that they're there, because it's going to be tight all the way through. They're just going to have to be so careful. And I do expect some very, very close racing and overtaking, Tim. I'd be surprised if we can get through without much contact. I'm a little bit wary of that, because it is going to be very, very, very tight.
It isn't historically, historically, and also go forward with Red Bull. There's realistically a couple of overtaking places. There's into turn 1. Turn 3, which is of course that absolutely iconic uphill type, almost hairpin, and there's then down into turn 4, which is obviously just shortly after it, where the track bends round to the right, and also it drops. The track drops down, where obviously you've got the elevation changes, and I think other than that, from the infield, if you would like to call it, the rest of the track, it's going to be incredibly tight. And like you say, there's not going to be a lot of people wanting to give away places, because they're going to be so worried potentially about losing ground to people that they're battling with, in front of them or behind them.
That's the thing, Tim, right? As we've said, they've got to be sensible. You can literally, turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, turn 4. Turn 5, turn 6 are too close round the ball. Turn 7, turn 8, and turn 10, the last corner, they're going to be dives. If you're going to go there, expect some trouble, I think, Tim, to be honest, breaking the track down like that.
I think so. I think it's definitely going to be very interesting. Definitely.
Now,
So we're not-
Tim, we've got an announcement, haven't we, from the ISRC about their new Season 2 Porsche Cup that they're starting on September the 30th. Guys, if you want to get involved, it is free entry. You're going to have 8 rounds, post-race stewarding, and it's going to be on a Thursday evening. The link is on the bottom of the on screen, guys. So that will be an absolutely amazing event as well. So if you want to get involved, click on the tinyurl_com link on the bottom on there, and you will be able to join their Porsche Cup, Tim. It's going to be an absolutely epic season.
It is, of course. We've got brand new to iRacing, the new Porsche 911 992 variant of the Porsche Cup car. I haven't had a chance to drive it yet, since it obviously came live to the service only a few days ago. And I think it's, well, as we've seen from many a Porsche Cup series, it's always close racing, great battling, and it'll be definitely fun for the viewers and drivers alike for that one. And now we've got qualifying just about to commence. Now, qualifying is broken down into 2 sections. You have a 20-minute session for the prototypes, LMP1s and LMP2s. And then the drivers come in and the GTs head out, Pro and Am. And then they have a 20 minutes. It's open qualifying, so you'll see all the cars out on track at the same time. And I think it's going to be, with so many cars, such a large grid, it's going to be really about, James, I think, just trying to find some clean air. And not sure why there's a GT. I think they've made the mistake and jumped the gun there. They'll be heading in, but yeah, it is. I think it's going to be tricky for the drivers potentially, and like you were saying earlier, James, with the track being so short, it's finding a window of opportunity to be able to set your lap and not end up tripping up over, especially for the LMP1s, not tripping up over the LMP2s.
Exactly, Tim, exactly. And it's worth mentioning as well, something that's just popped up in stewarding is Scania Endurance Motorsport, car number 5, have got a quali ban as well for having the incorrect number. So they're not going to be able to take part in qualifying at the moment. So it's going to be even harder for them because they're going to be at the back. So it's definitely going to be a difficult one. They're going to have to look and see where everybody roughly is, Tim, before they exit the pits. You've either got the option of trying to get out as quickly as possible, or you sit in the back, but then if you've got a slower car in front of you, it could mess up your qualifying lap. So it's going to be hit and miss on how they handle this, Tim. It's going to be close.
Yeah, when I was chatting to Max Hack earlier in the week, obviously you've heard his interview earlier in the show, it was really, really interesting, and he was saying that it's, despite being obviously an endurance race, 6, that's plenty of time. He was worried about their qualifying position because if they, start a few places behind Boosted, the new team to the championship, and Fuga, he was really worried that potentially they could well end up dropping further back and being uncompetitive. Which I think is, it's quite an interesting one, that, and I think almost like you're saying that if you do go out late into the qualifying, it's not having that banker lap within there and potentially ruining your qualifying.
I think the thing is, Tim, is they've started off with Locke Marchant behind the wheel. Now, in the practice session before the quali and the race started, Locke put in the fastest time of 1:12. Okay, I think it was 1:12. I think it was a 1:12.4. I think it was 1:12.3. Now, Locke is very strong. He's a very experienced driver. I don't think he will allow Sapphire to get through qualifying without posting an extraordinary lap. I think he's that type of driver, and credit to Max. I think Max was siding on the air of caution, but I think Locke's too strong to put Sapphire in a bad position for qualifying. Yes, Boosted have topped the tables all week, but I think Locke is a very, very strong driver, and I think he's definitely going to put them in and about the action, to be fair, Tim.
So, as you'll see from the timing tires, so far Fuga Simsport are topping it with Palchat on board at the moment, the Canadian, setting for now the fastest time of the race so far. 14.20, but he doesn't appear like James. He seems to be going any faster this time around, but they have got a little bit left. Still plenty of time in the session. I'm sure as the tyres start to warm up, the track starts to rubber in, and I think
There you go, Tim.
there we go, as if by magic.
Lot marching. At least we didn't commentators curse him this time, Tim. We actually bigged him up, and there you go. He puts in at 1:12.68. Told you, he's not going to let them go down quietly.
No, he's not. But look at that. Just boosted and Polder in with replies. But still, Tim Perry, the Englishman for Boosted Media, so Boosted Motorsport, is still 0.6 of a second down on Sapphire SimSport. Already, that's a big old gap around such a small track.
Yeah, Tim Perry has done some very fast laps. He was in a 1:12 in the practice session as well. I think it was like 2-3 tenths behind Locke as well. So it's going to be a really interesting one. What I'm interested, Tim, is LMP2, because Vector by RSR have top tables in practice all week. But we've got Alex Neller from Boosted Motorsport in the LMP2 topping the grid position at the moment in a 1:20.7. So it'll be interesting to see what EJ can come back with in a reply on this one.
It will be. We've seen a Vector be really, really strong so far, and I think LMP2 is just it could go absolutely any way for me. It is so competitive and so close amongst so many of those teams. Remember last time out of Silverstone, we saw a great performance by Chevalier for FTR Esports as well. He was another name. It's just, I think it could go absolutely anyway. I'm lost for words and trying to predict and trying to surmise what way this could go.
Yeah.
I think you've probably got more chance of winning the lottery of them predicting what way this could go.
Tim, there's so many things in this race that can happen. There's so much.
Look at
passing. See, there you go.
Wow.
EJ Vector by RSL putting in a 1:20.46. He's now on pole position. He is only 0.16 ahead, Tim. Now, in conjunction, that is, well, nothing, is it really? It's a
it's not
bottle lift or an acceleration
say,
out.
But then look at the difference between the boosted LMP2 team and Hashtag Racing. Literally 0.03 of a second difference between those two guys. It's so close at the top there, and this really could go anyway. Just to keep you updated on LMP1, Fuga last time around went even quicker again, but so that's we've got battles happening all over the place, and like we were saying, I think this really could go absolutely anyway, and it's going to come down to, well, as we can see already, fine margins.
And that's the thing, Silvera, if you look at where he is on track, Tim, he's got the LMP, the car in front, obviously with his toe as well. He's got quite a nice gap position behind him. So Silvera is in a really good position for hashtag racing. If he can just keep up with the car in front to pick up the toe, there's no reason he can't go faster than his 1:20.65. It's green in the first two sectors. So this could be an absolutely epic lap from Silvera.
It could be, and I'm sure let's
see.
We'll see. Here we go, across the line.
Oh, he's literally 0.003 of a second slower than Alex Neller from Boosted Motorsport there, Tim.
There is nothing between these guys right now. I mean, less than 0.2 of a second covering your top four in LMP2 right now. Current standing being Vector by RSL, Fuga SimSport, Boosted Motorsport, and then Hashtag Racing, your top four, and they're set a class of their own. There's, you've got a 4 gap between 4th place and 5th place, which is FTR Esports Red currently holding down that position right now. Just having a little bit of a look, just keep you updated with what's happening across in LMP1 right now. There's nobody appearing to go quicker at the moment.
Pelcher is quicker than Marchant. Pelcher put a 1:12.35. He's taken the LMP1.
But look, what we were talking about as we look at the Fuga SimSport team right now, they're tripping up over the LMP2s. And this is where, and it's caused a spin in the background. I'm not sure which of the LMP2s that was, but
boosted in front as well.
Yeah, it's like Moses and parting of the sea right now for Fuga Sim Sport, but it's LMP2's just going left, right, and centre. He did set a purple sector 1. Let's see how he can get on as he comes across the line. Can they go any quicker? And it's not enough. It's not enough. Clearly, those LMP2s were in front of them. They haven't been able to improve it. Just clearly put Palchat off as he's on the lights again.
Yeah, he's unbelievable, as we saw in Silverstone, Tim. Palchat is absolutely an incredible driver. As we swap over to Tim Perry now from Boosted, he's on a 112.90 Tim Perry at the moment. But if we look at the top 4, Tim, in LMP2, we have got absolutely 0.18 between the top 4 from Vector, Fuga, Boosted, and Hashtag Racing. This is going to be absolutely an epic battle in LMP2.
It is. It's going to be monumental, and these guys. It's literally, as you were saying earlier, James. It's going to be a blip of a throttle slightly earlier. A meter later braking that's going to separate these guys and make all the difference. And it could end up, in Hashtag Racing's case, elevating all the way from 4th up to first place, but just checking in with Fuga Sim Sport LMP2. Can they improve as they come across the line? And
No.
they have improved, but it's not enough, James.
No, he's only at 120.57, Tim. It's literally 0.33 away from EJ and Vector by RSR. As you say, Tim, one miss at your breaking point, and you've added a tenth.
It is.
It's absolutely incredible. We've got 2 green sectors for Quintana of World of Sim Racing, but that slide on the end.
It says an improvement, but it's not enough to break them into the top 4, which is so tightly competitive at the moment right now. But it has edged them ahead of FTR Esports and up into 5th place in the 3rd row of the grid in LMP2 right now. Just
talking of can I just interrupt you there, Tim? Talking of FTR Esports, the white team has had a qualifying infringement. They've got a drive-through penalty due to an incident that happened in qualifying that was reported to the stewards.
Oh, well, there you go.
Wow.
Ian jumping in with some.
Ian all over his Ian Winchester there, all over his brief and bringing us up to date exactly the situation down in the pit lane, the stewards right now, and just we're looking at the FTR Esports Chevalier on board at the moment. He's got a purple sector 2. Let's see. And it's not enough again. Nothing between these guys right now. It's they're putting in some as the track's starting to rubber in more and more. Everyone seems to be going faster and faster, but it just doesn't seem to be. It's not quite enough as they're all pushing so hard right now. Last over in LMP1, Charitable Gamers, they went quicker last time around and have broken themselves onto the first row of the grid, setting a 112.6, but it seems to be a lot to try and displace Fuga from the top of the pole at the moment in LMP1.
Tim, we have got precisely 0.50 from the top 6 in LMP2. That is less than half a second. Exactly, actually, half a second, Tim. Sorry. Between the top 6 in LMP2. This is going to be incredible. So looking forward to this race.
Oh, it's... wow, I can't even get my words out, James. I'm that excited about this and the prospects. I mean, you've got in LMP2 right now, you've got those top 4 that are grouped together, less than 2 attempts covering them. You then move back to 5th place, World of Sim Racing, but they've got antagonists with them. They've got FTR, and there's hardly anything comes around. As I mentioned them, there's antagonists moving up to 5th place right now. But there's hardly anything up and down the grid right now in LMP2 to separate these guys. We can see that we've got a couple of teams, FTR and Boosted, are on outlaps right now, so it'll be interesting to see what those guys can do. Can they improve? As Vector by RSR, they went even quicker last time around, James.
They have been incredible. At the hands of EJ, this LMP2 car just literally seems like it's on rails, Tim. EJ is so quick and done such an amazing job with this. It is literally incredible. But we've just had Silvera from #Racing go P2, Tim, in the LMP2s with a 1:20.49. Now, working out the timing tower, Tim, I think we literally have a second. I think that's probably even less than a second between P1 and P12, I'm going to say, in the LMP2.
Yes.
It is literally incredible.
It is. It's just so close, and this really could go anywhere. We've got Antagonist, so they're on an outlap as well.
Ooh, Tim, sorry, EJ's gone even quicker again with a 1:20.35. Purple sector of 25.27. Oh, absolutely
O'Donnell
amazing.
Lines absolutely lighting up the timing screens right now. But this is going to be interesting. And it's enough. Sapphire Simsport, that's enough to put them onto the front row. The grid in LMP1. Like Marchland there was a lap from him, but here's Palchat for Fuga. He's gone purple in Sector 1. He's gone green in Sector 2. So that's the best of everyone in Sector 1 for purple. Green means it's a personal best. In Sector 2, he's just coming down. He's got the last 2 corners to navigate. This Audi R18 LMP1 through the last corner, using every little boost that's left and hyping it from the electrical deployment. And is it enough? And it's gone fastest for him. It's not enough though, James. Look.
No,
it's not enough.
No, it's not. So we've got WS Racing, Tim, and LMP2 have just gone second fastest as well at the hands of Till Bamer. It is 2 100ths difference, Tim.
But even then, James, look at back to Fuga LMP2. There's 0.08 of a second. Back to boosted LMP2, 0.05 of a second. These guys are just literally, there is hardly anything to separate them right now.
They got 3 minutes to go, Tim, not 3 seconds. Oh, Tim Bamer, big slide there as well.
That's going to cost him dearly.
Sector 1. How far? Let's see what he can do, Tim, in Sector 2 and see if he can manage to make it up. He's green in Sector 2, so even with that slide, he's still got fastest time in Sector 2 for himself.
This is going to be really, really interesting. This almost could be what if he hadn't have had that little bit of a twitch. He's got 2 corners to go. Let's see how he gets on through these. And he's now down into oh no, he's heading in. He's abandoned the lap, James.
No!
Oh, that is really unexpected, and that was wow. So okay, let's head back to LMP1. Fuga right now. Palchat on board for them. Purple Sector 1. He's heading down the hill. We mentioned about this into turn 4. That right-hander, and he is wow. Look at that, James. He's absolutely lighting it up right now, and this is waiting for the Sector 2. It's not an improvement though into Sector 2, and he's got another of the Audis in front of him. So I don't think they've moved it out of the way clearly for him, but I just have to wonder. It's going to take an absolutely monumental final sector from Palchat if he's to improve on his time. His best previous a 1:12.35. Can he go quicker? The answer is no.
Oh no, 1:12.57, Tim. So it was 0.2 slower. But we got EJ at Vector by RSR on a green first sector, Tim. Absolutely incredible.
We'll keep one eye out on O'Donnell Lines and see how he gets on for Vector by RSR. He's in pole position in LMP2 right now, but as you can see, you've got from your screens that Fuga and WS Racing are on outlaps. They're going to have to get a bit of a wiggle on if they want to try and cram in their final laps. And we've got around about a couple of minutes left of the prototype qualifying. So we ride on board with Vector by RSR. He's not going to improve. I think he's going to have one last chance. And he might even have compromised potentially his next lap, James, from that slightly squirrely exit there out of the last corner.
Yeah, carrying that speed through that last corner is vitally important, Tim. So hopefully, let's see what he does in Sector 1, but hopefully he hasn't lost too much with that little wiggle on coming out of Red Bull Mobile at the end there, mate.
Yeah, so they head hard on the brakes up to Remus right now. I think, he's pulled out of this, hasn't he, James? I think that is it. He's not going to improve. And I can't see anyone right now on a better lap, potentially. So I think this could be qualifying done. And that is it.
Silvera's just gone green, though, Tim, in Sector 1. So it'd be interesting if he can keep this up for the rest of this lap. As he comes round into Schlossgold and then down into the infield, it's going to be interesting to see what he can do.
This is it. This is the last chance saloon now for these drivers. But he needs, if he wants to get this hashtag racing machine on pole, he needs purple sectors and not green sectors. But with it being so tight, I think there we go.
No, he didn't get it. On that 35.42 has really cost him through that Sector 2.
I think the session is over. I think this is probably going to be it. A lot of the drivers already in the pit lane or heading to the pit lane. As Silvera, he's carried on with the lap, but it's not going to be enough, I don't think. No. And that's going to keep them in 4th place. There we go. You can see that the GT's lining up ready, itching to get on the track and get some laps in, and I'm trying to spot who that is at the front of the queue. I think that was 13, is that?
Yeah, Team Vermint at the front there, Tim. They're on board with Albin Schelber from Silverstone, who've done an absolutely amazing job in the Corvette. So it's going to be really interesting to see what Albin can do. And of course, they've swapped to 2 drivers this race, Tim, as well, with Jens de Roy and Albin. They had a team meeting and decided it would be best for their situation, and their hopes of getting forward and taking the lead will be with driving with Albin and Jens de Roy. So it's going to be interesting to see what these guys can do.
It is to just wait for the pit lane to open. A nice expensive car park and a lineup of cars is emerging right now, and we'll just it shouldn't be too much longer before they're given the green light to go. What
do you reckon the cost of the pit lane is, Tim, currently?
Well,
the line's lining up at GT3. What are we looking at?
Well, I think we're looking. I believe they're around about $300,000 per machine.
20.
And with 20 odd cars, it's a lots of money. I have not had enough coffee yet in the day for mental maths to be able to kick in on that one there, James.
No, I was sitting here, Tim, sorry. I was counting the cars back and I was doing the maths in my head on my 4 times table. And then I stopped when I got so high.
For me, once I run out of fingers, I've got my socks on, so I can't use toes, and that's it. It's game over.
Probably, we're probably looking around the bottom end figure of about 10 million plus.
Oh, well, there you go. Ian jumping in with the maths. He's had time to work it out on the calculator, obviously, Tim, while me and you have sat there with our fingers and toes in the air. Ian's on the calculator, so there you go. 10 million plus at the car park at the moment in the pit lane. Absolutely incredible.
The pit lane is open, guys. Here we go. Let's get ready. GTE and GTE Pro are heading out right now. And I think it's going to be not so much of maybe a bit easier to find space, obviously, with them being GT cars as opposed to the Pro sites where you've got 2 different speeds of car. Obviously, the LMP ones are faster than the LMP2s, so you're not going to have the issue of coming round on lap traffic. You will have drivers, being respectful, moving out of the way, So ultimately, I think, James and Ian, it's going to be about just finding a window on the track where you've got no one in front of you or no one behind you potentially.
I think, Tim, the situation at the moment within GTE is absolutely incredible. We've had Fuga, we've had Aventis Racing topping the timing towers in practice in the Pro, Chicane Online Racing Purple and FTR in AM, but some of the AM teams, Tim, are quicker than the Pro teams. So it's going to be interesting to see how the AM teams, get their position on track for this qualifying, because as we know, Albin Shelbear is no slouch for Verve Racing Team Mint, and neither is Danny Thompson. So it's going to be really interesting to see how these guys handle the back end. It's incredible.
But there's just it's littered with great drivers. This category, Luis Barbosa for 27 Motorsport, the BMW. We saw great things from him last time. Yannick van der Zande for Avensis Racing, the Porsche. Again, great things from his last time. Dwainus. Well, it's Boscher Williams, put in a great performance as well. And I think this could be even less predictable than what LMP2 was. And I think it's going to be, I think, even potentially even finer margins. If you can even start to imagine it after how tight it was at the top in LMP2.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a really exciting qualifying, and I'm hoping that the drivers that we've mentioned have got their gaps on track, have got their positions on track, and are really going to be pushing this through. We're looking at Yannick van der Zande now for Aventis, who's green in Sector 1, but we are very early days into qualifying, Tim, as well. So it's going to be really interesting to see how these guys cope.
Of course, the GTs are taking on a little bit of advantage by going out second, so they are able to utilise all that lovely rubber laid down by the prototypes. So they will have a slightly stronger, a better track surface compared to what the LMP 1s and 2s had earlier. But we're just sort of waiting for the times to set. So there we go. .exe having provisional pole just before. Here we go. All the times are starting to tumble already. JD Sim Racing, now Verve, now Lithium Go pole. Nobody wants it right now. Hashtag up into second.
Van der Zande's green into first.
Who else we've got? Yeah, we've got Drive. They're all going to be green right now. So make improvements. Wow, Orion for Porsche going first. Avensis, Yannick van der Zande, we were just not long talking about. He goes second, and I think this is going to change. There we go. Avensis up to third. This is going to change constantly, I think, throughout the whole next. Well, we've got around about 18 minutes of qualifying left for the GTs, and that's the hashtag Racing BMW just pulling it over to the side there. Maybe only putting enough fuel for one flying lap into the car.
Yeah, Hugo Miguel from hashtag Racing pulling over. As you say, Tim, it's possible he was carrying really low fuel, but we've got Karasek on a purple Sector 2, Tim, for JD Sim Racing. So hopefully we can keep on board with him and follow him through the rest of the lap. It's going to be very interesting to see.
We just had a question in the Twitch chat, YouTube chat about the standings for the GTE Championship. We've got Aventis Racing, followed by hashtag. Aventis Racing has taken position 3. Onion Race Team is position 4, and Chicane Online Racing is position 5. James, thank you for watching.
Well,
no worries. We will run through the championship at the end of quali as well, Ian. So much appreciated for that.
So we've got drivers. We've got plenty of drivers on their outlaps right now. We've got around about 7 teams currently not yet to set a time, and I think there's quite a bit of traffic here, James. Where I'm not sure whether they're looking to either slipstream or maybe would they be better off just. There was a Ferrari for Centurion Racing. Bandian currently on board for them right now. It's this. Would you not want to be in maybe a bit of clean air rather than tucked behind someone?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be this close. I think from what we saw from LMP2, with the way Silvera was following the car in front through the qualifying, I think that's probably a large enough gap, Tim. I wouldn't want to be as close as Bandian is at the moment. I'd probably want to just drop back a little bit because that toe's going to be strong. And it only takes one mistake from the car in front, and you've inadvertently, of your own fault, obviously may have made contact with him, Tim. And I think it's just going to be... I would look at getting past him if I was Bandian. If the toe allows me, I would get past him.
Bandian currently, and the Centurion Racing Team currently the well, look at that, fastest of everyone right now in the first sector. That draft, we say, you know, is it the best thing? Do you want to be that close? Well, clearly you do, because look what it does. Is someone, Verve's just gone second. Verve Racing Team, Mint, and Centurion, that's cost it.
That's the problem, Tim. That was exactly what we were saying. The car in front was slow. He literally come into the corner. Wasn't even expecting him to be there, and just had to take evasive action from it, Tim. But we've got Verve Racing Team Mint top in the GTE AM tables with a 127.27.
Well, and they're not far off pole overall in time-wise in GT right now. Only 0.2 of a second separating them and Orion Race Team. Obviously, they're a pro team. And, you know, obviously, the only Corvette. So, you know, naturally, you know, there's going to be a bit of gravitation towards the Racing Team Mint. But, by golly, are they making their name for themselves right now in the ISRC Endurance Championship?
I think, Tim, at the hands of Albin, they have got an absolutely incredible driver. He is so quick in that car. And as they say, you know, as the team said, they are the fastest Corvette in the team. But we've got Luke Petronik of Orion Race Team doing an even faster lap with a 127.06, Tim.
Talking of Orion, their second team, Orion Race Team JRT, have just gone 13th fastest in GT. That's not quite up to the same level as their counterparts in the Porsche who are on pole, but still got plenty of time yet to set a lap and look to improve. And Lithium guys right now, look at that, they... Need a bit more improvement, but let's see when this is. They come into the last sector now. It's going to be enough to potentially elevate them up a couple of places, but it is just, look at that. It is so tight right now at the top of GTs.
Yeah, he seems to be in a good position with the car in front on the toe, Tim. It doesn't seem, obviously, if they, you know, seems to be pulling in a good toe, so it'd really be interesting as ice. Bad last sector for him there, Tim. 0.27.6, but 0.203 slower than Petronik in front. Unfortunate there.
Centurion, Ferrari, they've just moved themselves all the way up to 4th. They've headed to the pits, but yeah, it's this drivers making fastest laps more. You know, it's going more and more regular as the cars, you know, warm up. The drivers warm up, the adrenaline starts to pump, and Koeman, he's down in 7th place for Avensis right now, and he's coming round to complete the second sector. Let's see how he gets on. He was under a 10th, slower in Sector 1 than the lead car right now, which is the Orion Race Team Porsche, and he's not far from completing the end of Sector 2. Waiting for that to click over. I think it's maybe it's there we go. It's just waiting for it. So a 10th, not quite good enough. We'll find out as he crosses the line. Currently in 7th place in class for Avensis Racing. Is it going to be enough to at least improve them? No, it's not. And actually, they've been. Been demoted as the Luis Barbosa for 27 Motorsport has moved himself up to 6th place right now on the grid.
We've had Aquila Racing Aqua as well. They've gone into 3rd, Tim, as well, which is why we're looking at Avensis dropping down all of a sudden when we thought they'd actually gone up positions. But it's going to be very tight with the drivers like Albin and Ingmar as well in the mix for the Chicane Online Racing Red and Bird Racing Team Mint. It's going to be very interesting to see how they guys cope with the slower GTE cars in front of them. And here we are now with Albin is absolutely stellar behind the wheel of that Corvette.
He's put it on pole. Look at that Verve Racing Team in. Take a bow. Wow. Showing the pros how it should be done here at the Red Bull Ring. And Callum Roby in the chat over on YouTube summing it up nicely. The AM's outrunning the pros in GTE. And even more so now. Wow, that Corvette is looking absolutely spectacular here.
Tim, there was talk at the beginning before this race that the BMWs and the Ferraris were likely to be the faster cars ahead of the Porsches. But
forget that.
It's not actually, and nobody has actually spoken about the Corvette in the hands of Albin Shelbear absolutely putting in a stellar lap to go pole position.
Absolutely spectacular for the Verve Racing Team Mint guys. They're going to be, I'm sure there's plenty of celebrations going on in the garage right now for them. And but the question is, James, who could take the fight to them? Oh, take a look at that. That's by magic. Well, question answered before you've even had a chance to speak there. And look how close they are at breaking into the 126s. Only 3 thousandths of a second away.
Absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible.
He's looking really good and confident in that Porsche right now. But I think it's all the eyes are definitely going to be on Verve Racing Team Mint's Corvette and the performance that they put in. And Am joining a pro on the first row of the grid is absolutely. It just shows how excellent that lap was.
They have stuck in such an incredible practice this week. Jens was saying that they've done so much work with setups and everything else with Albin for them to be able to get the car how they both want it. And it is clearly paying off in this session, Tim.
Now, look, if you look, just to cut across you, James, Avensis Racing, they are down on where they should be. Coleman on board that BMW. He is going faster than his previous lap. However, I think this is his out lap. So that's looking positive potentially for what he can achieve as he just comes across the start-finish line, and he'll be looking to start his flying lap. This is going to be it. We've got around about 9 minutes left of qualifying, so there's chance for another couple of more runs after this for him. But as we watch one of the Aquilia Porsches run very wide in Parky, I think that's they're on there. They've just finished their flying lap. This comes hard on the brakes now, up into Remus. Let's see how, taking plenty of curb on the inside. The BMWs are able to cope with that. And
it's got fastest green sector 1, Tim, as well, as he comes down into Schlossgold.
And he's so close to, he's not too far away from the pole position time. I think this is going to be a key moment in qualifying for Avensis. Let's wait, we're not too far away from finding out how they've got on in Sector 2. Are they going to be up? Let's find out very, very shortly. And it's an improvement. It's not purple, but it is an improvement. There is only 100th of a second separating them and Centurion ahead of them right now in who are in 8th position. And this could almost put them potentially up into 5th if he carries on at this sort of rate of pace. It's round the last corner. And how are they going to do it? Can they do it? Can they bring themselves up? It's another improvement. But it isn't enough.
It's not, is it? Where did he lose that time?
It's
where's he going? Oh, Tim! It hit the sausage curve and straight into the barrier for Koeman there. But is it the Beamer itself in the last sector, Tim? Because he didn't move.
Well, you say this.
Screen.
Is it the BMW? However, in third place is the Fugasim Sport GT BMW. So, I don't know. the BMWs and the Porsches as well are struggling today. But look at that. Well, are the BMW struggling?
Yeah, well, we've got a purple sector for Fuga Simsport in Sector 1, Tim.
And, wow, can he maintain this pace right now?
He's got traffic in front. He's got traffic in front, which is going to give him a nice toe forward if he just doesn't, if he can get that little bit closer. Coming round to the end of Sector 2 now, Tim. Purple again.
Wow. Fuga lighting up. They're on course for pole. We're saying.
And he's got the draft as well.
We were only just saying, are the BMWs lacking around here? We could have our words well and truly eaten. James, get your spoon at the ready. Get ready to eat some humble pie potentially, my friend. Here we go. They're just about to come across the line. It's a personal best in the last sector. And that's where they lost the time.
It's the third sector again for them BMWs, Tim.
They just Andy had the toe. Andy had the toes, and to get it's out dragging around that last couple of corners. But clearly, we can take home. Those BMWs are struggling like mad with that last sector.
The 4/100ths of a second, Tim, who's slower than pole. There is something happening in that last sector that the BMWs are not able to cope with because he was purple in the first two. It's that braking acceleration again, Tim, we've talked about, where you either get on it too early, not get on it early enough, hit the brakes too soon. Braking point, it's such a fine margin, Tim, for them BMs in that third sector.
So we currently, we've got the Chicane Online Racing Purple guys, Hamburg, in that Ferrari right now. They are second of the AMS, and even so, that Ferrari looking really, really strong. It's actually the fastest of all the Ferraris, currently out qualifying Centurion Racing Team, who are within the Pro. We've got JD Sim Racing unable to take part in qualifying, and obviously the back marker Racing Razzle Dazzle Ferrari. They're down in 16th place in class right now. But I think Verve Racing Team Mint, I think it's going to take a lot to place them from being top of AM.
I think absolutely incredible driving, and I think, as you say, Tim, it's going to be an absolutely amazing effort. We've got Quillia Racing at the moment, who's in third place. They're on a double green sector, coming round into the start-finish straight, Tim. Let's see what he can do as we go on board.
Can they improve?
It's improved, but not enough, Tim. We have had the BMW of Fuga Simsport go into second, Tim, from the pro sector. So he must have had
that's from, I think, last time around. So they get so this is where they're just starting their flying lap right now. Can they improve? I'm not sure.
It's that last sector, Tim. It's that last sector for the BM.
It's costing all the BMWs.
Can we get an on board of the third sector? Could we see, we can compare and see if we're actually where we can see? Oh,
there we go. He's gone purple again.
One again, Tim.
So if Fuga are to get this BMW onto pole, they need as we've seen from Sector 3, proving so tricky for the BMWs. They need monumental, biblical, absolutely just blow away Sectors 1 and 2. And they are on it again.
Let's see if we can see where this is happening.
Can they do it? As they come out of Worth, they head down to Rhines. They've got nobody ahead of them, and I think it's just there's a little bit of, I think maybe someone just picking up an off track early, and that's what that dust is in the background there. But as it comes around Red Bull Mobile, it's the drag up to the start finish line, and it's not enough again.
It's not enough. Where is it going, Tim?
I'm really not sure.
I don't know where they're losing so much time in the BMs in the third sector. Is it the weight? Is it not carrying speed? What's happening?
It's got to be a weight transfer, maybe, but I
It
think
must be.
just looking up and down it, obviously, I know the Porsche said they might be struggling a little bit, but yeah, it's a absolute real lottery right now, is qualifying. And Aquila
Yeah.
Aqua,
They're on an outlap
talking
at
of
the moment,
Porsches, they are. Let's see if what they can manage to do. P1 is currently Porsche right now. They are the second fastest of all the Porsches, but they are down in 5th place. Our Aquilia Racing Aqua going round Nicky Lauda there. Now the long drag up to turn 3. Of course, there, turn 2. This slight kink in the road here, named turn 2 because obviously in motorbikes they are actually taking it as a turn. What sort of line can they get through Remus, where you almost have to want to miss the apex there to get the maximum drive and the traction off the line? There's personal best in Sector 1. They are currently, as it stands, 2/100th of a second slower than the 4th place Avensis Racing BMW. So it's not going to be a massive not going to be a massive amount to needed to improve to elevate them up the grid. We've got around about 10 seconds left of qualifying, so they're going to have to complete this lap. That's white. That's going to be the lap gone.
Yeah, that's a lap gone there, Tim. I think that was definitely an off-track carrying on into that corner from Worth. Yeah, it's literally looked like he's called that lap off, Tim. I think that big off-track would have cost him there.
It's cost them so dearly, where they were just pushing to extract every little bit of last time from the car. And Maniti, not enough for them to improved on time, but not enough to elevate them up the grid there. And I'm just trying to have a look. I don't think they're on a fastest lap. We've got Boscher Williams right now out there in the BMW, but yeah, he's heading into the pits. So that is it. That is qualifying done.
It's worth noting, Tim, as well, as it's been put in YouTube chat. We've got ISRC TV has put 20 cars within a second of each other. That is how close this GTE and Pro is going to be throughout this race. And as I say, where is that going to lie with the LMP1s and LMP2s, Tim? It's just going to be incredible.
It is where they're going to be. It's going to be so tightly contested within the GTs that it's going to prove really, really potentially tricky.
Definitely. We're going to got the GTE Championship at the moment, Tim. We've got Avensis Racing in first, Orion Race Team, Avensis Racing 116 in third, Hashtag Racing fourth, Chicane Online in fifth. We got Orion Race Team JRT, they are on 100 points in sixth. Verve Racing Team Black are in seventh, and we got JD's Sim Racing eighth, 27 Motorsport in ninth, Backmarker Racing in 10th on that one as well. So that's absolutely incredible. We've got World.exe as well. So let's have a look at the grid, Tim.
So we've got Fuga and Sapphire. Obviously, those guys, we saw the battle that happened last time out of Silverstone. They were all on the front of the grid. But don't discredit, keep one eye out for those boosted motorsport guys in third. Polder Racing are in fourth, and Sicania are the fifth place and last of the LMP1s. Then we've got Vector by RSR, Fuga Sim Sport, WS Racing, Hashtag Racing, and Boosted LMP2 are the top 10. Then we've got World of Sim Racing 11th, joined by Antagonistic Racing Team Orange on the 6th row of the grid there. Then just looking down, who have we got coming after that? We've got the
Sapphire Sim Sport Bravo, Tim, and Stage 1 Racing.
There we go. We got FTR joined by Stage 1 5C4 International and Stage 1 Senior. Then we've got JD and Sapphire Simsport Bravo in 17th and 18th. And then last of the RMP2s is Stage 1 Racing Orange. Now on to the GTs, we've got Orion Racing, then we've got Verve Racing Team Mint and Fuga. And then we've got Avensis in 23rd, joined alongside them by Equillia Racing Aqua. 25th is Hashtag Racing with Avensis Racing 117. Then we've got Maniti and Chicane on Racing Purple. There's Centurion and Lithium round up 29th and 30th. 27 Motorsport 31st. .exe 32nd, JD Sim Racing and Back Marker Racing Yellow are 33rd and 34th. Then 35th and 36th we've got World of Sim Racing Team and Back Marker Racing Razzle or Dazzle. Then we've got, coming on to the last few rows, we've got Core Motorsports with Orion Racing Team JRT, 27 Motorsport White, Equillia Racing Cyan, WS Racing GTE, FTR Esports, and then JD Sim Racing 233, bringing out the end of your runners and riders. There's a bit of a gap left, obviously, between the various classes, so they don't trip up over each other at the start. And that Porsche safety car just leading the LMP1s. You can feel the tension is starting to build right now. They are around about halfway around this circuit.
It's going to be
not long. It's going to be great.
An epic race, Tim. Absolutely epic.
Here we go. Let's get ready. The safety car is off. Get ready because round 4 of the Red Bull Ring. 6 hours are go. Wow, what a start by Fuga. Absolutely blitzing it off the line there. And they've got clear, but there's Sapphire and Charitable Gamers are battling hard as we've got the LMP2s. They're heading across the line, and the Fuga Simsport really looking a bit sluggish off the line there, and they're going to get caught and swamped as Vector by RSR are heading off into the distance, and they seem to be really struggling right now. But looking back to the GTs, wow, there's a bit of a concertina effect up at the back of the grid there when the BMWs having to take evasive action, heading to the inside. So they round turn 1 and that head up the hill. But let's check back in with LMP1 and see what's happening there. Wow, look at that Fuga, already a second clear over such a short track. Sapphire Simsport, we've got Charitable Gamers, Polder Racing, and then Sicania in 5th. And I'm just trying to keep one eye out. I can't see the... There we go. We've got Hashtag Racing 92. They're locked in an absolute pack of people right now, with Fuga one side, boosted behind them. And I think the drivers maybe just looking to keep their aces a little bit clean, James.
I think they are for the opening few laps, Tim. As I say, David Dueno by Vector got absolutely a flying start there, got away off the line really well, as did Patrick Prelshirt from LMP1. They're trying to just stay as tight as they possibly can to the cars in front without putting themselves in danger, Tim. We've got 6 hours. It's not going to be a sprint race, Tim. I think there's going to be some nice action.
Wow, and try and shout the drivers that one, no, James, as we've got the Lithium Motorsports guys. Their BMW just tucked up behind Centurion Racing's Ferrari. Look how close he's trying to follow in the slipstream there. He's going to pull out to the inside, but I don't think he's going to be quite close enough, as we've got Porsche on Porsche action just behind them. That was I think that was that Dwayne and yes.
Yeah.
And that's getting absolutely swamped. They've lost a couple of places there. Oh, wow.
Ooh.
That's World of Sim Racing there, James.
Oh,
the LMP2. Let's find out. So this is down into Schlossgold. Has he carried too much speed? And he's lost it by himself.
Yeah, carried too much speed going into Schlossgold there, Tim, and their back end decided it was going to join the front. That was a self-error on that one, Tim, I'm afraid. But we have got Tim Beam from WS Racing right up the back of Vector by RSR. Has absolutely had a flying few opening laps.
They have. These two have pulled clear of third place. Fuga Spinner
in the back.
That's number 77. That is Ander Gomez for 524 International. And we'll try and come back to see exactly what happened to him. And here we go. This is going to be another... Is he just going to catch too much curb on the inside? Yes, there we go. Hit that yellow sausage curb in the inside. Nothing they can do there, but wait.
No, he's just got to literally sit there and hopefully he doesn't tag anyone on the way through, Tim.
Well, here we go. Bernie's on the attack at the front of LMP2, but we've got battles happening all up and down the field right now. It's look at how close it is and how it's hopping up in GT Pro right now. We've got the BMW there with he's got the of Lithium Motorsport. He's got the Avensis, Porsche, and the Centurion Ferrari ahead of him. Three completely different manufacturers and hardly anything to separate them right now, as they've all moved to the inside to try and cover off one another. That Porsche of Avensis not willing to give any an edge at all. I think that's backmarker Racing Yellow. BMW third position just in the background, and the Ferrari there, James, of Hamburg Chicane Online Racing. Seems to be really slow there.
Yeah, he seems to have a very slow corner there, allowing Bosch and Williams through, but we have got Lithium Racing having a flashing around Max Bandy in there, Tim, as well. So he's really, really pushing to try and get that BMW forward.
Here we go. Here comes Lithium. He's looked like he's going to get the move done. Not the best of places, but look, he's got it done into right. And now he's going to have the line for Red Bull Mobile and out onto the start to finish straight. And that elevates them up to 9. And, well, as you said, James, you predicted it right. Lap 3, I think it is. We've got P1s.
Coming up to the back of GTEs already, Tim.
Already.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible how quick they're going to catch it. And this is going to be consistent for the next 6 hours, Tim. They're going to have eyes all over the place to try and make sure they can get past these slower cars safely, Tim.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really tricky for them to navigate it. Obviously, there's been several accidents in GTE. Obviously, something's happened potentially. Let's go and see if we can try and find out what's happened to those guys.
This is Lithium Racing who's just made that pass, Tim. It'd be interesting to see.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, did he get tagged?
I'm really not sure. I'm really not sure. We might have to get it from a different angle, that one, to try and establish exactly what happened there.
We're on the nose there from Lithium Racing. Yeah, definitely tagged on that one, Tim. Spun round.
Wow. It's look at how close it is right now down in LMP2. And these, LMP2s aren't, not necessarily the best at trying to follow each other, but especially with the dirty air, but these guys are really dispelling that myth right now.
Yeah, WS Racing keep catching up with Vector there, but Hashtag Racing had a really slow corners. A couple of corners, they must have had a really slow slosh goal there, Tim, because they were right up behind these guys, and now they've dropped back to over a second. What happened there to Hashtag?
Here we go.
Fuga going round, and Silvera having nowhere to go from Hashtag Racing.
It literally nowhere to go whatsoever. But here comes Bem, and we've got he's on the attack of Duino, but I don't think he's going to be close enough for this time around. Let's just take a little check in up in LMP1.
Now this is interesting too, because Sapphire Simsport led off with Max Hack, who's no slouch himself. We was expecting Locke to open up, but it's actually Max who's taken the wheel. He's closing down Patrick Pelschet with Tim Perry from Boosted Motorsport. To be fair, I would have thought he would have been a lot closer. Tim is no slouch, so I'm surprised he's 3 seconds back, Tim, on that one.
Likewise. Likewise, completely, because they're so closely matched, these guys, in terms of outright pace. And I'm really, really surprised by it, and especially after we saw in round 3 at Silverstone, where they were absolutely all over each other. We've got a Porsche just in the background there. I'm not too sure who that was. So I think it was that Erwig there potentially, having just recovering from a little bit of a spin. Yeah, it was the WS Racing Esports machine, and maybe a bit too much curb. Yep.
Yeah, that
Mounted
fateful
there.
sausage curb on the outside of Remus there, Tim, claiming many victims. But to say with Boosted Motorsport, they have topped the time in towers all week in practice, Tim. So it is a surprise to see him so far back in the opening few laps, to be fair.
It is, definitely. I'm quite surprised by that one.
Mm.
And I'm just... I've got a bit nervous that I thought something had happened up in LMP1, but it's just I think where my timing tower is just having a little bit of a glitch. And here we go. We have got the P1s have caught the back end of LMP2s. And
We got who
what have we got? This is Mendes for Core Motorsport. That's coming out. Oh, we've seen it already.
No!
Oh, and that's exactly that was. I think that was Santos there, just catching,
Yeah.
T-boning them. But yeah, we've got the James. We've got the LMP ones are catching in with the LMP twos right now.
So how are we at? Where did we say? We said lap 5 or lap 6 on that one, Tim. We've got to be...
James, spot on yet again, pretty much.
Yep.
Well, for the LMP2s, definitely. The P1's just halfway around lap 7 already. And interestingly, so the LMP1s are now catching tail ends of the GT pack. And we're going to very, very quickly, within the next couple of minutes, well, not even that, I think even next few seconds, we're going to have P1, LMP1s, LMP2s and GTs all mixing up with one another. And this is going to get really, really close. You've got the two Fuga machines there. The LMP2 team letting the LMP1 team through nice and safely. Bit of team orders and working together happening. But here goes Palchat. And they're going to go 3 wide. We've got a GT and LMP2 and LMP1 side by side there as they head up to Remus. And we've got Max Hack as well. He's coming through, trying to negotiate through the traffic for Sapphire Sim Sports.
Yeah, Tim, that LMP2 car jumped out the way as well for Sapphire coming down the start-finish straight. He was like, nope, I'm getting out of your way, Max, off you go. He was not going to hold up Max Hack at all there. He literally jumped out the way as quickly as he could. But we've got Boosted Motorsport trying to fight their way, Tim, through LMP2 and GTE.
I think this is, we were saying before the race, it's going to be messy. They're going to start tripping up one over, and already after lap 7 it started happening, but now on lap 8, and I see Mendes has headed to the pit lane. I think that was from this earlier accident there for the BMW driver for Core Motorsports.
Just a quick update from race control on the incident that happened in Remus between Lithium and Centurion. Centurion have been given a drive-through penalty.
Oh, I think that might cost them dearly potentially. And last thing you want to be clear is a penalty early on. But we've got the Boosted Motorsport guys. They are round about 3 seconds. They have dropped off a little bit off the back of Sapphire Sim Sport in LMP1. However, we do need to keep the LMP1's actually, James, looking at, they have all spread out between Scania, Polder, Boosted.
They've been
Sapphire.
they're quite adapting, but they have hit in this traffic stage. So as we know from Silverstone, we've got Patrick Pelchat and Max Hack are both absolutely incredible at getting through this traffic. But I believe Max Hack's heading off track.
Yeah, somewhere. We'll see if we can try and work out. Is it going to be under braking? Here we go. He's on the left-hand side there, and wow.
Ooh, was that vector by RSR tagging him there, Tim? It looked like there was a gap, but maybe we try and get a different view on that one.
Yeah, it'd be good to get on board with one of those two guys, just try and work out exactly what happened there. But of course, the track does drop away very dramatically, so we're on board now with Vector by RSR. You're going to see Max Hack emerge on the inside. No, he's just lost off.
That was all on his own. You can't expect David Dueno to do anything else apart from what he did to him and trying to actually not hit him.
Yeah, he was a complete passenger and had the best view in the house to see how that unfolded. But
that's allowed Tim Perry from Boosted Motorsport, Tim, to get in front of him as well.
It has. He is now ahead of him. They've obviously ended up to second, although I'm sure Hack will not be letting Perry get away at all, but I don't think he would have incurred any damage from that, James.
No, he didn't get any contact, Tim. So I'd be surprised if it was just, damage maybe to himself and be mad with himself. But I don't think there was any car contact on that one, Tim.
Wow.
Swap over to
Verve Racing Team Mint, after such an epic qualifying, they've dropped a couple of places. They are down to 4th in class right now. Obviously started on the front row of the grid in 2nd in class.
Yeah, they had a very tentative start under Albin Tim. He was trying to, I think he was just trying to stay clean as much as possible for the first couple of laps, and was unfortunately went into Remus, and he got swamped there, Tim, I think, into Remus.
I did. Now this is where it can come in handy, is you've got the prototypes coming through. They can really aid you, or they can really, be a bit of a menace, and you can lose time against your competitors where they're obviously coming through the pack. And last thing that they'll be wanting right now, the guys that are down at Verve Racing Team Mint, is to have a prototype sliding in between the battle that they're currently having with Avensis Racing.
Yeah, they're going to have to, as I said, Tim, before, they're going to have to be so careful. You've got such a short track, and we've got so many cars, so many battles. They've got to be careful, but they're doing a good job so far, Tim. We haven't had any major
position
issues
there, James. So across your World of Sim Racing, getting that BMW ahead of the Porsche of Orion Racing. Obviously, World of Sim Racing are an outfit as well, so that's a great move for them. And as they now look to chase down Chicane on Orion Racing Purple, who are about 4 places ahead of them, and around about 2.5 seconds up the road. Oh, this Palchik is a man on the move, as he's setting new fastest laps and really started to push that gap and get ahead at the start of LMP1.
Yeah, I think he's having a good go. I think that Max is probably sitting in the car there for Sapphire Simsport, literally probably willing his car as fast as possible to try and catch up.
Look how Figure are improving, but they are under attack from stage 1, but they are improving. Look, after that spin early on, they are back up to 6th place. Oh, it's getting a little bit messy and a bit tight there with as they negotiate through. And that's World of Sim Racing. That is for position as well against the stage 1 Racing Orange guys in P2. However, look at them. They're saying that you're not quite having that, but that poor Ferrari, they're getting caught up in this battle. Hopefully they won't have a spinner in front of them.
Ooh, back on board with stage 1 racing there, Tim, in the LMP2, going past the in-section, coming out to Rint down into the second to last corner. Seems to be having a good run there, Tim. He's got Roy Mass from Stage 1 Racing Senior right behind him, pushing him as well, coming around to the start-finish straight. It'd be interesting to see how Roy does going up the start-finish straight, Tim, to be fair.
It will be, as we ride on board now with Stage 1 Senior. Mass currently on board. Oh, this could get a little messy, and he's going to lose time as he's got the Porsche to be. No, he's gone wide! He's gone wide!
Stage 1 Racing Junior just running wide on their own, weren't they, Tim?
Yeah. A little bubble in their own, and just clearly missed their braking marker, sailed on. And I think, big bit of traffic is, is that Hackey's? It's getting spicy at the moment. Wow.
I think it's Tom Dixon in the LMP2, Tim, from Sapphire Simsport.
Look, they're all tripping up over one another right now. We've got cars absolutely everywhere. And this is where it's getting really tricky. So the Avensis BMW having to sway all across the track just to try and cover off the move from the Porsche behind of Avensis. And it's so tricky for them to get past, and I'm not sure where they can make the move. It's going to be maybe where they look to follow through on a prototype coming through for Avensis.
I think that's the only option they've got, Tim. They don't have any choices. They can get as close as they possibly can, go for the overtake, and they've got to let it go because an LMP2 or LMP1 comes up behind them.
Right. Now, let's take a little look down in GTE. The .exe guys on board there. Porsche. You've got JD Sim Racing, another Porsche ahead of them. They're locked in also a bit of a battle with all the way up to 10th place in class. We've got the 27 Motorsport BMW, followed by Chicane Online Racing Ferrari. But this looks like the racing team Mint. They're making moves on hashtag Racing's BMW. That's Discovery, isn't it? Because hashtag were behind them.
Yeah, I think hashtag have gone past Albin there, Tim, but it still puts Albin at the top of the GTE AMs. But I think hashtag Racing got through. He goes right. I think Tim, to be fair, that was probably a wide line to let the MP2 cars through, and didn't realise that hashtag Racing was in front. But I don't think they're going to be overly worried about that. I think Albin's quite a cool driver, Tim. He'll fight back when he needs to, I think.
And it's if you look at the AM standings right now, they're closest compared to the Chicane Online Racing's Ferrari, and that is down in 11th place, 6 places behind them. So they're looking comfortable at the front of AM right now. And well, as we've seen from them all season so far, mixing it up with the pros. And talking of pros, we've got the Lithium Motorsport BMW. They're stuck in a little bit of a sandwich. They're hunting down the Orion Racing Team GLT's Porsche, but Black Marker Razzle Ferrari, they're keeping up with them. They're not letting them go.
No, I think they're using the tow well, Tim, to keep up with them as well. So that's absolutely outstanding driving by the guys at Black Marker Racing. It'd be interesting to see how close they can stay.
Now, we're heading back up to LMP2 right now. These Figure and Boosted, there's nothing to separate these guys. Seems like they've had to negotiate traffic as well. And
yeah, we've got Vector David Dueno, Tim, is in P1. Till Bam in WS Racing P2. Silvera from hashtag P4 and Alex P3 and Alex Neller at P4 from Boosted. Now, as we've seen with talking to David during the Silverstone race, he's very calm, very collective, and we, catch up with him. I don't think that he'll feel the pressure, Tim, but I don't think it'll let him affect his form of style of driving. But I have to see if Till Bear can literally keep up with David Dueno over this next few corners.
I'll be interested to see what they do in terms of tyre strategy. Whether they go 2, maybe 3 stints with their tyres. I'd imagine probably 2 with this time of day. Obviously, current in-game time is 1:30 in the afternoon. Obviously, track time will start to drop off towards the end of the race, but with being a 6-hour race, I wouldn't imagine you'll see much temperature difference, James.
No, I wouldn't have thought so, but it really does depend on what their tyre wear is, Tim. Obviously, we're not going to see their tyre wear. I think we've had a go just flick into the Hamburg incident now.
Take a little look at what happened to them.
Yeah.
He's lost
It's
on
coming
the curb
down
now,
into
James.
Remus again, isn't it?
That's
Oh,
not
he didn't
good.
drive out. Oh, no. That was a slightly questionable re-entry there, Tim, from Hamburg. Do you not feel?
Oh, it's hard to say, really, but I think that there could be a little trip to the stewards for that one.
Yeah, I think that's definitely under a protest there, Tim. There's not a lot he could have done about that. Hamburg just kind of put himself back into a re-entry rather quickly on that one. Poor Chicago Online Racing there. Didn't really have a lot of places to go, Tim. So back up with the Vector by RSR and LMP2, Tim, with Tim Bear and WS Racing.
It's interesting for these guys right now at the front end. Vector, they're obviously the drivers, they'll expect for the gap to fluctuate and, where it will shrink and it'll, become bigger as they, pass traffic, but they'll, look to have a, average out of, net losses where they're clearing traffic. But I think this is where working as a team really becomes important, because having a teammate who's, informing you what's around you, where is your opposition, especially when you come through heavier parts of traffic. It's going to be so crucial.
Absolutely, and we've got a little bit of a gap from Vector. On board, on with Ryan Schmidt from Polder Racing in LMP1.
But look at Scania is right behind them. They've caught up with them. They've been able to make those net gains in traffic, as we were just talking about. And it's what is an Audi heavy field in LMP1. Scania, the only Porsche entrant today. And wow, I think they can really make some difference. Having said that, as we've cut to them, it's that BMW Fuga really catching them out right now. And Scania are now all of a sudden right on the tail end of Polder Racing's Audi.
Yeah, in a very Audi-led field, this Porsche is doing really well at the hands of Fede Rossano there for Scania. He's right on the back end. He's only got to try and pick up the toe again, going down after Remus.
Oh, here he comes, James. Here he comes. Look, he's going to make a move up the inside. And now it's going to be all about the electrical deployment, getting the maximum out of it and trying to scurry away in that Porsche. And he looks like that's the move done. Polder doesn't seem to have an answer for him.
No,
in terms of the fight back.
Clearly made me eat my words, Tim. I thought he was going to wait.
But look, hold on. Look, all of a sudden it's really heating up in LMP1 as Boosted Motorsport. They're now under attack by Hack from Sapphire Simsport. He's closed the gap right up between them.
Yeah, and look who's in front of Tim Perry there, Tim. It's the other LMP2 Sapphire Simsport car, but lucky enough he's caught him on the straight. It's just straight through. I would have thought that Sapphire... Yeah, surely he would have... He may have held him a little bit, but I think that Sapphire car will jump out the way for the lead LMP1.
Yeah, this is where having teams in multiple classes really comes in handy for that ability to work together. But look at this. This is the battle for second. WS Racing Esport Till Berber currently on board from at the moment that black and yellow LMP2. And then behind them, we've got obviously the hashtag racing. Currently, Felipe Silveira on board for them in the you can see it very clearly from the tail fin which team they are on their car.
Yeah, it was definitely different lines they both took through Sloshgold, Tim, which gave them literally not a lot of difference going into Roush in the infield. But there was a lot of different lines coming from both teams and down into Sloshgold there. And it was Silveira who's coming up right behind him now. Be interested to see how much of a toe he gets down his straight. There's Till Bear then flashing the GT car in front, like, let me go, he's coming right behind me.
This is where it's so frustrating for the prototypes because, anything obviously where you've got, a faster car, I suppose it's no different for the LMP1s to the P2s where they're just, it's tuck up behind them and they end up getting stuck.
No,
it's just, they're just looking across to... Yeah, the Boosted Motorsport and the Sapphire Simsport guys just clearing through a bit of traffic. There's the Sapphire guys just coming off a little bit worse from that. Obviously, we're getting just caught up behind the Porsche GT.
Yeah, I thought Max was going to send it then, Tim, up beside that Porsche then. Well, that was going to be very... I know, I had visions of Max tagging that Porsche to get him out of the way, but he's managed to catch back up with Tim Perry there in the Boosted on the infield section.
And look at them. They've got a nice bit of clean air to try and lay down some fast time. That's the one of the Aquilia Porsches. I think that's the Cyan one there. Yeah, they're carrying what looks like a tiny bit of front damage, but it's obviously not affecting them too badly. But prototypes are really hotting up. There's so many close gaps. The front end, Vector by RSR, being chased by the WS Racing guys. However, not too far behind them is Hashtag, and not too far behind them is the Boosted Motorsport team.
Yeah, it's really confused. I've been watching the Till Bem from WS Racing. He's really having a bit of a strange couple of laps, Tim, because 1 minute he's right up with Vector, and next minute he's defending from Silveira. I don't know if he's... I think he's really struggling with the traffic, Tim.
Yeah.
It's causing him an issue there.
You can see where he's yo-yoing between the two drivers, bouncing back and forth in terms of, time lost and gained. However, he's managed to maintain that position as we've got the P1s just coming through there. There's
been an update. Sorry, Tim, to cut across you. There's an update from Race Control, that unsafe rejoin. Chicago were just given a warning for that. There was no further penalty.
Brilliant. Thank you for the update there, Ian. Well, look at this. This is getting a little bit messy and a bit tight here. We've got P1s, P2s, GTs. Max Hack's got himself a bit boxed in there by the looks of things, James. And this is costing him time.
Yeah, I think the Vector by RSR have managed to keep it clean, but Max definitely took the wrong line there and got himself caught up. Absolutely incredible. Till Bam again trying to WS Racing, trying to go through the traffic as quickly as Vector, but he's just not keeping up with the car in front. And Max trying to get up to the back of Tim Perry. It was both battles happening within the space of a short period of time on the track, Tim. It's really difficult.
It's given the boosted LMP1 team a bit of a time to breathe, with obviously Sapphire dropping back due to the traffic there. However, if you're looking down at down in GT, the Lithium guys in that BMW, they've managed to pull out a bit of a gap really over the backmarker Razzle guys in their Ferrari, who were, a couple of laps ago they were much closer.
Yeah, definitely he's managed to make some clear room, but again, I feel sorry for these GT cars, Tim, in this race. You're constantly struggling, so...
So, let's have a little look about LMP1. Let's, the Boosters Motorsport guys.
Ooh.
There we go, look. He's close every single lap, and wow, he's really managed to clear the traffic really, really well and benefit from it. Sapphire gonna go to the inside, but it's not gonna be close enough. But now it's the drag up the hill. He's on the lights, trying to clear the GTs out of the way. Saying, no, this is my best chance right now.
Oh, Tim Perry needed to clear that Verve Racing team car, Tim.
He did.
He should have tried to get it in that corner.
Really boost the car out. Oh, squeezing through the cab past the BMW. These guys are really pushing each other along.
Oh,
and
they're going to slot it.
They're going to slot it up the inside. And now there's literally only 2 tenths to separate these guys, as they now come round the last sort of start of the infield section, if we sort of been calling it, the more tighter section, when there's only really one line round. That's around Roush and Worth, and now it's out of Worth and heading down to right. But this is where Hack seems to be a little bit slower, and he's going to be with that Porsche GT right in front of them, and it's costing him so much time.
Dude, that's giving Tim Perry, that's giving Tim Perry a bit of a break. I'm not going to say for how long, because Max Hack is a very fast driver, Tim, and I expect him back up there within a couple of corners, if not a lap or so.
Well, interestingly, Perry last time around setting purple sector time in sector 3. And boy did he need it, plus the luck of that traffic, and it's now extending the gap between him and Sapphire Simsport. However, they seem to be closing up again as well. This could go anywhere.
Tim, we've got WS Racing, we've got LMP1, we've got leader Vector by RSR of LMP2s, all in the matter of gaps. Till's on the lights from WS Racing, flashing them as much as possible, like, let me out the way! Come on! They're so close, Tim.
They are so close, but the thing is, James, once you clear one set, you're then back onto yet another. As the Aquila guys are now going to get involved in between the WS Racing and hashtag racing guys, and just separate those two up a little bit. And all while this has been going on, Vector by RSR, they are having net gains from the traffic and seems to be having a little bit more luck when it comes to clearing it.
Yeah, they seem to be having I think David Dueno's picking his moments very carefully, Tim. And he's clearing the traffic at very good spots on the track. Where, unfortunately, Till Bam, WS Racing, just seems to be getting stuck, unfortunately, in really unfortunate parts. Like there, last corner.
Exactly right there. Exactly as you're saying it. Just shows as they came round Red Bull Mobile, the last corner, and just caught behind the Corvette there.
Yeah,
Now let's we believe we've got a replay coming up of the car A3. That's the Stage 1 Racing Senior guys, and they just got tagged. That's Roy Bass on board for them right now.
Oh.
I'm sure our roving reporter in with the stewards, Ian Winchester, will be keeping an eye on that one and seeing what the outcome is from that. Well, as soon as we have some news, we'll bring you an update on that. But back down in GTE, the .exe guys, they're catching JD, but World of Sim Racing are not far behind them in that BMW, behind these two Porsches.
No, absolutely tight as anything there, Tim. Again, they're so close to each other. And .exe are absolutely trying to keep up with JD Sim Racing. And then we've got Diego Duenos for World of Sim Racing trying to keep up with them. It's incredibly tight all the way through. There's just so much happening, Tim. And we've got LMP2 coming through as well.
We have got P2s coming through. And this could potentially either aid or vet some of these guys as they'll clear through.
No, Sapphire Simsport, LMP2 there, Tim, coming through the field. No, Sapphire
Simsport, hold on, look at this. Burms, he's made WS Racing Esports. He's going to have the inside line. David Torino for Vector. He's going to look to maybe make the cutback. There's more grip and the car's more settled on that outside line. It's a little bit counterintuitive. However, he's going to be on the outside again as he's cut. Well, he's cut to the inside and across WS Racing, and he's really looking to defend this position hard. Can the WS Racing guys get him on the switchback? But look, Hashtag right behind them as well. Less than half a second covering the top three right now in LMP2, James.
Oh, this is the battle, Tim. This is where we want to be looking at. Vector by RSR. Must have had a very deep trouble with traffic because he did have that little bit of a gap down back to WS Racing. But we've also got Hashtag Racing joining in as well, or Severa. This is going to be an interesting lap or so to see what happens here, Tim. Just hopefully, they can keep it relatively clean coming up when we're lapping. Coming into the start-finish straight, going up into Nicky Lauda curb. We still got Vector by RSR in front of Till Byrne from WS Racing. Till just sitting there hoping for a run out. We've got Silvera coming in and Hashtag Racing as well as they head down into Remus now, Tim.
I'm not sure. This could go absolutely anyway, and it already has. As look, Twinnos, he's under attack right yet again up into Remus. He's going to have a different line. WS Racing going to have the line, but look, Hashtag are making moves now. They're coming up the inside, where they're in this pocket of clear air right now. These three LMP2s, they are absolutely swarming all over each other as he's gone to the inside. That's the move. WS Racing having to run wide and just catching a bit of the gravel on the corner exit there, James. And they've lost even more time and lost out in the battle.
Oh, WS Racing there is going to be absolutely kicking himself, Tim. He's right up with Vector. Next thing you know, he's having to defend from Silvera, who absolutely just takes a position with authority over WS Racing there, Tim. And now we've got Silvera chasing down Vector by RSR.
He's looking, that car's looking all of a sudden a little bit unstable almost, and maybe just a little bit of a lapse, it just affected his concentration and his rhythm a little bit, where he's had that slight off, but knowing his pace, I'm sure he'll be back up with Hashtag and Vector within the next few laps, as he's already closing down that gap as they make the long run up the hill to Remus. Is going to benefit from the slipstream of the two cars in front of him, and also potentially any moves that Hashtag look to make on Vector.
Hashtag got a very good run out of that corner, Tim. Put them right up the back of Vector. I think Vector's saved by that GTE car on this set of corners, Tim. I think David Dueno did not get a good run out of Remus there, Tim, down into Schlossgold.
No, he did not.
No, Silvera really closed the gap, got such a much better runner. But I think, as I say, the GTE car saved David Dueno there. So there's not a lot of places for Silvera to be able to go if he pulled out there, Tim.
No, yeah, literally had nowhere to go. But Burmese, he is closing that gap up. He's taken 3 tenths out of the guys in front of him over what has not even been a full lap yet. And just having a little bit of an eye, they have now got a long gap all the way up to Danny Thompson. Requilia Racing Cyan is the next car on track, that Porsche, but he's around about half the length of the straight on the run between turn 1 Lauda and turn 3 Remus. No, he's lost it! Wait, lost it from the lead.
David Dueno, was that the fateful sausage curve there, Tim?
I think it might well have been. Let's get a replay as they head up to turn 1 to Nicky Lauda curve.
Oh!
No, yes, he says caught the curb, and it's unsettled it, and that's it gone.
Oh, David Dueno's going to be kicking himself, Tim. He's probably done that line over and over and over and over and again every single lap and not had an issue, and just that one time, that inch further out.
He's been doing it for the last 40 minutes perfectly. All the amount of practice that these drivers put in to ensure they're highly competitive. And
he's going to be kicking himself in that cockpit, Tim.
I would feel devastated right now if I was Dueno, but it's one of those things. It was just a complete racing incident. However, as we have seen from other drivers, I mean, Fuga SimSport, remember what happened to them on the opening laps, all the way down after their spin? Now, look at them. They're back up to 16 class. So, anything can happen. We've only done 43 minutes. We've got 5 hours and 17 minutes left. Absolutely anything can and will happen.
Well, I think there's enough time, Tim, don't you? I think David Dueno's got enough time to recover. But at the moment, we have got the WS Racing climbing all over the back of hashtag racing.
Wow, I think he's almost trying to have a look to see, inspect the rear end of that Dallara LMP2 for damage, personally. He's that close. He's trying to have a good look at the gearbox. That's the Centurion Ferrari. They're coming up onto the back right now. Ooh. Those guys, they are currently just having a bit of a look. Yeah, they're down in 19th in class, 38th overall, but they've cleared that pretty well. Bandy on ensuring he's not getting involved in their battle.
No.
LMP. Hold on, James. This is LMP1, and Max Hack. He's got past. Sapphire SimSport Alpha have got past. That's the run down to. That is Schlossgold, isn't it?
Down into Schlossgold.
Schlossgold. And they've got the Vector by RSR LMP2 there as well for good measure. And that's it. That is for second place overall and in class. And Sapphire SimSport, they are now ahead.
Max has got
Boosters Motorsport guys. Wow.
Yeah, Max has got 23 seconds to close up to Patrick in pole position, but I don't think Tim Perry's going to let him get away there, Tim.
Sorry to cut across you, James. Not LMP2. We've got lots of drivers heading to the pits. We've got the pit window is thoroughly open for them. Also, Sacania from talking of LMP1. They've headed into the pits in the lone Porsche LMP1.
Yeah, I was going to say, Tim, my timing tower just went grey with pits all over the place, and now I can see why. They're literally all in there, Tim.
It's like someone's fired a gun in LMP2 because there's only 4 cars that have not pitted this time around. And Tim Perry
had an off.
Come off track. That's down into Schlossgold.
That's not all on his own, Tim, surely.
It is.
Oh, Tim Perry.
Just running a little bit wide there for Boosted Motorsport. And it's given Sapphire SimSport Alpha the breathing room that they will have been dying for. And they've been able to pull out a bit of a gap and looked out to feed in some almost quali-style laps as they're not going to be far from their pit window opening.
No, Tim Perry didn't have a lot of choice there, Tim. As we know from driving these cars, that if you're on the grass and you accelerate and turn right, you can guarantee the back end's going to spin. So him taking that line to try and find the nearest track, just turning the steering wheel, you know, nice and sensibly and not trying to get the back end to join the front. Very nice recovery, really. He could have ended up a lot worse for him.
Interestingly, Stage 1 Senior in LMP2, they have gone round yet again for another lap. So they're currently heading on to the lap of, well, yeah, the LM, so pretty much all the field in LMP2 pitted. Then 3 out of the remaining 4 cars that hadn't. Now, they did have that spin earlier on. However, clearly maybe a bit of fuel saving going on down at Stage 1 Racing Senior.
Yeah, they were very much stuck behind people as well at times, Tim, as well. So they, you know, they've done very well on their fuel management now. Roy Mass taking the lead stage in Stage 1 Racing Senior has done very well. It'd be interesting to see how long he stays out for. We have got WS Racing back on track as well, and Hashtag Racing. So it'd be interesting to see where.
Oh. Let's have a look. He's having a bit of a look what's happening down. We're on pit stops and such like. Having obviously the GT's not quite time for them yet. However, Boosted Motorsport are into the pits in LMP1.
We've got Sebastian Boscher Williams there in a BMW, all climbing over Aquilia Racing Aqua, Tim. Going round now, coming out of Worth and down into Rint. It's going to be interesting to see if he can manage to keep hold of him.
Look at it, he's setting them up, isn't it? You can feel it coming. He's jinxing left and right. He's going to head to the inside, and he's lining them up. This is going to be something. They bang doors.
Yeah.
And Aquilia just coming off the worst there, having to run wide, but it's almost looked like he's headed to the inside. Is he giving the place back here, James?
I think that would be
the slow down. That BMW seems to be running a bit slow. No, it's like he gave the place back to him.
Yeah, they're kind of been a slowdown from his position on track, Tim. He wasn't the one that went wide. I think Boscher Williams just decided, look, it wasn't clean, and he literally gave it back to them. But Hashtag Racing have managed to get ahead again there, Tim, with WS Racing and LMP2. Mixing it in with the GTE battle of Shelbear and Hugo Miguel from Hashtag as well. The LMP2 or Hashtag Racing may have had a wish that their GTE counterpart maybe did a little bit more, but he's gone offline, allowing Verve Team Mint to come through, taking the line. He's coming into
the inside line here. Here comes the Corvette. But he's going to have to back out of it. Is that BMW able to carry a bit more momentum around the line? And if it's that the Scania Porsche, that's getting involved, and luckily that's going to clear these two guys at quite a convenient spot. Allow the Corvette to have another go at keeping attacking the rear end of that Hashtag Racing BMW. He looks to go again. He's probably. Is it going to be into C1, James?
It's got to be, Tim. We've got Albin there climbing all over Hugo Miguel as they come down into Nicky Lauda curve. Is he close enough? I think it's going to be turn 3, Tim. As we go up to Remus, he's got such a good run coming out.
That's the leader. That's one of the LMP1s that's headed out there.
Racing, Tim.
Yeah. So they're going to. Well, they've cleared them quite quickly and easily. So that's not going to affect this battle too much. Now, the leader in LMP1, Max Hack of Sapphire SimSport Alpha, he has headed to the pits.
Pelchet's gone back through, Tim. Why Max is in the pits? Pelchet's gone through, retaking the lead there. It's how we get on with Tim Perry. It was the battle with Tim Perry from Boosted and Max Hack that was quite close. Oh,
it's the LMP2 slotting it in nicely there in between these GTs. But Hack he's heading out, and I've got him at
the back there, Tim.
No, hold on, it's just updated itself. He has come back into P2.
Yeah, I had him down at the bottom. It's still P2.
Yeah, it did have a little moment obviously as he's moving around different timing sections for it to update itself. But yeah, he is okay there. But look at this battle we've got going on right now. It's we've got a Verve Racing team in the Corvette with taking the fight to 3 other BMWs around him. He's got Hashtag in front of him, Avensis behind him, and then Maniti forming the end of this 4-car train.
I think Albin's just hoping that LMP2 catches him now, Tim, so he doesn't have to back out in the corner, because every time I'm just watching poor Albin there in the Corvette, every time he gets close to the hashtag race, he's had to back out because he's had to let somebody through. I think he's hoping he can get that LMP2 cleared out the way. Yeah, it's happening again, exactly the corner, Tim.
Yeah.
He gets close enough, can't make the move, got to let the LMP2 through, and now he's under threat from the Aquilia Racing Mantini Racing BMW.
Yes. Look, he's going to head. Well, as the P2 is clearing to the inside, and that's them through. But look, he sees at least it's enabled the Verve Racing Team Mint Corvette just to at least maintain distance, and a little bit of a switch under braking there on the entry into Roush as they come round Verve now. What have we got going on here?
Alex Nella from Boosted Motorsport in LMP2, Tim. He's got Felipe Silveira from Hashtag Racing trying to catch up with him and overtake him. The Porsche giving it a flash now.
That is not a happy Porsche there. He's got caught up in the battle between these two guys.
Yeah, I think there was a little bit of Boosted taking the authoritative line, should we say, Tim. Unfortunately, the Porsche had to dive out the way.
I think that's very well put there. Oh, just looking down in GTE, there's something happened. The Corvette has managed to get past the Avensis BMW.
Oh, who is the
Wow, that's
LMP1?
hashtag. Wow.
That wasn't
Some of the
Pelchet
Fuga
doing that.
cars.
That's LMP1 Pelchet?
It would. Excuse me. It would be.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's almost like he was just trying to push the car too hard, was Palshat, and just understeered into the car, and that was it.
Yeah, I think that was a bit of an over-aggressive overtake from Patrick there on that one. I think, yeah, he made a lot of speed very quickly. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's a little bit of a, I don't know, there might be a little bit of a protest going on, but I can't really see what they're going to do about it.
No.
Has there been a Vanderbroek accident, Tim? Timothy Vanderbroek there from Stage 1 Racing.
Let's take a little look at what happened to these guys. He's driven in. He's had obviously coming together around the back, hasn't he?
Sure. He didn't give himself enough room to make the corner then, Tim, and a little bit too close and just joined him, unfortunately. We've got Silveira now from Hashtag Racing closing down on Alex Nella from Boosted, going down into Schlossgold, Tim. It's going to be interesting to see how much of a close-up Silveira can do.
Yeah, these guys have been yo-yoing, you know, the gap extending and contracting all race long so far.
But we've got Patrick Pelchet again from Fuga. Oh,
he's pushing that car so hard right now.
Yeah, definitely showing the LMP1 authority.
I'm hearing car 94, which is that's the Stage 1 AC Racing Orange car, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. They've got a drive-through penalty for causing a collision with WS Racing 120. So that's going to be very much affecting what they're doing on track at the moment.
That's right, gents. I was just standing outside race control and there's a lot of finger waving going on, and yeah, so that drive-through penalty's been awarded.
It's imagine there is so long to go. We have got a whopping 5 hours and 5 minutes. Not you to guess that is that amount of time left in the race, for the way that these guys have been going at it. You think it's more of a sprint race, to be fair, gents?
Yeah, definitely. They've been definitely going for it. We've got Maniti going. To be fair, the feel of the race, Tim, gives it that, doesn't it? Because it's not very long track. They're a little track, in and out, in and out, in and out, constantly. Oh, it's definitely got that edge about it, Tim.
It has. there's definitely an edge in the air, and just have a look in the chat. Bremsplat and 16. Do I see rain? Well, that may well be the course when rain does eventually come to iRacing. But
Hold on, Tim. We've got David Dueno by Vector RSR.
Locked up on the entrance.
What is that? David, just calm down.
The Sapphire LMP1 there, just getting very lucky. I imagine that would have been a new underwear moment coming flying around the corner down into Schlossgold and seeing LMP2 stranded across the track, very close to your racing line.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's a very much David Dueno needs to kind of settle down and get back into his rhythm there, Tim. I think he's a little bit flustered from what happened earlier. He's pushing too hard. Unfortunately, it's making him losing time.
No.
So there you go, Tim. Looking at the
James, while we're just looking at the .exe Porsche, I think that it's probably worth mentioning. Obviously, yeah, we covered it obviously before the show, but if you've only not long joined us, ISRC will be running a Porsche Cup League. Obviously, the brand new Porsche Cup that has been released to iRacing, the new 992 variant, which looks an absolutely stunning car. They're looking to so ISRC will be forming a league now. I do believe we've got links down below to there's a Discord, so you can click on that and head across to their Discord. Look to sign up, and they're an absolutely brilliant community. I'm sure they will love to have you on board. So yeah, that's coming soon from the ISRC community. There we go. You see a pop up on the screen right now. 8 rounds stewarding, and it's going to be brilliant. That's every Thursday night.
Yeah, that's starting on September 30th, Tim, as well. So they're looking for sign-ups as well. So get your name down definitely for that one, to be a part of an amazing
Porsche Cups
league.
is always brilliant. Fun, always close racing. And to be fair, everything, it's not any different really. So in their endurance championship, it's definitely as a neutral. Can't believe we're just a minute and a half short of an hour. And where has that gone?
Wow, Tim, it's absolutely flown by this first hour as we've got Sicania Endurance there cutting through the traffic in LMP1. Oh, they were very slow. That LMP2 was incredibly slow coming out of that corner.
That is the trouble, James. Out of Remus, these LMP2s are really, really down on... They don't have as much traction and grunt to get them out of that corner compared to the GTs.
Yeah, that was incredible.
For that first 20 metres or so, the GTs actually are quicker. And it really, really shows. It just illustrates it there.
Yeah, that was incredible, Tim. Incredible. That BMW from Koeman was definitely on the lights to that LMP2 going like, come on, dude. You've literally like, get on. We're trying to stay ahead here.
It's so tricky for the LMP2s around that corner because obviously they're quicker cars, no question. But that's the one part of the track where they just... they really, really struggle. It's nothing to do with driver ability or line or anything like that. It's just purely down to the lack of traction that the Dallara LMP2 has out of that corner at obviously with the low speed.
Yeah, we had talking about low traction there. Maniti Racing had a absolutely big moment coming out of the Niki Lauda curve. Niki Lauda was down into Remus, sorry.
That hashtag BMW all over the back and some more, and this could be their opportunity now. On the run down to Schlossgold, they're gonna have the inside line, but where they had to take that compromise inside line into Remus, it skids. Yeah. It's compromised, but look, they're gonna look to follow through the LMP2. This is gonna be tight. Oh, luckily, looks like they've backed out a bit. They look to follow through the LMP2, but here comes the Fuga P1 of that's Palchat on board at the moment.
And we know
No
definitely how authoritative Pelchet is in that LMP1 team, Tim, as well. So it's given Miguel, though, a little bit of a good run down into Rint there, Tim, down into the last corner of Red Bull Mobile. So it'd be interesting to see how much of if he gets that BMW again, looking frisky in front, Tim, coming down into Nicky Lauda. Pressure is definitely showing on that on the Maniti racing car as he goes into into Nicky Lauda, down into Remus there, Tim.
Oh.
I believe we've got Van der Zande's gone off as well.
Yeah, he lost about 4 places as well. From 29th down to, I think, 33rd overall. Oh, no! He's misjudged that one. And, wow, I think he just carried a bit more momentum than the car in front of him coming out of the Red Bull Mobile. And that was such a shame, with so much of the race to go.
I wonder if he get it off, but he already gone past the pit lane, Tim. And he didn't seem to want to tow in, so it'd be interesting to see how much of whether or not he's got any offset on his steering to see if he can actually get around the lap. Yeah, he'd already had that little bit of damage on his wing as well, so it'd be interesting to see how much damage, whether or not he's still carrying that damage, and whether or not he's steering straight. As we go on to Guman there for Aventis Racing.
These BMW, since Verve Racing Team's Corvette got past them earlier, they've cleared off into the distance. They're about 3.8 seconds. You can see the gap visually there on your screens. And it's really released that Corvette. But these 3 BMWs have pretty much been like this for, I'd say, round about the last 45 minutes.
At least, Tim. At least, haven't they? They have been constantly together throughout this whole entire opening hour that we've had. Not that I know where that hour's gone, Tim, but it's been absolutely flown by.
It has, and I think probably as we've come to the hour mark, it's a good opportunity to let's run you through your overall standing. So, in first place at the moment, we've got Fuga Simsport in LMP1 with Sapphire Simsport Alpha in second. We've then got the Boosted Motorsport guys, the new entry in the so it's an Audi 1, 2, and 3 currently in LMP1. Scania are in 4th, the lone Porsche entry, and then rounded out by Polder Racing in 5th place. Into 6th place overall and first in class, we've then got the WS Esports guys in LMP2, followed by Boosted Motorsport, Racing, Fugas Simsport LMP2, FCR Esports are 10th overall, 7th in class, World of Sim Racing 11th, Vector by RSR, they'll be looking for a more recovery after those spins that they've encountered earlier on. I think they're definitely going to be one to watch out for as the race goes on. 13th place, 10th in class, you've got Stage 1 Racing Junior, Antagonist Racing Team Orange, Stage 1 Racing Senior. In 15th, JD Sim Racing, 16th, 17th is Stage 1, 524 International, and Sapphire Simsport Bravo round out your LMP2 grid right now. Now, down into GTs, we've got Fuga Simsport GTs BMW, followed by Orion Racing Team's Porsche. We've then got those both being AM drivers. Overall in GT, we've then got Verve Racing Team Mint in 3rd, but they are an AM driver, so they are obviously also leading the AM class. 3rd in GT Pro and 4th in GTs, we've got Maniti Racing, followed by Racing. Or no, I think they've just they've swapped places, so scrap that as. Oh no, I think it's the Maniti car. I think it's had a bit of an incident somewhere. It'd be great to see if we can cut to what's happened that one. We'll run through the rest of the standings quick. I'll need to rattle these in quick before as their pit window is thoroughly opening right now. So Orion Racing, Aquila Aqua, Orion Racing, Kane Online Purple, Backmarker Razzle Dazzle, Avensis, FTR Esports, 27 Motorsports, Centurion Ferrari, Avensis Racing, Aquila Cyans Porsche, then it's BMW 27, Lithium BMW, then we've got the Porsche WS Racing Esports, and then rounding out the field is Core Motorsports 2's BMW.
That's it, Tim, as we now welcome Ian Winchester into the booth. Ian, how are you?
Oh, we've got the
replay.
Maniti. There we go. He's just lost it under braking. We've seen it a lot of that down into Schlossgold today. And sorry, Ian, you welcome. I've got a bit excited over replays there.
That's fine. Hello, gentlemen. Thank you very much for that amazing first hour. It's been pretty busy. Just a quick run through of all the notable actions in the first hour. So the Fuga P1, it's spun out, but he's regained his position. In the GTE class, Lithium appeared to be in the wars a little bit. They got slightly abused. There was 3 incidents against them. The P2 cars picked their way very cleanly through the lower class. Duino was leading for the first 40 minutes. He was fighting hard, and then of course he bounced off that sausage curb into T1 and dropped into 6th, and since dropped another place after the pit stop. And interestingly, I don't know if you remember, cast your minds back to the qualifying, the BMs were all a little bit slow in Sector 3, and I've just been looking at the timing tower while most of the action's been going on, and they're not appreciably slower, and sometimes they're even faster. So I'm not quite sure what was happening. Maybe there was just not enough rubber on the track, or maybe they were just heavy with fuel and couldn't accelerate as fast as they wanted to. And also, there was only I was standing outside race control, as you probably heard, and there was only 10 incidents. It wasn't a very busy corridor, which is great for everybody.
That's pretty amazing as well, considering how much everyone was all over each other. Where you've got obviously everyone coming round to lap one another, and it was heavily congested. And it is surprising, there wasn't more incident, but equally, I suppose, it just goes down to the credit of just how good these drivers are.
Exactly, yeah. And I think there's a lot of respect as well between the drivers, because they're all in the same league and they're all trying to get around the racetrack cleanly and do as well as they can. So nobody really wants to crush other people's races and dreams. So I think
definitely
there's definite respect between the racers here. So
right, I'm going to go sit the kettle on, and I will see you gents in an hour.
Thank you very much, Tim.
No worries, Tim. No worries. So there we go, Ian. Much love, much appreciated for that rundown there, as we absolutely have got an epic battle going on throughout this race, Ian. What do you think?
Yeah, it's been special, really. Just to even watch it in the sidelines, I've been wanting to jump in the last hour, just basically having to bite my tongue, as I've kind of been watching things from almost like the producer's eye view, and trying to jump in occasionally when there was a gap in the action, but there was no gap, so I just had to interrupt you occasionally. But so here we are now on board with we're watching Maniti Racing in the GTE class. They are currently running 9th in the GTEs, and proceeding nicely down towards Schlossgold with Stefan Jones from Backmarker Racing behind them. He's looking to maybe go a little bit wide, maybe try and cut back across inside behind that Porsche as they exit Schlossgold and come in towards Ralph. And he's getting closer now, that BM, closer to that Porsche, maybe looking to take advantage of 7 and 8. A little bit of lighter fuel load, perhaps, between the Verve curve.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been an absolutely epic time. He's been very close. They've been in a battle throughout the entire opening stint of this race, as we see the Fuga Motorsports LMP2 there go past the GTEs again. They've had a bit of a tough time, the GTEs, in this opening stint, Ian. They've had to go backwards and forwards to pay attention to LMP1s and LMP2s, plus try and stay with the battle that's actually happening there.
That was an incredible move there from that BMW. He nearly touched that Porsche, although the Porsche maybe looks as though he's a little bit unhappy. Maybe there was a bit of a contact as the BM maybe tried to outbrake himself, but the Porsche definitely lost a few tenths of a second there as the BM came around the 10th turn. And there's been a steward's announcement between Hashtag Racing and Polder Racing. Polder was penalised as a drive-through penalty for causing a collision on the 51 minutes 30. So that was just before the top of the hour. And that Porsche has dropped back quite a bit. I wonder if it's carrying a bit of damage now. Is he just letting people through? And the next BM has drifted through, and so I wonder what happened there. He's definitely a lot slower now. That Porsche. He's dropped another position.
Yeah,
Maybe
I think
we can
it's
have
just,
a bit of a replay of what as that yellow and black BM overtook him.
yeah, it's tough for them, Tim, Ian, as well with traffic. Sorry, and you know there's moments and times where the LMP2s and LMP1s have caught them at very unfortunate times, should we say, where they've had to literally yield. So it's possible that he could have been taken as the LMP1 there, went past them as well.
It's like everyone's fighting for the racing line, aren't they? And the P2s are naturally and the P1s are naturally going to want to take a wider line because they're going to be carrying more speed, but then they have got more downforce. So it's all a bit of a juggling as you go around this really tight, short track.
Ooh.
We're just having information from the producer that Alex Neller in the P2 has just crashed. We'll probably get a replay of that any second now as we watch. There we go. We're watching Alex Neller coming up to Remus. Turned in a little bit too tight there, it looks like, maybe, and the front end maybe lost a little bit of traction, backing off nicely to give people space for a nice safe rejoin. And he's now down in third position there.
Yeah, third place there. Yeah, he lost his hashtag racing there. He's been climbing all over the back of Alex Neller. Has obviously got past him. Being obviously, unfortunately, he's had a spin there as well. So he's now down in third position. As we swatch to the Aquilia Racing Aqua Porsche, Tim has been making his way back up into the positions that he lost due to this. Unfortunately, I think it's probably due to traffic on that one, Ian. I think that's probably why he took a little bit of a shortfall on positions. Yeah,
it also looks maybe he's taken a lap or two just to have a breather and steady himself and like not grip the wheel so tight, just so he can concentrate on that line and regain his positions. Yeah,
they've got to take moments like that, Ian, throughout the whole race. You know, we've still got just under 5 hours to go. You know, I think we're off so they've got to have their moments to relax as well. And I think, you know, as we see David Dueno of Vector RSR trying to make his way through as well, but we're still on board with the Aquilia Racing Aqua. He's just got to take their moments. Again, he lost out on traffic to Vector by RSR there, Ian, as well.
Yeah,
so that's not helping.
Yeah, I mean, but by and large, the faster classes have been threading their way through the slowers as politely as possible, mostly. That's kind of what we were going back to earlier about the respect that these drivers have for each other.
Yeah, they absolutely have to. On a track that's only 4.3 kilometers long, and they've got to show respect for each other. You know, there's not going to be a lot of opportunities. As we said, we've got LMP2s looking front and back. We've got GTEs looking behind them constantly to try, and they're trying to close the battles up in the cars in front as well. They've got to, you know, they've got to give each other as much possible respectful room as they can without losing too much time with the cars in front.
That's it, and there's 43 different teams competing in this right now, so that's a huge amount of traffic and cars on this, as you say, really short track.
Definitely. Very a definite tight track here for all of these cars to have, but lucky enough, as you say, there's only been 10 incidents. As we flick over to Stage 1 Racing Senior now, who's got JD Racing behind him. As it come round into, I believe that's the last corner going on to the start-finish straight. Here's JD Sim Racing here, and what do you reckon? First corner, or are they going to get it down into Remus?
I think he's going to probably try and late break him, and he's not going to try and take the curve because he's probably seen the GTE ahead of him, and that would just be a daft place. So they're going to draft each other coming into Remus. I reckon he'll probably go for that long straight coming down to Schlossgold. He needs to get a good exit out of Remus. They're safely in front of the GT3. He's weaving backwards and forwards in front of him, trying to get a better line. He goes around the outside, goes far too wide. He totally outbraked himself there, misjudged it entirely. That's a right shame now, actually, because it was looking like it was going to be pretty strong because he was heading down that straight after Nicky Lauda curve through turn 2 pretty fast.
Yeah,
and he's back at him now.
Yeah, they didn't have. Neither did the car. Neither did the racing car in front have a good exit on that corner as well, Ian. So it's left him very vulnerable to Stage 1 Racing. as well. So
And they had to give the line out to the P1 just in front there as he's just threaded through and off into the distance. And we're back on with Philip Rek from JD Sim Racing. He's still chasing behind Roy Mass, and he's 3/10 behind him now as we're coming into turn 9 Rint curve, and it looks like Mass took a tighter line and bounced up the curb a little bit as Philip Rek takes a slightly better line through and has picked up a 10th on that final corner and the long chase down. They've now got to negotiate a GTE as they're coming into that heavy braking for the Nicky Lauda curve, and Philip Rek misjudged it a little bit and looks like the back skipped around a fraction, but Philip managed to hang on to it, lost a bit of time as Mass has gone ahead. And we've just had a word from a crash in the, I think, was that Remus? Is that a big puff of smoke from Remus? We'll have a replay any second.
Stephen Broomfield from Centurion Racing there. What has happened?
He just ran a little bit wide and his tyres lost traction and the back end went forward.
Yeah, we've seen that
a good rejoin
for the first whole part of the hour, and we've seen a lot of that going down into Schlossgold and coming around that long right-hander. A lot of people hitting the sausage curve. So here we go with Stephen Jones from Back Market Yellow closing down on the Maniti Racing in front, but unfortunately the LMP2s have come into play again. We think we've had a Corvette with the Alba Team Racing, Team Mint there, may have gone off track as well. So maybe we'll try and catch up with
been doing terribly well all race. In fact, during the first kind of like half an hour of the race, as I was looking at that timing tower, they were doing probably 2 or 3 tenths faster in that final sector than every other car.
Yeah, they do really well.
Really wide there. He nearly lost it. Actually, he did well to hold on to that spin and only just go through to the sand trap there. Rejoined pretty safely in front of car 72, although 72 is not too happy about it. It looked a bit closer than.
Going now Ian into International Racing, who's got Sapphire Simsport defending from Sapphire Simsport there, going down now as they head down into the long straight down into Schlossgold. It's going to be interesting to see what the Sapphire Simsport does here. If he's anything like his senior car, he'll definitely have a good go. We see actually the LMP1 in the background there of Max Hack. It's going to be interesting to see when and where he has a go, Ian.
You're right, man. He definitely defended really well into that Remus, but then also they had to contend with that GTE car. And then as we're watching round Verth, the GTE is not getting in the way as such. It's just there, holding his line. He was there first, so that's down to the LMP2 behind him to thread his way through safely. So he's lost a bit of time and now basically needs to catch up again to Gomez in the International Racing Team car.
Yeah, it is as well, Tim. They've got to have a look at certain sensible moments as well. The Sapphire now LMP2 is clearly going to jump out of the way for its LMP1 counterpart. But unfortunately, he got held up by 524 International there.
Yeah, that was kind of
close.
That was a bit of a dive. Well, not a dive. Sorry, that was a wild lurch into the middle of the track from the International Racing car. Maybe he didn't see the P1 approaching rapidly in his mirror, but it got round safely, and then there was almost a little bit of a coming together in the Nicky Lauda curve. And Gomez has lost a little bit of time. We've got the Sapphire Sport, Tom Johnson, who's right close behind him now. Only less than 2 tenths as they're coming into Schlossgold, who can take the exit better. And there's a slightly different line there as the Tim Johnson has to let a P1 through.
Yeah, Tim Perry there at the LAP1.
Oh my goodness! No, there was a little bit of a touch, and the Sapphire Sport bounced into the back of the International Racing. Everyone held on to it. Wonder if Sapphire Sport will carry a bit of damage now on its nose spoilers, which will probably reduce its downforce. We'll find out in the next few corners whether he can corner as fast, because we'll see Sapphire Sport starting to drop behind. And it doesn't seem to have affected him actually as we go. He's right up close onto that final curve. But I wonder if he'll have enough draft here to take him before the Niki Lauda curve. It looks like it. He's going to make the move now. He's coming down the inside. No, he thinks again, and there wasn't quite enough and backed out just before. But he's now got another chance. This is a much longer straight. He's still very close, less than a tenth. That's probably maybe not far close enough to attempt down the inside, but he's looking. He's having a look, and he's having a nose. The Sapphire Sport definitely takes the inside line and has taken a tighter line. But as we see, the Remus, often the outside line has a better exit. As we see, he's opened up a bit of a 2/10 gap there on Sapphire Sport.
Yeah, and he lost out a lot as well. He's going to lose out here to the Aquilia Racing Porsche, Ian. That's going to clearly be a little bit of a burden. Hopefully, it'll let him through. It's flashing him to say, go on, off you go, you can go through as they come round into Worth now. And he's still going to be chasing down that 524 International. He's going to clear that BMW, and he's going to be back on the Toyota 524. So we're going to be jumping on as well. Over to you, Ian.
Sorry, I was just going to talk about. We were just talking about all these cars having to weave through the traffic, but it's just occurred to me that basically everyone is in the same boat. So it's not as if there's any particular class has any particular advantage or disadvantage, because everyone has to exist in the same bit of racetrack there. And we've got the final start-finish straight as the two P2s we've been following with Sapphire Stim Sport coming up into the Niki Lauda curve, and Tom Johnson is going to have another go. He thinks he was close enough too, and he's alongside now. He's just dropped back a little bit as he's got clean air, and he's holding the inside line as 524 goes a little bit wide. That's such a shame, and hands the position to Sapphire Tim Sport. And I wonder whether it was just one of those racing things where you just like, hang on. This driver's going to make a mistake. Just pressure him. And it looks as though that worked well for him as Ander Gomez was trying to take the outside line, maybe hold a little bit of speed like he did the previous lap, but didn't brake enough and went a little bit wide, handing that position to Tom Johnson.
Yeah, I think he's just Tom Johnson there just pressured, Ian, and literally, unfortunately, Ander Gomez 524 International just resolved it. Just seemed to have buckled onto the pressure. But we've got a little bit of a fun fact for us now, Ian. We've got LMP1s generally went at least 5 minutes longer than they did in practice on their stints. If that holds, that could translate to one fewer stint and potentially some fuel calculations needed for the final stint. That's a little fun fact from Toby Ward there, as well, discussing the LMP1's strategies going into this race. We could play a massive part coming towards the end of the race, Ian.
Yeah, that's quite an interesting, nice little fact there, actually, and it's definitely something we'll see into play, because this is something as viewers we're often not privy to the various team strategies. So it's something that we find out as the race unfolds, and we have to try and guess and second guess these teams and what they're doing. So it's only when certain clues become apparent as to when people go in and pit, and little snippets of fact such as that will basically allow us to maybe peer into the strategists' eye view and see what's going on in their minds.
Yeah, we got Max Hack, who's being chased by Tim Perry, but Max is currently in the lead. Is in the lead for going over now to Welder Sim Racing P6. Andreas Quintana, who is chasing down Ryan Chevalier from FTR Esports Red there. Literally in a battle for himself coming up to the GTE. I bet he's hoping that GTE can get as swiftly, should we say, his move over as much as possible there, and to allow him to continue to stay ahead of Andres Quintana.
Yeah, they're gonna tangle up in Verth, aren't they, and see what happens as they come into the third sector. And yeah, there we go. So Chevalier's through, leaving Quintana to come past, and the BM sticks to his line and allows the P2 to go through. But he's lost quite a bit of time having to go past that not back marker, apologies, the GTE, as they come through the turn 7 and 8 and on down to Rindt. Onto the final straight there as we come down the Red Bull Mobile, and he still hasn't caught up. And here we are with Stephen Brumfield in the Centurion Racing team, coming round Schlossgold. passing the JD Sport and JD Sim Racing, and that's P2 just edging his way nicely through as they come into turn 7 and 8, heading down towards that fast right-hand turn of the Rinse, and back to live with Andres Quintana in 6th position.
Hopefully, fun fact on Stephen Broomfield for the Centurion Racing Team. Hopefully, he's got a team behind him this time. Ian, as we found out in Silverstone, he was going to be doing, I think it was like a 10-hour stint after changing over to one person, to his teammate. But unfortunately, his teammate had a mechanical issue, should we say, with his rig. And literally, they had to pull out. But here we are with João Santos from 27 Motorsport, overtaking Danny Thompson from the Aquilia Racing Cyan Porsche there. But I don't think the João Santos is going to now have to try and push and get away. But there is Stephen. Hopefully this time Stephen's got a team behind him where he can actually go in and not have to worry. But he has, as I say, it is a shorter race. It's half the distance of Silverstone. So, yeah, there'll be no non-bottom, should we say, for Stephen Broomfield this time. So...
yeah, it's not quite as grueling, you're right. It's just, I can't imagine a 10-hour stint, really, honestly, without break.
No.
So here we go. We're getting word that the P2s are starting to pit now, so I wonder whether this will be just another fuel stop or whether we'll see a tyre change. They've been running for an hour and a half. I'm not familiar with the tyre wear on these machines, so, I mean, the fueling stops were about 1:05 last time, so we'll see someone's in the pit now in the WS Racing Esports. He's been in there for 1:10 and 1:13, and maybe he's getting some damage repaired, or he's taking an extra fuel load so he can run a longer stint, or maybe he is getting tyres here. He's still in there 1:24. And he's just on the way out of the pits now. So maybe that was a tyre change for the WS Racing Esports. So we're going to have to see how they get on when they let those tyres to bed in and warm up. So we might see a bit of a greasy track for him for the next lap or two.
Yeah, and he did double stint the tyres from the first one as well. So it'll be interesting to see now what WS Racing have done. They've obviously swapped drivers as well over to Nagale, who's taken over the wheel. So it'll be interesting to see what he can do now, trying to catch up to the Fuga, or was he going to pass the Fuga Racing Esports team? It'd be definitely.
So Tom Johnson had a 1:17 pit as well, and so again, the pit times are coming in. They all seem to be a little bit longer than that first pit. So either there's a bit of a confusion with the driver changeover, or they are taking tyres.
Yeah, they'll all be taking tyres. Yeah. But I think WS Racing are only running with 2 drivers in. They're only running with Till Bam and Nicholas Nagale. So it'd be interesting to see how them guys really cope with the racing just between themselves. Obviously, Bam's gone for an hour and a half since race start. So maybe Nagale will be going the same distance, and then Till Bam will finish off. As we're on with a .exe car who's actually gone past quite a lot of Stephen Jones for Backmarker Racing Maniti.
Right, yeah, he's made 8 positions there.
Yeah. Let's have a look. His pit lane time is 20 seconds less than the cars behind him. So I think that was a tactical pit on that one to take lower fuel. Or no tyres on that one, Ian.
Yeah. I mean, it could be a bit of a risk because, like, your tyres, if you go too long with these, then they're going to start getting a bit threadbare, and then you're going to lose all traction and obviously a lot of time. So clearly they know what they're doing, but and it's a judged risk. But I wonder whether it'll pay off for them. Yeah,
that's all we can do is just hope that he possibly can on that one. So it's going to be very interesting to see here in the .exe car how he gets on with Albin now in the Verve Racing Team Mint.
And he's only 0.4, it's half a second behind him. It looks a lot closer than that. It's 4.5 tenths as they're coming down to Schlossgold. And is everybody going to brake properly and make it round safely? Yep, there's all nice, neat little lines there, and hasn't picked or gained, and it hasn't lost or gained any time now. So as we come into the Verve curves, turns 7 and 8, running nicely wide there. He's lost a bit of a tenth. He's regaining it now as they come into turn 8. heading down towards that fast right-hander Rint curb, and if you take it nicely, you can bounce off. But the racing line's going to be compromised here by that prototype coming through between them, so the Porsche might have to drop back a fraction. And indeed, yes, he's lost another 2/10 coming into the start-finish straight as the prototype makes it past the Chevrolet. And the Porsche is still 7/10 behind. So is he going to try a bit of a late braking manoeuvre and try and make up some time in the Niki Lauda? And he's regained 2/10 as they come onto that straight. That was a nice little move there. Obviously, finally judged braking point to gain that bit of time. And the BMW behind that Porsche, is he making a bit of time up and taking advantage of the Porsche trying to battle with the Chevrolet?
Yeah, that's hashtag racing, Tim. They've been having a good go with the other BMWs in the class behind them all the way through the first hour and a half of this race. So it wouldn't be surprised me if he's pushed right back up to the back end of the .exe car.
Yeah, he's made up half a second between Remus and Schlossgold there on that long straight. So that's actually pretty good going. So you obviously got a great exit from Remus onto the Porsche.
Yeah, there was obviously the LMP going past as well. So it's, as we spoke about earlier, by the time the .exe car gets back up, again, he's got the Vector by RSR coming behind him, Ian, and he's got to let him through. Well, he doesn't have to let him through, but obviously a gentleman would say he would let him through, which again compromises his speed going up to the Verve Racing Corvette.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Corvette's got clean air and clean track in front of him at the moment. So he's just currently sitting pretty, just enjoying his racing line and doing the best laps he can.
So we've got LMP1, Tim Perry, who's pitted there as well. There he is, as we see him sitting in the pits. I wonder if that's going to be a lead to a driver change as well. It's going to be interesting, as we've got Toby Ward or Benjamin Gregory at the Boosted Motorsports team there. Be interested to see what he's going to do there, Ian.
Yeah, so he's just looks like he's taken fuel. He hasn't changed drivers, and there was no tyre change there. And the pit times are looking pretty similar. We've got 53.92, 0.23 and 0.93 second pit times between those top three in P1. And that's pretty good going, really. So they must have all obviously taken on similar amounts of fuel.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's what we're going to see over the next few laps is what they've done for this middle stint. As we see, some have got only 30 seconds and some are taking 50. So it's going to be definitely interesting whether or not they're going to have a go for a third stint on their tyres or whether or not they are actually looking to swap over in.
That's right. I mean, I don't really know the tyre wear between the P1s and the P2s, but P2s obviously have taken tyres in their second stint, and the P1s still running nicely on those first tyres. So I wonder if the third stint will see driver change and tyre change. And that there's a little car 72 squirreled a little bit coming out of the turn 7 and 8. I wonder if he lost a bit of time there, coming down towards Rint, towards the end there. Now the Red Bull Mobile, those two fast right-handers.
Yeah, this is Rob Newens from the Stage 1 Racing coming down the start-finish straight, leading us down into Niki Lauda. He's got the Tim Perry car behind him there as we go to a replay. Stephen Broomfield there getting past the Aquilia Racing Cyan Porsche of Danny Thompson. Down into Niki Lauda, just clean as a whistle. No real defence coming from the Aquilia Racing Porsche there, Ian.
No, that was a beautiful exit as well, and you could see how much time he gained on that straight after the first curve. So yeah, I wonder if the Porsche was unnerved a little bit by the we've got Fuga LMP1 has joined the pits, and he did a pit stop of 53.23. He's just come out, so that was another fuel stop from the P1s. So it looks like the first two stints are going to be on the same tyres, and maybe a tyre change in the third stint at some point. As we're following now Patrick Pelchat as he comes around Remus and heads down to turn 4 Schlossgold. Nice and tidy there, nice and wide line. Takes it around with the GTE on the exit. Has to go wide before coming into Ralph. And turn 7 and 8 and the Verth curve, when you thread in that line between those two, they look kind of fast turns, but sometimes you really have to watch what you're doing when you're coming around that, because if your downforce isn't working properly, then you need to really scrub off a bit of speed, otherwise your back end will lose it.
Yeah, they're very tricky turns in an LMP2, as I went around in the Dallara P217 this week as well. So they are definitely turns around Schlossgold and round into the infield section. It's very tight. As we're closing up on .exe now, is closed back up onto the Albin Schellbeer Verve Racing Team Mint, coming down into Schlossgold before they go round into the last infield section of Worth and Roush. It's going to be interesting to see if he can actually hold it this time, or if we got an LMP2 car that he's unfortunately going to have to move out the way for.
It looks like they're in the middle at the moment. So there's a bunch of GTEs for now, but there's a P2 in the background, I think. So there's relatively little interference right now. But so he's now, let's have a look. He's now 5/10 behind him. So he's pretty much kept that gap static. And it's just maybe coming down to 4.5 now as we come down into Rindt turn 9. That fast right-hander. The curb, not much curb taken, and he's lost a little bit of time. Now he's lost another 10 as they come into that final start-finish straight. Max Hack coming into the pits now from P1.
Yeah, that will allow Patrick Pelchet through, and I'm surprised if Tim Perry manages to get through on that one as well.
Let's see how he does on this stop now. So he's not stopped yet. He's just Pelchet's just gone past, so he's retaken first position. So it's just standard. Perry's halfway around the lap, and Max Hack might well drop to third, depending on how well this pit stop goes. He's halfway through the pit.
No, he's still in there. 30 seconds so far. I think this is going to be a tight exit. Yeah. As we see Tim Perry coming round into Rindt, down into Red Bull Mobile before he starts finish straight. The clock is still ticking on Max Hack in the pits, and I think that is the job done on Max Hack there from Tim Perry, leading us down into Nicky Lauda.
Yeah, there we go.
I think that is definitely a job done there, Ian.
Yeah, absolutely. But I wonder if that was quite a long stop. So I wonder if he took on a bit more fuel there, so he won't have to stop, and they're just going to take, so they can have a longer stint, maybe make up some positions and time, and then change tyres after this fuel, after the next when the fuel tank starts to run dry.
Now, I think they're probably going to look at trying to double stint these tyres now, Ian, for the next hour or a half or so. To see how they get on. I think, the tyre wear doesn't seem to be that massive, but until we can get caught up with, I'll try and catch up with David Dueno in a bit for an interview, just to see how the tyre wear is affecting their race as they go on. Maybe
we're just actually on board with the .exe, and they seem to have lost a place. So that hashtag Racing BM has gone past them, with Schellbeer well off into the distance now. So wonder if there's a problem. Here's a pass now with a bit of a replay. As we went, I think it's happened to be the Remus corner.
No, it just seems to be quite clean, didn't it? Didn't really put up a fight, let him straight through.
There's no drama.
No, I don't think he's going to be able to cause any for himself.
We got the last place P2, LMP1, apologies, on Polder Racing coming off on Remus there. I wonder what happened there. I wonder whether he's carrying damage or maybe lost concentration a little bit. And,
I think that might have been just a bit of a distraction there, Ian, to be fair. He just seemed to go straight off into his into his own little world there, onto his board now with JD Sim Racing, attacking there the Aquilia Racing Cyan car of Danny Thompson down into Nicky Lauda. I think he's not going to get it done here, Ian. I think he's going to get down onto the long run down into Remus there. He seems to have got a better exit. But he has got an LMP, what's that, LMP2? Sapphire Sim Sport coming down into Remus now as we go on with JD Sim Racing. Chasing Danny Aquilia Racing Cyan, goes for the inside. Is this going to be a gentleman's agreement where he's going to let him through? Oh, yes! He's had to force it through, but I think the Aquilia Racing may have got a better exit coming down into Schlossgold. Be interesting to see. And we're
just getting news from the producer that the Pelchat has crashed, so we'll have a replay of that any second. Here we go. Pelchat, that's that Remus corner. No, there's a lot of traffic trying to thread through. Goes right onto the
no!
grass. That is a big crunch. My goodness, we're going to have another camera angle replay of that right now. And I think he was just trying to thread his way through traffic there and hit the grass. And as we know, the grass is like ice, and he's going to take a lot of punishment from that Arnco.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure why he would have. Patrick's experience, I'm not quite sure why he would have. Oh, I don't know. That's just jeopardizing yourself, Patrick. I think that's just a lack of real concentration on Patrick's part there. I wouldn't have expected him to have gone there, if you see what I mean, Ian.
Yeah, absolutely. And he did excellently, though, to avoid all of the traffic. I think he decided to err on the side of caution and veer right. And instead of hurting anyone else's race, he hurt his own. So he just basically accepted his error and with good grace, and tried not to injure anyone else as he lost control of his car, because you saw that lurch to the right as he saw his veering back into the road and the traffic, and I think he just yanked the steering wheel just to keep away from everyone, and obviously smashed into that Arnco and requires a pit visit. I wonder how long it's going to be. He's right in the pit now. I'll keep an eye on the pit.
Yeah, it's worth noting, Ian, as well. Here we've got EJ back behind the.
That was a fast repair there.
Back behind the wheel of the Vector, but we have got Fuga coming out of Pelchat. Did he not?
Tell you what, all credit to those race engineers. That is a fast replacement of that wing that was thoroughly punished. Is it actually damaged? I can't actually quite see. It looks like a new part. I think he might have got lucky. Yeah, that is a new part on that wing there, and that was just instead of a replacement, they just had a guy there with a hammer and a screwdriver just to knock the kinks out.
Yeah. I mean, there is just there, maybe the duct tape. Here, there's another accident there of Maniti Racing. What's happened here is he gone into Remus all on his own. And yep, all on his own.
Curb. Lost traction with that rear wheel and just.
As we go back on board with, we're at Eric Yeager now from Fuga Simsport LMP2. He's got EJ O'Donnell behind him from Vector. He's taken over from David Dueno. 2 seconds. As we go, going to find out what's actually happened there. There seems to be a little bit of EJ dropping back a little bit there from them in front as he come down into Remus again. And
it's like, as Tim was saying earlier, the against all odds, the inner line on that Remus appears to be a slower way to deal with that corner, and taking the outside line is often a faster exit. So here we go. We've got a 90 instant there. Bang! Yeah, I think he just turned into him. I think it's going to be a tricky one. There's definitely going to be a steward's inquiry. I wonder if we can get an on board with the green and black P2 to see whether he held the line or maybe should have given way as to who was in front slightly. We'll probably find out that a little bit later with a new camera angle. So back on board with Patrick Pelchat, who's desperately trying to make up for lost time after that error of judgment after the Remus exit, and spun into the Arnco. There we go, and we're on board with O'Donnell lines as we come into Red Bull, and it looked as though. Yeah, I don't think that was a. Yeah, I think there might be a penalty there for car 71. I think he held his line, but probably could have gone a little bit closer to the apex as the other P2 was trying to go around the outside.
Yeah, as we go now, we've got Yannick van der Zande coming round the last corner again with an LMP1 there of, I think it's Quinton Flora from Polder Racing trying to go through. He's coming down onto Orion team as they come into Nicky Lauda now. Brian Holmes there piloting the Orion team Porsche. Again, I think this is going to be another Remus corner. It's got that slight little bent wing on the back, so it'll be interesting to see how that affects him going down. But it's whether or not Brian Holmes goes defensive or Yannick van der Zande just takes a position. I think it's going to be a close one.
Here we go, inside line. We'll see who gets a better exit again.
Yeah, that inside line doesn't work on the exit as well as it's perceived to be normally.
I think it's kind of also how you take it, because if you push your inside line a little bit wider and force the guy on the outside to go wider, but still, even so, that outside line has managed to hold on to his position and get the racing line for Schlossgold. Although there seems to be a little bit of shimmy there, and allowing Desander to go through and take that position.
Yeah, definitely. Brian Holmes there ran crazily wide going down into Schlossgold, and Yannick van der Zande just seemed to take it back. I thought Holmes would have held it, but as they come round now going up into Rin and down into the Red Bull Mobile, it'd be interesting to see what Brian Holmes actually does there and whether or not he just settles for the position that he's lost. I think, again, you've got to look at your passing opportunities, Ian, and one of them is certainly not going down into Red Bull Mobile. It's definitely going down into Nicky Lauda and down into Remus. Again, though, he's got to back out because the LMP2 car wants to come past, which, again, could give Brian Holmes the opportunity to attack Yannick van der Zande down into Remus after going past Nicky Lauda.
He did get a slightly better exit there. He gained a 10th on that start-finish straight, which is relatively short, and it's quite a lot of time, but then lost 2/10 coming out of Nicky Lauda curve onto the Porsche. So I wonder if that, as they were coming down the straight after Remus before they came to Schlossgold, he was desperately trying to stay ahead, and maybe just braked a little bit too late and had to go wide just to carry the speed, and so there wouldn't be a nasty spin.
Yeah, just missed his braking points, Ian. Just missed his braking points. He literally just missed his braking points. Travelled too deep down into Schlossgold, and as we've seen previously throughout the first couple of hours, first hour or so of this race, once you start going out onto them curbs and that gravel, there's a one-way ticket to get spinning round.
That's it. We've all done it. We've all been staring furiously into our mirrors as to where the car behind is, and maybe forgetting our braking points, and ultimately losing the position for focusing too hard on the car behind rather than your actual line.
I'd like to point out, Ian, this is a Stage 1 Senior and Stage 1 Racing Junior LMP2s here of Hans Brancois and Rob Newman's going at each other. It's going to be interesting to see whether or not the senior car turns around and says, "No, Mr. Junior, you are not coming through," or whether or not the junior car forces the issue. It'll be interesting to see what they do here.
You are far too inexperienced to overtake me.
Yes, that's going to be the conversation going through their heads at the moment. It's going to be like, right, you're not going to get this. I'm going to keep in front of you here. Hans definitely is going to be looking and seeing Rob Newlands in the background there thinking, I'm not going to let you through, but if you're going to go for it, you've definitely got to work for it.
Absolutely, this is it. It's just like work for this position, young Padawan. And he's coming into the he's trying to go down the inside. Here we go. We'll see. Here we go. Yeah, he's giving him the space.
Yeah, he had to, but that wide line again is paying dividends for him to come back into back at the juniors now. It's now on the juniors.
The inside line, he knows full well. And there's two LMPs coming up behind as well, and it looks like the junior is. Whoa! There was a little bit of avoidance tactics there, and goodness, 3 wide into the end of that turn 5. That was it was probably a little bit of a heart racing moment there for everybody involved as the P1 started to come through, and the car, the Stage 1 Racing in yellow, actually had to do a void the red one.
This is allowing Tom Johnson and Sapphire Simsport to get into this battle as well, Ian. You know, they're fighting over the last couple of times, and with Tim Perry getting through from Boosted in the LMP1 as well, it has allowed Tom to close right up here.
Yeah, so they've now within 3/10.
Yeah, what they're going to do now, whether or not they're going to carry on fighting and drop themselves back into more trouble, or they're just going to let one of the junior team just lead straight through.
And that P1 just tries to muscle his way through on the inside. I think he maybe could have been a little bit more patient for that turn there, but he felt he could take it safely, and indeed did, as they're heading down towards Remus. And the Stage 1 Racing has dropped a little bit behind the junior team there, and Johnson is catching up again. He's still what is he now? He's lost a little bit of time, half a second.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry, Ian. We can visually see that he is literally right up the back of the Stage 1 senior team.
Here we go to Schlossgold. There's a lot of traffic. We've got all 3 classes fighting for position.
Oh,
that Porsche goes a little bit wide. Bang, smashes into the senior. Goodness me, there's going to be some damage. It's going to be some damage on that P2 there. If we can have a replay of that, I don't know if we can change the speed so we can try and take in all that was going on there with the GTEs and the P2s and the P1s all fighting their way around Schlossgold, 3-4 wide at one point.
Yeah, that was just a build up of traffic going into that corner there, Ian. There was literally no rooms at all.
It was really sketchy. There was no space on the track.
Yeah,
Everyone
that
had their
GTE.
own lines. And there we go, into the pits for the senior, and that was a big bang. So you can see the scuff on the side there. You'd have lost a bit of aero.
Oh,
And
no,
that
the Porsche just lost it.
Yeah, it looks like the Porsche made an error of judgment, and the tyre got onto the dirt, and that was it. The back was gone.
Yeah, that's
And,
famous slush gold that we've seen everybody hitting the curb and just going round here, and it's just been claimed another victim, but unfortunately that claimed the Stage 1 Racing senior team as well,
Yeah,
so
that
he's
was
now in the
good stuff to
pits.
see the. That's right. The P2 picked up the brunt of that.
So we've got Alan Nella with Boosted Motorsport and Nicholas Nagale in the WS Racing. This is P2 battle in LMP1. They're both chasing down Felipe Silveira from Hashtag Racing. As they go down into Remus now, we've got Nagale right up the back end of Alex Nella going into Remus. I don't think he's close enough here, Ian. I think it's going to be a
Yeah,
down
have
into
to be a little bit more
Scottsdale.
patient.
Yeah.
Although he took a nicer line through that, and it looked like he was going alongside them there, and he'd lost a little bit of aero and decided to sneak up behind the coming into Schlossgun. And we've just had news of a crash, which we'll have a replay of that any second now, as we'll fill in more information about that. Tom Johnson in the P2 in Sapphire Sim Sport, and we're watching from the TV cameras there.
Oh,
Came in a little
no.
bit too hot and just swapped ends. Was that yeah?
So
Waiting for a
many
bit of space on
damage
the
to
track.
Scottsdale. Yeah, so many. Ian, there's been a repetitive scene going down into that drop off, and I don't know whether or not they're losing it on the off camera drop as it drops into the corner. You're trying to take that wild line to open the corner up, and
Of course,
unfortunately,
it's
your
a
rear end's
downhill corner
hitting.
as well,
Yeah, it's a
so
downhill
you need
off
to
the
brake a lot
off-camera.
earlier.
Yeah, we've seen WS Racing gone into the pits there, which releases Alex Nella from Boosted, but he has got the car of who's the guy at the moment behind him? He's got WS Racing Esports who's gone in, so he's there allowing the P1 through, but that's Hashtag Racing, I believe, behind him at the moment.
And it looks like the Stage 1 Racing Senior that was involved in that Schlossgold collision with the Porsche is still in the pits. He's been there for 2 minutes. That looks like he picked up some quite heavy damage. There's that a P2 there. You see the back spin as on the exit as he's scrabbling for traction. Maybe came on the power a little bit a fraction early, but still managed to sprint ahead of the BMW.
Oh, there's Tim Perry in the boosted LMP1 car there with Patrick, I believe that's Patrick Pelshat.
That is an
Fugus
incredible
Sim
drive
Sport.
from Patrick there. He's caught up to Tim Perry from that incident where they was involved in, and he's now only 9 tenths behind him. That's fantastic driving there.
Yeah.
Just having information about a big crash. We'll get a replay of that any second now. Sam Helson in Stage 1 Racing Orange.
Oh, what has happened here?
Bounced into the BMW. I wonder, that just looks like a bit of a racing incident now. I think the BMW wasn't going to give track position, and maybe the Stage 1 Racing Orange shouldn't have tried to take it. On board with Quincy Floor from Polder Racing.
Oh.
As he goes straight on off Schlossgold.
Yeah, that's not his first time there, Ian. He's gone off in that particular area.
Because he went straight on at Remus before, didn't he? I wonder if there's a problem with either his own hardware or the car. I think maybe you should probably visit the pits and see what's going on. Hack's just gone off.
I think he's just losing it completely on his own as we go on board with Max Hack from Sapphire Simsport down into Schlossgold. What has happened to you, Max? I'm expecting your back end to come round. Oh, he managed to hold it. He managed to hold it, Ian, but there you go. That was another victim of the famous Schlossgold spin that's happening at the moment for a continual frame going through.
And it's terrible because you know as well as I do, James, when you go off track, your tyres are coated with gravel and horrible stuff, and you just need to be so patient for that to fling off before you can really get back on the power, and you're desperate to get back on because you've just lost places and time, but it's just all about patience at that point.
Yeah, as we see Patrick Pelshat now coming down into Schlossgold, chasing Tim Perry down in boosted motorsports car. They go down into
extraordinary drive. Here we go, in a lap and a half, he's picked up and overtaken 9 tenths of it, nearly a whole second, and overtaken him in a lap and a half. and carrying damage. That's superlative racing from Pelchat. Really incredible effort.
Absolutely, Ian. But there you go. Shows on the outside. Tim Perry coming back through again. Coming back, chasing down into the last two corners. That is not a place there, Tim, to be having a go.
No, it looked like he was going to try for the... he was getting alongside and maybe just try the old switcheroo as he came back on the exit for the corner, but has lost a lot of time. I think he probably had to back out of it and maybe overbrake, and has allowed Patrick to open up a 7/10 gap as they're coming down towards Remus. Half a second faster. Sorry, James, to interrupt you. A second and a half faster in that last lap.
Yeah, I
Sorry,
think
James,
Tim,
I'm stealing your thunder there and interrupting you.
Right,
You go
that's
ahead.
not a problem. No, it's not a problem. As we see before with Tim Perry, though, he has struggled with a lot with his traffic. I don't know if that's an area that Tim needs to work on throughout the first part of this race. He has struggled a bit getting through, Ian, as we've seen this previously all the way through at the beginning of the race as well. So Patrick has been absolutely a hot knife through butter when it comes to traffic, and maybe sometimes a little bit too hot, as we've seen him have a spin, have a little bit of a tag with hashtag racing earlier on.
This is true, but
very good management of his traffic. He does.
I think we can clearly see why Fuga are heading the P1 Championship there with driving of this quality. And there's a BM just gone
BMW going wide there.
He didn't even brake for that corner. Wonder what happened there. There he is. He's back on now. I think we might get a bit of a replay if we can, just to see what, if anything, happened. I think it might have just been simple driver error and missed braking point. And there's a lot of traffic through T1 there. Goodness me. 2 or 3 classes all involved in that tight Nicky Lauda corner. They're all spreading out now down the first straight as they come into Remus, and everyone's allowed a bit of breathing room. We're still with Patrick Pelchat screaming past the GTE on his way down to Schlossgold and just doing his thing and holding that line and braking and racing well.
So as we get down with Patrick now, going down into Roush, down into Worth again, as we've seen him come through so many times. It's for the first couple of hours. We are literally 2 hours into the race now. We've got 4 hours to go. Tim Perry chasing down Patrick Pelchat from Fuga Motorsport. It's going to be a tough one there, Ian. I'm not sure he's going to make a massive dent on Patrick. He's going to have to properly go some.
Yeah, I think he's probably going to have to wait for a strategy, maybe undercut in the pits for that. Or maybe on driver change, because when Fuga perhaps have a different driver in, they might not be as quick around some of the corners and allow Boosted to make up some time. But what you were saying, James, after the first hour, and I was desperately waiting to join the commentary, and it seemed like that hour dragged, and now I've just looked at my watch and another hour has gone past, and you're right, it just flashes by as when you're involved in the thick of the action and seeing what's going on track.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane in how quickly it goes. It goes there. The time just literally flies by. And we continue to watch Patrick Pelchat making his way past the Sapphire Sim Sport LMP2 car there without any issues whatsoever. It's quite incredible, though, Ian, that we haven't had more and more incidents. A lot of the incidents are sometimes driver error, especially down into the famous Schlossgold, which seems to be claiming quite a few victims at this moment in time. So that's very interesting as we see Patrick again taking another move that's not intentionally done. From an intentional point of view, should we say, Ian, throughout racing.
6, yeah, I was just counting up actually. In the second hour, we've had 6 and 7. If you count one just after the top of the hour, we've had 7 incidents in this second hour of racing, and there was 10 in the first. So even cleaner. Even cleaner stint here for the second hour of this endurance race. And I think it's now time to talk about the Porsche iRacing Cup from ISRC, which will be starting soon. James, I think you're more familiar with
I've got all the information
the Porsche
here.
Cup there.
Yeah, Ian, it's the ISRC Porsche Cup Season 2, starting on September the 30th. It's free entry, 8 rounds of amazing racing, post-race stewarding. That's going to be on every Thursday evening as of the 30th, guys. So hit the link on the tinyurl.com/ISRC Discord Get yourself into that one as well. That's celebrating a new 922 that's been released. Absolutely amazing looking car there, Ian, as well. So that's going to be an absolutely epic season to be involved with.
Yeah, we got some on-point information from there, James, as I was lacking a little bit. Thank you very much.
Not a problem on that one, mate. Little bit of an insight into what's happening at the moment. We've got Antagonistic Racing Team 99, Jerome Messenink, who's kindly sent us a message who said, just finished my first stint after a good qualifying. Unfortunately, I had some issues with my VR headset on the grid, leading to a pit lane start. We're trying to fight our way back, but the Payson LMP2 class is really competitive, making it quite the challenge. Currently running P11, but with 4.5 hours still to go, we're still hoping to make up some places. So that's a little bit of an insight into Antagonistic Racing Team.
A little bit of nudging there. Sorry to interrupt you. A little bit of nudging there between the Chevrolet and the P2 as we come into Remus. The P2 tried to occupy the same space as the Chevrolet tried to occupy the same space as the P2. The P2 was taking the tighter line and allowing this P1 to scream down the inside into Schlossgold. Everyone manages to get around safely. It seems like the P1 holding more traction around the inside and getting the power on sooner and away from all of that traffic as the GTEs and the P2s are all mixing it up as we come into Worth Curve. And yet again, we've got 3-4 cars wide coming into these really tight corners. And it's amazing there's not been more incidents than we've seen already. I mean, only 7 incidents in the second hour. I think that's pretty clean racing by anyone's account.
Yeah, as we see, that's Melvin van der Poel who's taken over the Antagonistic Racing car from Jerome Messenink now, who had problems, as we've just found out, with his VR on the qualifying. But as you can see, we've got him catching up straight up into stage 1. Melvin van der Poel stage 1 racing there. Rob Newens, I believe that's 524. Is that international? Behind Melvin van der Poel there in Antagonistic Racing.
I think just as we've gone past the top of the hour, I think we should probably have a quick rundown of the positionings. And so in LMP1, we've got Patrick Pelchat, who's retaken first position. Tim Perry in second, who's now 5 seconds behind Patrick. Max Hack in third. And Fabio Grassetto for Scania Endurance Motorsport in fifth. And Quintin Flora in Polder Racing in fourth, Scania and Polder Racing in fifth. In the P2, we've got Hashtag Racing in first position, Boosted Motorsport in second, World of Sim Racing third, WS Racing fourth, FTR Esports Red in fifth, Vector by RSR in sixth, and seventh we've got Stage 1 Racing Junior in 8th position, Antagonist Racing Team Orange, followed by 524 International, Stage 1 Racing Orange in 10th, JD Sim Racing in 11th, Fuga Sim Sport in 12th. Tom Johnson, Sapphire Sim Sport, is currently just entered the pit. He's been in there for 4 minutes now. He's currently running 13th, and maybe giving Stage 1 Racing Senior a chance at the spot of 13 because they're still out on track. Into the GTEs, we've got Visa Copseeker in Fuga Sim Sport in the lead. Ryan Race Team second, Avensis Racing 116 in third, Hashtag Racing in fourth, and we've got Albin Shelbear in Verve Racing Team Mint. He's not in that class, but he's currently running the fifth in the GTE, but first in his amateur class. Then we've got .exe, Backmarker Racing Yellow, Miniti Racing, World of Sim Racing Team, and Arvensis Racing 117 in 8th position in the Pro class.
You okay there, Ian?
Yes, I am. I'm back, sorry. We're on board, we're watching Visa Copseeker in Car 101 and Fuga Sim Sport GT as he strolls nicely round Niki Lauda curve, confidently taking it and heading down the long straight, allowing a P1 of that looks like that's got to be Patrick Pelchat.
Yeah.
Heading past him into Remus, taking that corner beautifully, and the Fuga BM skipped a little bit there as he came out of Remus, maybe a Porsche behind him for a Ryan Race Team to catch up a fraction as he's now quite a little bit. Actually, no, he's actually 7 seconds behind it. I'm not sure what's going on. I think my timing tower has taken a bit of a turn for the worst. I might have to reload that to give you some accurate information as we're watching Fuga Sim Sport on. And we're heading now to Jackson Lowry. Battle for the 4th position in class, and he's headed up for FTR Esports Red, and he's gained 3 positions. He's 26 seconds ahead of the Vector by RSR in the 6th position.
Yeah, it's worth noting that EJ's taking over there, Ian, as well. But let's give a quick welcome back to Tim Cox, who's joined us back in the booth. Tim, how are you?
Yes. Well, I disappeared for literally just came back and caught a bit of the footage and saw Mr. Pelchat over Fuga having a couple of issues, let's say. But wow, it's all been
gonna have one
kicking
here
off
as well,
like,
Tim,
just
so
like it
cut
is
you
now.
off.
I think they're all having a queue up to try and take the corner. But yeah, while I was away, I had a little chat with the guys down at Quila Racing Aqua. Michael Dugowski was saying that they qualified in P5 faster than my pace, even though I didn't complete my fastest lap. Was expected to drop to P10, but kept driving in P7. Had some good fights with the GTEs and a few dive bombs from the LMPs. But in the end, my internet died, so disconnected from iRacing, and now we are back in P20 after a tow and a driver swap. Hoping to maybe get into the top 10 by the end. Well, we've seen from those guys some strong performances, so I think that's a definite strong possibility of that being to happen. But one quick fun fact before you go, James, is that the LMP1s generally have gone at least 5 minutes longer than they did in practice on their stints. Now, if you calculate out the maths, that accumulates to about 1 less they will have to take.
Yeah, we had a little bit of a chat about that earlier. That's from Toby Ward, isn't it, who popped it in for us. We had a little bit of a chat about that earlier. It's going to be interesting to see what they say, because Max Hack has always, Tim, said that he is the masters at the Sapphire there of getting their pits right, and he's definitely on the ball. He's going to get it right every single time. So it's going to be interesting if that really does affect them, and what the guys do down at Sapphire Sim Sport Alpha actually do on that one. But Tim, for now, I'm going to go and get a cup of tea. Hope you and Ian have a great commentary, and I'll pop back in a little bit.
Thank you very much, James. So, I think from that, Ian, before we continue talking out, and a GTE heads into the pits just out of the corner of my eye as well. I think that was Avensis Racing 116 heading into the pits, as well as Tom Johnson from Sapphire Sim Sport. He's been in there for now. He's still in the pits, apologies, for 8 3/4 minutes. There's obviously some serious damage that he'd suffered from there, and I can't quite recall from the accident that happened, but that seems to be an unlucky repair there. Nearly 9 minutes now.
Yeah, so they are currently 2 laps down off the back of LMP2. So in class, the next car ahead of them is Stage 1 Racing Senior. Got Hans Blanquart on board at the moment.
Just going back to what you were saying earlier, so it seems that Max Hack is the strategy supremo over at Sapphire Sim Sport, and is the one that basically makes all the calls for the pit stops and that. Is that accurate? Would you say that was accurate assumption?
Yeah, some of the things getting a little bit tight there. Under braking for the that's the antagonistic Racing LMP2 in front, and the 524 International LMP2, both getting a little flash of good afternoon and off you go, chaps, on your way from the Porsche just tucked it behind them. Yeah. Max was really, something they practice heavily is their strategy and their ability to be able to manage the traffic as well, and the ability to manage their hybrid boost as well, so that they'll have someone in the car as well, just trying to help them and spotting for them, so that the driver can concentrate as much as possible on the road ahead. And I think that really shows from, within their performances that we've seen from all season, that ability to sort of manage and work together as a team. It's so crucial during these endurance.
You're right. Like an experienced spotter will really make all the difference as well, because he'll be able to feed the driver pertinent bits of information at the right time, and maybe not misjudge if cars are too close, and not feed the driver information he doesn't really need to know. So I think there's probably a lot of experience within that team then, and it clearly shows.
There is, and it's it just seeing just a little bit further back in LMP2. The Stage 1 Racing Orange machine has managed to get past World of Sim Racing Team. That is the 14th place on track. Obviously with the Red Bull Ring, it is such a tight track, as we've seen all race, and it's going to continue. As negotiating back markers like what we're currently watching right now. It's so crucial. So having a spotter with you, that's one of the PTs. That's number 88. Has come off the track. That's the Boostis Motorsport. Robert Lundgren. He's exited stage left there. Let's have a little bit of a look. He was battling with the number 92 machine. Oh dear. That'll be frustrated by that one.
Little bit of a quietness for me. I'm just trying to find out if we can get any information on what's going on with Sapphire Sim Sport Bravo with Tom Johnson, who's still in the pits for nearly 12 and a quarter minutes. So I'm just trying to find out if we can get any information we can tell the viewers there, and maybe give them a bit of an insight.
Damage, surely, Ian, for him to be able to sit, being sat around for that long, it's got to be some hefty damage that they're sorting. But here comes Chicane Online Racing Purple Ferrari, and that is the move done for 35th up into Remus, but he's not going to quite. He looks like I was going to say he's not going to quite get the exit off the corner, but he has, and that Ferrari is now clear, and they've not really, Ian, the Avensis 117, they've not had the sort of race that I think we've all come to know and expect from so far in the championship. Maybe almost a bit of a B- must try harder type grade.
That could be a little bit unfair, because looking at there's a bit of a kink in his front splitter there, and he's carrying a bit of damage on the rear spoiler. So I wonder but then this is a clear driver decision. They obviously think they can stay out and maintain lap time without and not lose the pit time for repairs. But obviously, the longer you do that, you need to make a decision sooner rather than later. Because if you make the decision to go in for repairs sooner, then you're not going to lose all the time that you've lost by not coming in, if you follow me there through that.
Yeah, I do.
A bit of twisted logic.
Yeah, no, it makes complete sense. But I mean, just look, as much as the Chicane Online Ferrari has got ahead, despite them carrying that damage, which has got to be hampering their aero and top line speed, they're not letting them go. They are not getting away, and it's not even because of traffic that's creating that gap to be still so small. They're there on merit.
Absolutely, and you can see that's what I mean. You said yourself, it's just like it's not what I expect to see from Arvensis, and I think part of that is the grit of the drivers and the can do and not give up attitude. So, and that's where we're seeing in full force right now from Gregor Le Mans, in the Arvensis 117 Porsche.
It is just clear through that bit of traffic there. That's allowed the guys in the Ferrari, the Chicane Online Ferrari, just to slightly extend their gap. But let's have what have we got here? So that's Karashek for JD Sim Racing. He is exiting the pits now. And a bit more of an exit than they were expecting there. A little bit too lively on the loud pedal, and around they went. Now,
there's been a few GTEs pitting over the last couple of laps while we've just been chatting, and currently Backmarker Racing, Razzle Dazzle are in the pit for 1 minute 12, so there might be just a tyre stop as well, as he's dropping down the order, as he's losing a lot of time, so he should be able to make some of that back up when he's got the new rubber on. He's still dropped another place there. Chris Neesham sat in the pits waiting for the engineers to do their thing, and the fueling guys to get on the hand pumps. and crank that fuel into the tank as fast as possible.
Now, Ian, while we've been chatting, the guys down at Vector RSL, obviously they had that earlier spin, and that's cost them so dearly from the lead. Now, within literally, as we've been speaking, they've picked up 2 more places. They're now up to 5th in class. And
That's
we said
incredible
about
driving
earlier.
there. I think it was O'Donnell Lines was the first guy out on track, wasn't he? And he was particularly fast, and I think he took that first spin, and then they picked up a bit of damage, if I recall, and so I wonder if that's been repaired, and O'Donnell Lines is now back in the driving seat, literally, and he's making up for lost time there.
Yeah, he's definitely showing some of that American grit and determination right now, and he is clawing them back up the grid. And talking of up the grid, the front end, these guys have been inseparable for the whole race. Obviously, they had Vector with them, who we've just been talking about, but the hashtag racing guys and the WS Racing Esports guys, they've not left each other alone. We are now 2.25 hours, so we're just over a third of race distance completed, and there are 0.4 of a second separating them.
That's incredible, isn't it, really? Yeah. I mean, how many laps have we done now? Let's can we have a quick
94
lap count?
they are.
94. Right, so there we go. 3/4 of a second. 94 laps. That's pinpoint accuracy there from the braking zone, lap after lap after lap. That's such good driving, and especially with all the traffic that you've got to pick your way through, and especially considering the traffic, and they've got traffic coming through them from the faster class. So yeah, I mean that really is incredible, the fact that there's such little time and you could barely fit a Rizzler paper between them.
It is. We just saying about there and saying about it before the show. The traffic management is so much harder for the LMP2s because they've got traffic they're faster than and traffic they're slower than, as they're just clearing the BMW there, and it's tough for them, but they're making it look like a walk in the park.
But they're all making it look like a walk in the park. It's not just like there's a standout P2 driver. There's just, like, as you say, they're all 3 of them are neck and neck, so to speak.
Yes, that was the BMW was the 27 Motorsport Machine, and then the 2 Ferraris were Backmarker, Razzle and JD. They've just cleared. Next up on the road for them to try and tackle will be the hashtag racing BMW in from GCE. So I'm sure there'll be maybe a little bit of team assistance for the hashtag LMP2. It won't be held up at all when it comes to catching them in probably in a couple of minutes, well, about a minute's time, probably, even if that.
That's right. Now as we're on board with Nagele in WS Racing Esports in 2nd position for the class, and he is only 1 second, 9/10 behind him, and he's just made up a little bit of time there coming out of turn 8 as we come down into Rint, and he's gaining on him all of the time. Late braking there, now 7/10 behind him. This is fascinating stuff as they come into that fast right-hand corner before the long straight. It's one of the most important corners on the entire in the entire track, because it's just a corner before this long straight, so you need to have a great exit, and he's now only half a second behind, so clearly he made a lot of hay there, while the driver in front was potentially lost focus and missed his braking points and potentially went a little bit wide there as they're coming up to Remus now, having to thread their way through the GTEs. Goodness me, I don't know, I'd be really stuck in this kind of heavy traffic situation, Tim. I don't think I'm experienced enough to be able to weave my way through that. I think I'd probably crash and probably make a lot of drivers a bit cross. That's why I'm talking and not driving.
I think we're both in exactly the same boat there, my friend. Exactly the same boat, as they're just clearing some of the traffic. But you can see how it's intriguing to watch how they're utilising the lights, not as a get out of the way tool, as a more of a look, I'm here, just so you know, I'm coming up to the back of you.
Did you see that incredible move there as he crossed inside the outside between those 2 GTEs and held the line, and the GTEs just seemed entirely unfazed at this LMP2 rocketing through the middle of them on a cross-track line. That was actually quite fascinating. I wonder if we can get a bit of a replay of that.
It was
shortly.
almost frightening. Like it was just, there was such a precision
It looked out of control, but it clearly wasn't because the P2 just left into the distance and there was no wiggle there.
It's got the Porsche guys over at Sicania. They've, I think, by their own admission, having a more comfortable ride out this time. But the battle of LMP2, it resumes. Got the Centurion Ferrari just in the middle of them there, and this gap it's eked out a little bit as they've been catching through the traffic. We've seen it quite often with where two drivers are driving so closely. One has managed to get a bit more lucky than the other one and eke out a bit of a gap.
Yeah, the thing is as well is it's like when you're so close behind, particularly with the P2s and the P1s where they got that front aero. If you're so close, here we go. I think this is the replay of the threading the needle.
That's Mendes in the BMW, and
oh goodness, what happened there? He just left the track, and I wonder if I wonder if that was netcode or his hardware at home had a bit of a momentary failure. Here we go. Nice straight line on the curb. Maybe he tried to take a little bit of a wider line from the P1 that was coming past.
Bit of lockup.
Yeah.
Onto the marbles. I think that's the only possible information because there wasn't a sudden veering of the steering wheel input to take him to the wall. Don't know you really want to be doing that into an endurance race, but that's crazy. It's crazy. It just shows how how much these guys are pushing it and how easy it can be to, even for quality drivers like these, to lose under braking.
Yeah, and it's only a slight misjudgment as well. If you're maybe only 6 inches wider, you're trying to use more of that track to get a faster entry. If you're only 6 inches wider, then the tyre will the traction difference between your left and right will be sufficient enough to chuck you off the track, like we just saw. And then it's a pit visit. He didn't even bother trying to drive round there. Obviously, he felt that a tow would be better than trying to make his way around. Maybe the steering was out of kilter as well, which I don't know if you've ever tried. You think, make a decision, I'll try and drive through, and then you go off the next corner and hit another bit of Arnco, so it's often better just to tow and just take your medicine.
Yeah, to take one on the chin, and these guys have never, we've had so many guys who've been that Ferrari there of Nisham, the back marker Razel Ferrari, getting onto the gravel, and that's going to kill their momentum. Here comes the BMW for 27 Motorsport as they dive down into the Rint corner. And then, there goes the Fuga LMP, one side in the way. Free, no, contact! There's contact between the BMW. The Fuga was out so close to being collected in that incident there.
And clearly was was so close to the edge of grip that all it took was that tiny nudge on the front.
Wow.
And that Fuga just screaming past the back of the Ferrari. I hope we can get actually another view of that as we're back on board with the 27 Motorsport BM that nudged the Ferrari a little. I think there'll probably be a steward claim there at some point.
And sure I'll be looking into that one.
But as well, I think what I was trying to say earlier, but a bit of action interrupted me, is like when you're trying to overtake, you want to be as close as possible to the car in front, but particularly with the P2s, when you've got that front aero, if you're so close, you will lose traction on the front because the aero is distorted there. So there we go, back on for this replay now. There we see
with the Fuga LMP2.
That was a heart-stopping moment. I bet he's just counting. Yeah, I breathe in through the gap and looking up there at the stars, thanking his lucky ones.
Wow.
Meanwhile, the 27 Motorsport BM just is gently sailing round as fast as he can through the next iteration of the Red Bull Mobile corner, the one previous where there was that little bit of a coming together and the Ferrari got nudged off track. How many positions did that Ferrari lose? I think that was 2 positions. It was a backmarker racing, I
Yes.
believe.
It was the
So he's-
Razadazzle, Chris
Neesham
Neesham
there. That's it.
on board that Ferrari, and
Yeah, he's now 10
now-
seconds behind the BM. So that's quite a lot of time less. There won't be much damage though, I don't think, and it's just purely a bit of bruised pride and need to make up that time unless the BM has an enforced penalty, which we will find out from the stewards, no doubt, later.
oh, undoubtedly. So Sapphire Sim Sport are in from second place into the pits for one of their mandatory tyre and fuel addition sessions, and they've kept with Max Hack still stayed on board, so this will be into his 3rd stint for him on board that Sapphire Audi. And the gap, look at these two. They will not leave each other alone. Nagel and D'Souza, Nagel obviously in the WS Racing Esport machine, that black and yellow car. D'Souza obviously from Hashtag Racing in that purple and black LMP2. But where obviously WS
Strong
had...
defence there from D'Souza, wasn't there? He's just basically, you're not coming around the inside
Well,
here.
hold on, he might
Maybe-
not be up to
There we
defend that.
go.
This
No,
is
he
the
can't
move.
defend that. Yep, there we go. Clean move,
Second.
clean overtake.
Set him up
D'Souza's-
absolutely beautifully there, Ian. Absolutely beautiful driving from Nagel for WS Racing.
I wonder if he basically was just like, I'm close behind you, you're going to have to defend me from me on as you go into Schlossgold, and use that to force an error so he can actually take the position that he was wanting previously. And he's now
that is
caught out
gonna
quite a
be
bit
a
of a gap
bit
there
of
as
a-
well.
Oh, we're getting a replay. This is stage 1 AC running. Timothy van der Broek collects the curb on the inside. Oh no!
A huge crash there. Oh my goodness, that is terrible for all parties involved. We got the Stage 1 Racing Orange clattered into, and also collects another car.
That was a Polder LMP1. And I
Yeah.
think that was Callum Roby for the Chicane Online Racing Purple
Is that a car from
Ferrari.
each- Is that a car from each class involved there? I think we'll have
No LMP2, so you could not collect
Ah.
the set this time, Ian, unfortunately.
Oh, that's a shame. I'll not be able to fill that particular bingo square.
Oh, so no,
Oh, there we
it
go.
was Peter, wasn't it, that started it? So I think you have got your set collected. Oh, wow, that was a lunge.
Goodness. Yeah.
There's the
oh my
impact.
goodness, that was that crunch. There's going to be just on the subject of repairs. We got Tom Johnston from Sapphire Sim Sport. He's now out of the pits. He had a 15.25 minute stop time there, so that was some pretty serious repairs. I wonder if he probably needed a new axle or something. Maybe he's properly clattered, but. There we go. The engineers have done their thing, and he's back out on track. And Tom is going to have to try and make up some time.
So Ian Pelchat from the lead Fuga, he has been in and has headed back out again. They've obviously built up such a gap now, obviously, as well with the Sapphire Sim Sport car LMP1 stopping the lap before. They were able
I
to
think,
keep and maintain that lead.
If I just interrupt you there, Tim, I think we've got James Parfitt waiting to bring Martin Pearson in for a quick interview. Martin, James, take it away.
Yeah, hi guys, I've got Martin here. Martin, how are you? Welcome into the booth.
Thanks very much. Good to be here.
No worries. Now, recent announcement, your Porsche Cup. Tell us about it, mate. Well, how did that all come around?
Well, we ran one earlier in the year and everybody loved it. We then ran out of resources to run another one, but now the 992's just been released on iRacing, the latest generation of 911 GT3 Cup car. Everyone's got reinvigorated, and a load of the guys from Backmarker Racing have decided to step up to the plate and help organise it. So very glad to have them brought into the admin team, and yeah, looking forward to our 8-round series starting in a couple of weeks.
That's excellent. That's excellent. So, what are you looking to get from this? Are they, you're hoping to fill the grid up? How many spaces have you got available?
Whatever the track holds. We're easy. Like we'll take anyone who's an AM or a pro. So an AM is 2,400 I rating or under, and then pros over that. Yeah, if anybody wants to get involved, then it's a free series, and they're more than welcome. The more the merrier.
Now, is that best done through the link that we've got on screen for them to join in?
Yeah, That's the one. Yeah, join our Discord using that link on screen right now, and head to the RSPC announcement channel within our Discord. You'll then find the entry form there.
Absolutely amazing. So today's race, Martin, what do you think? Absolutely incredible racing as always. How's the incidents been, and has it been hard to sort of judge today?
The incidents today have been a little easier to define an outcome of. We don't have as many difficult combinations of corners compared to Silverstone. But yeah, the racing has absolutely been intense from all the feedback we've had so far, and from what I've managed to see in between stewarding. And yeah, that qualifying session in GTE was absolutely incredible. And yeah, we had... I was talking to Tom Johnson just after he unfortunately parked his Sapphire SimSport car, and yeah, he wasn't enjoying the car so much on the circuit, but he was certainly enjoying the racing and the amount of multi-class action going on.
That's amazing. Now, obviously, once we've just finished here, you're going to get back onto the Turn 1 incident that we've just seen, where they had a complete collection of cars involved in that one. And is that going to be a difficult one, do you think, to look at?
I'll be honest, I haven't seen it yet. I've just seen the report come through. I'll have a look at that, and yeah, we'll make a decision from there.
Awesome.
But yeah, I can't say just yet.
No worries at all, Martin. Well, much appreciated. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll let you get back to your stewarding. That's amazing as always.
All right, thanks very much, guys. Keep up the good work.
Thank you very much, James. Thank you very much, Martin.
No worries. No worries. You carry on, and I'll catch up with you again shortly.
Lovely. And here we are back on, we're watching Pedro de Souza in Hashtag Racing, second position, and he's half a second behind the WS Racing Esports. And he looked, I think while the interview was going on, I think we missed the overtake there. I wonder if our producer can squirrel back through the footage and maybe show us that move. As we're watching now, De Souza, he's now 7.5 tenths. I was going to say 7.5 seconds, but that's, you wouldn't be able to see him on the same track picture. But 7.5 tenths behind WS Racing Esports, and they both climbed 2 positions. So that leaves Vector by RSR has dropped 2, and he's 16 seconds behind this second position Hashtag Racing. You can probably just see him in the distance there. And here we go, here's the replay of the overtake. We've got De Souza in front and Nigella coming round into the Rauch and Wirth curve series, and that was a beautiful overtake there, coming into this third sector, turn 7 and turn 8, and then into turn 9.
It's incredible, but just looking up and down the field, another battle to keep one little close eye on is the battle down in GTE between both the Coral brothers. So we've got both the Aquila guys. So we've got Cyan and Aqua, roughly not great deals splitting these two guys right now. Only 0.3 of a second. I'm sure they'll be working together to drag themselves up the grid a bit more. Just further down the road from them, they've got the 27 Motorsport BMW with Gomez currently piloting that machine. They are 6 seconds roughly up the road. So Aquila looking to drag themselves and work together to move up through the field. And there's Gomez. You can see the two Porsches in the background, so not quite the length of the start-finish straight between them. And that is Justin getting past Jonathan. So that is the Aqua passing the Cyan. Here we go. It's backs out of it, lets his teammate through, allows them to take up the mantle of the lead car between the two of them.
Yeah, and they are in different classes as well. I think Justin is in the higher class, isn't he? So Jonathan probably just thought, well, discretion is the better part of valor. Let's both try and finish and not fight between ourselves and get good positions within our respective classes. So that's probably an intelligent team move there. These guys are probably in communication with each other, I imagine, or with the spotters are definitely in communication with each other, and there'll be a bit of a team order there. Just let that through. let the pro try and disappear up the track faster and try and make up some positions. Yeah, and there we go. Yeah, he's already pulled out quite a gap, 1.7 seconds within the space of half a lap, 3/4 of a lap maybe. So there's a clear difference in line and braking points there. And because I imagine they'd be sharing setups, so they'll probably end up with the same setup with a few clicks here and there difference on the lines they can attack. And now we're going to jump to Boosted Motorsport. Robert Lundgren, currently running 6th in LMP with 524 International Racing close behind him, looking to maybe take advantage of a poor exit out of Verth 7 and 8 twin curves, and as they come in towards Rint on the 9th, and is now very close behind him, and I think he's probably gearing up for an overtake on the start-finish straight. If he can get a good exit out of the Red Bull Mobile, and he's very, very close, but now obviously struggling with the downforce on the fronts as we were talking about earlier, and he's now 2/10 behind him. I wonder if that's going to be enough down this straight, because it's quite, I don't know if it's quite long enough, but there he goes. He's going to go and drive down the inside onto the Niki Lauda curve, takes the line and does a beautiful overtake, and there's just a little bit of a touch. It might be a 0x contact, but I don't think there was anything really to write home about there. There'll probably be a steward protest perhaps, but I think without wishing to prejudice the investigation, I think that was probably just a simple racing incident, and that was largely a clean pass, and just 524 just forced his way through due to the better exit on the 9th and 10th corners.
So that boosted car, did get up onto the curbs a little bit, and that's what compromised their corner exit. I believe we've got.
And here we've got with James Parfitt and giving another interview with Benjamin Gregory. Take it away, lads.
Yeah, I'm here with Ben Gregory from Boosted Motorsport LMP1 team. Ben, how are you?
Pretty good. Yeah, pretty good. It's been a good race at the moment, and we're very much enjoying our being on the grid today and being able to fight quite well with especially some of these amazing teams around.
Yeah, you've just joined us for this race, haven't you? Recently, your sign up come through. Tell us, what was the thought about that, Ben?
Well, Tim was actually the one who told us there's a couple of slots going, and we thought, we could give it a go. We've been looking for a good endurance league to join as well, and since we have nothing else on the table currently outside of special events, we decided to hop in. The LMP1 cars running the same lineup as the team we're running in the World GT Championship, so we all know each other very well, which is always good, and how we drive. So it's been great to jump into one of the fastest cars as well on the service and see how we do.
Yeah, now Tim Perry obviously just come recently out from his stint letting Toby Ward take over. Now Tim done an absolutely epic job. How is he? Have you had a chance to catch up with Tim, see how he's getting on?
Yeah, he's frazzled from the thinking time and having to do 500 plus odd overtakes on every single car on the grid. But yeah, he's tired, but he's felt good about his stint. That's the main thing. I think we've been doing really well.
Yeah, do you think Toby will cope with the traffic as well? Because it is quite manic out there on a short track.
Yeah, it has been. He's actually been doing really well, been really patient, not taking any risks, which is the main thing, trying to keep our incidents down. But yeah, he's making his way through traffic well. That's the main thing we want to do. We want to get in, see how well we do at this time, and potentially next few rounds, once we're a bit more confident with, one, the car, and two, how everyone else drives, really start to push and hopefully push Patrick and Fuga and Sapphire a bit harder.
That's awesome. So when are you in the car?
Whenever Toby gets out. We're sort of running it by ear at the moment with the fuel calcs. Seeing how it goes, but whenever Toby gets tired, I guess, or fuel reaches the point, then I'll be back into the end.
Awesome. Last question, Ben. Tyre wear. What is the situation with your tyre wear in this race?
Better than expected, that's all I'll say.
Oh, you're not going to give us a quick hint on how you're going to... Are you double stinting?
We've been tripling. Tim did triple. So, and I think, though, watching some of the other cars, Fuga has been quad. There is easily room for a quad stint with these tyres. Maybe even 5. But that's really down to the driver, I expect, and what your team strategy is. the LMP1 tires are super hard wearing. So
Ben, that's awesome. We'll let you get back to Toby. Guys, there you go. Insight. Triple or quad stint in tyres. Ben, you take care. Have a wonderful race.
thank you very much.
Do you know,
Thank you very
it's
much, James and Ben.
interesting, obviously, you know, James talking to the booster guys, and what a debut for them in both LMP1 and LMP2. You know, brand into the championship, obviously having to get used to the new drivers around them and against, and well, they've really brought themselves to the fore.
I think there's just been an accident with a coral in one of the Aquila racing, and we'll just see replay right now. There's a P2's coming up the inside, cuts across, and there's just a little bit of shoulder charging there.
Oh, that was close.
P2 just bounces. That's really close. I think that second P2 clipped the back of the yellow and black P2 there. Just something in that interview that caught my ear. I mean, talking about all of the overtakes.
Hold me in. Across you. We've got a sea of cars that are going forward. Oh, that's the Fuga LMP1 there.
That was a huge accident, and that P1 narrowly misses.
The
Goodness
Ferrari's
me.
gone flying as well.
That Ferrari, that race is over, I think. That looks like a race-killing incident. I wonder what happened there. Can we get another replay at the start?
That was the Chicane Online Racing purple Ferrari Callum Roby on board. So right on board with Pelchat. He's trying to squeeze into a gap that was closing. Oh, that does not look very good, and I think there's well, I'm sure the stewards will be investigating that issue. It's tricky trying to thread the eye of the needle, and just couldn't
there you go. So
off the
got a little bit of a nudge there, didn't he? So yeah, goodness me. I think wonder whether he maybe should have been a little bit more patient there, but we'll find out more from the stewards.
And
that car is still rolling.
Eventually, it came to a rest. At least it was on its wheels, but it's going to be undrivable, I'd imagine. All power gone, and they've towed that to the pits, and we'll keep half an eye on how they're getting on with those repairs. But that'll be.
But
he's still going. That's Pouch. So that's Max Hack for Sapphire. He's got ahead. He's got ahead of the Fuga.
Gee, goodness me, there's another huge crash. There's a lot of cars everywhere now. I wonder if these tyres are starting to show a little bit more wear, and the drivers have, as Ben was saying, the drivers are a little bit more frazzled and concentration is starting to lapse, because that's been two big accidents.
Hold on, it wasn't his fault.
Oh my goodness.
That was it was one of the Porsches on the outside. I think it was the one, no, it wasn't the one, that's Avensis BMW. That was having a little look down the thing. Yeah, that would have been, I think it was the Avensis Porsche, the 117 machine. Yeah, there we go.
There we go. Yeah, he just took it a little bit wide and lost the back end, and then everyone else was a passenger.
I mean, that's surely got to be the end for the Fuga Audi.
It's in the pits now.
That's going to be having some serious repairs done to it, and the mechanics will be going onto overtime on that one. And Sapphire SimSport, they dropped to third and just fallen off the pace a little bit, but now all of a sudden find themselves in the race lead. But talking of race leads, these two down in LMP2, WS Racing and Hashtag. Since WS got ahead, they've not really, they've started to plot a little bit of a gap, and where they were having, falling unlucky due to the traffic, it looks like those fortunes seem to have reversed right now.
Absolutely, and is now 4 seconds behind WS Racing, so there's clearly been a change in attitude here. I wonder whether it's a fuel-saving thing or a tyre-saving strategy, just to allow a little bit of pace to drop off so they can go for a longer stint and make up the time in the pits later, which is, every driver is free to make those kind of decisions, and there'll be conversations in between the team to maybe suggest and cajole. We've got an interview now with James Parfitt and Jens de Roy.
Hiya guys, yes, I'm here with Jens de Roy from Verve Racing Team Mint, the only Corvette on the grid. Jens, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Not too bad, mate. Qualifying. Now, for us commentators, it couldn't have gone much better for you guys, but what do you think?
Well, obviously we were happy with P2, which is a really good position for us as we're AMS and still put it in P2 even in the pro field. We were a bit disappointed though being so close to pole. Yet so far we're only 9 thousandths off, I think. Our qualifier Albin felt like the tires were off after the second lap and had a little moment in the second lap, which if he wouldn't have had, we would have had pole. So he was a bit disappointed with that, but still P2 is a massive qualifying result for us.
Yeah, absolutely. You're leading class at the moment with Albin at the wheel. Obviously, you guys took the decision to race just the two of you. How long is Albin going to be heading for at the moment? What's he looking at for the rest of his stint?
How we're looking like it right now, this will be his last stint in this stint. I'll get in and then we'll see what the race brings us. He's obviously done a triple stint so far, which he is getting a bit tired of now, so we'll give him some rest. I'll get in and see how we get on during the race.
Awesome. Well, I just had an interview with Ben Gregory from Boosted Motorsport in LMP1. Said they're able to triple quad, and if not quad their tyres. What's happening with you guys down in the GTEs? How's your tyre life?
We felt like the first stint we could have double stinted it. We then kind of took the decision to not do it in a hurry because we were still thinking about it as we were going into the pits. For safety measures, we didn't do it. Then the second pit stop, we also took tires because the track was getting a bit hotter. So we've only done single stints on the tires so far, but we're probably gonna see if we can double stint later as the track cools down a bit in the evening.
Too early towards the evening. Yeah, you're 5th overall at the moment, first in class. You got to be happy though, Jens. You got to be happy with the way it's going for you.
Yeah, we're very happy at the moment. We've had a couple of mishaps with being lapped, where some faster cars have not been very nice while lapping us. And also a racing incident right behind us, which caused a P1 car to spin into us. So we've had a little bit of damage on the car, and I feel like if we didn't have that, we would be higher up. But still, P6 overall and first in class by quite a bit is a very good result so far.
Absolutely,
it's a long while to go.
Yeah, you've still got a good, what you got left, 3 hours. So, yeah, Jens, I'll let you get back to spotting for Albin, and you take care, mate, and have a good stint when you get in the car.
Oh, good evening.
All right.
Thank you, James and Jens. So that was it's good info there. It's actually cool to hear about the different tyre wear from the different classes. It's clear that the tyre compound for the P1s is hugely harder for going because the car's obviously got so much more pace and yet can last a lot longer. So that's kind of cool info. But to return to what point that Ben made that really stuck out for me before we had those 2 major accidents. He said, so there's lots of commentators looking at all the overtakes that are going through, but when Benjamin said he's had to overtake 500 cars, it really does bring it home to you that what a short track this really is.
I mean, even if, you could say, is he exaggerating? Well, ultimately, we've got a 43 car grid, so obviously they're, competing against 42 other cars. It's only, lapping people 10 times, which is, it's feasible. We saw the LMP2s LMP1s caught the GTEs within 3 laps. And it was about 7 laps for the LMP2s to catch them. So, although it sounds like that can't be right. Yeah, he's about right, and that's crazy, really. When you think about it, and we're not even halfway through yet. We've still got another 3 hours and just under 11 minutes.
It's It's very true, actually, Tim. If you extrapolate that to the end of the race, you're looking the P1s. The LMP1s will be looking at maybe over 1,000 overtakes through the course of this entire race, which has got to be mentally exhausting for no matter how many stints you do, because you've got to maintain composure through the corners. And as we see, as you saw in those, there was a little bit of composure lost with 2 incidents there, right after one another. So sadly, it looked like one of them was race ending for, I think it was the Ferrari, wasn't it, that spun?
Yes, that was the Callum Roby Chicane Online Racing Purple. They are, I think they have, they've I think they've retired the car possibly, which isn't surprising because that would have had a lot of damage. The back
definitely a bent chassis leg or two.
It's got to be the back, especially with the amount of rolls that car took. It would not be surprising in the slightest. Just to bring up to the other retirees, the LMP2 just won from that. It's the Sapphire SimSport Bravo machine. And then we've also had the Core Motorsports BMW in GTE Pro, the GTM I was just talking about the Chicane Online Racing Purple Ferrari looking like it. The backmarker Razzle machine, we've seen that in the pit for quite a while now. They've been in for the last 8 minutes, obviously after that incident and having to recover the car. And then obviously the Aventus Racing 117, their day just seems to really go from bad to worse for that Porsche team. They've literally just come out of the pits after 5 minutes to repair. Oh no, they're back in. No, it was just updating. I thought they were all excited for them then. They currently sit a lap and a half off the next car ahead of them, which is the WS Racing Esports machine.
I'm just looking at, Tom Johnson was in the pits for such a long time, 15 minutes. His lap times are similar in a P2 to the GTE cars. So there's obviously some serious damage there. He's not able to maintain the pace of the rest of the pack. So I think he's sadly going to, unfortunately for Sapphire SimSport Bravo, they're going to hobble along at the back of the LMP2 race there.
I think so, very, 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 very much so. Now, obviously, just to bring you up to speed with how Fuga are getting on, they look like, I think they've stopped the car as well. There's no movement looking like it's happening in terms of pit stop time or out on track. Sure, so, just picking up, obviously, after we were saying about the amount of overtakes potentially for the P1s. Cesar Rizzo, surely every car would have to be 10 laps down for 500 overtakes. I think he was just making a point, lads. Now, you're saying about that being 10 laps down. So, the current lead car is obviously the Sapphire SimSport Alpha Audi in LMP1. They are coming up to just complete their 133rd lap. Now, to put it into contrast, the number, let's have a look at so the last running machine would be the 27 Motorsport BMW from GTE Pro. They are a lap 110, so there are 23 laps difference between the two cars. Now, you can see them on screen at the moment, the 27 Motorsports, Gomez on board at the moment. They're not running massively off the pace. The next car in front of them is only just in front of them, really. They're not too far away. So, yeah, it is completely feasible. I see Callum Roby, you've popped into the chat. He's put, not much could be done there. Had to adjust to being faster than the car in front, and car behind being faster than me, and a P2 on the inside. Car had nowhere to go. That's race over. It's so unlucky for you guys. It was, I think, just one of those things of just being in the wrong moment, wrong place, wrong time, and it's such a disappointment to see that you've had incurred that damage and had to retire the car.
There's been a bit of a development there in the P2 because we see WS Racing is now in 4th when they were leading the pack, and D'Souza, if a hashtag, has retaken the LMP2 P1 position 1, and with FTR Esports
Now-
moving up into 2nd.
That is because they have headed to the pits. So now, interestingly, I've got showing down as the Stage 1 Junior is only making 2 stops, which seems a bit bizarre. That means they're really, really eking out their fuel, if that is true. Now, also, we've got the FTR Esports machine and the 524 International. They have headed to the pits as well. So we can see, obviously, the pit info currently on your screens right now. You can see who's in the pits currently within LMP2, the antagonistic Racing Orange team heading out of the pits. But yeah, WS Racing, they are coming back through. And look, yeah, they've just taken an early pit stop, get themselves into a bit of clean air, and wow, has it worked for them? And they're making hay while the sun shines in Austria.
The sun always shines in Austria, except when it doesn't. So we've got 3 LMP2s in the pits at the moment, and the FTR Esports in red. They've been in there for a minute. It may be time for a tyre change there, actually, because I think it was around about 122 means a tyre change, and 50 means take fuel. 53 means take fuel, I think, from what I recall earlier in the race. So we've got FTR Esports are dropping down the order, 124, 25.
Bear with my note.
And basically so they can stay on the track and not fall off it. But WS Racing is now holding the 2nd position behind Pedro D'Souza in hashtag. Back on to the battle for there, and here we are riding with Rob Newens in Stage 1 Racing Junior, and he's just under half a second behind WS Racing, and I think he might be looking to try and make some positions up here if we can get some good exits out of the next few corners.
It's tricky through this section in, obviously, well, you see they've got the that is the Scania Porsche just cutting their way through them and like to catch up onto this bit of traffic. And look, it just shows it within the space of 2 corners. It can cost you so dearly. That Stage 1 Racing Junior machine, it's they've lost a fair bit of ground just in the space of a couple of corners, just down to the back markers. And they are well overdue a pit stop. Could it be this time around that they are in? It is. They have headed to the pits. Now, according to my data, Ian, they've only made 2 pit stops so far. Now, the average within LMP2 is 4 stops. Now, that just seems a bit too... No, I'm not sure that could surely be right, because that'd be...
This would be their 3rd, right?
Yeah, it's got to be. Yes, it's got to be their 3rd stop. But even so, that's a really impressive performance.
Absolutely, that's
in terms
definitely
of fuel saving.
Yeah, there's definite car sympathy there for those guys. Rather than just going hell for leather at every corner, maybe overdriving it a little bit too hard to try and gain those extra few tenths on a corner, but then you'll pay for it in the pits later on when you need a tyre change, you know. So it's an extra let's see, it's an extra 20-30 seconds when you get a tyre change. So if you wear them out too soon and you continue to wear them out, then those pit stop times will add up. Similarly, if you can eke out your fuel and eke out your tyres, we'll consider 1 less pit stop, which is making clear benefits for them.
So, an interesting one. Obviously, you see them on screen right now, the Vector by RSR guys. Now, obviously, after their early spin, it looked like it could almost be race over for them in terms of where they were battling at the front and they plummeted down the list. However, look where they are right now. They've been quietly chipping away with Dave Duino at the wheel, and they're now back up into 3rd. Now they are 32 seconds off the WS Racing and hashtag Racing guys, but they come in and looking at their lap times, they're really competitive.
They are, absolutely. And considering after that first spin, because he was in first position, wasn't he, for the first 40 minutes?
Yeah.
That first spin as he bounced off the sausage and coming out of Nicky Lauda. And he found him, and then there was a pit stop. He found himself in, or rather, Vector found themselves in 7th position. So that's some sterling work there now to make themselves back up into class 3rd.
I think it'll be interesting to. They've got. Yeah, we've got another 3. Just literally clicked over now. We've got another 3 hours left of this race. We have reached 50% race distance. What could the next 3 hours hold? Well, I think
I certainly wouldn't have predicted those 2 massive crashes within the same lap, almost.
Absolutely anything, and I would not be surprised to see Vector claw their way back at that gap, and and bring us in for a final stint finale that's absolutely mental and crazy, and between they've closed up with the hashtag and WS Racing guys. It would not be surprising in the slightest. Ooh,
absolutely right, because he's made half a second since we started talking about it. So, and that's only probably a lap and a half, 2 laps. So, there's definite possibilities for Duino to catch up to the hashtag and WS Racing and make it a 3-way fight again. Because I think for a long period it was a 3-way battle for that P2 podium positions.
Talking of LMP2 as well. World of Sim Racing, Estefania currently on board for them. He has made it past Stage 1 Racing Junior. Currently Vance Lambrook is in the cockpit right now. That is for 6th place in LMP2. So they're clearly Estefania's finding some pace within that car right now.
Absolutely, and he's already, since you started talking, he gained an extra half a second. Which, yeah, I mean, that's in like a half a lap, which is incredible driving, really. So there's some great concentration on the exits.
Yeah, he's really putting down some, some exit concentration, but is what is required around here. One slip of concentration, it can cost you so dearly, especially when you're stuck in an absolute pack of cars where they seem to, naturally they all seem to, find bunches and clumps together, and if you get caught in the middle of it, as we have seen, it can be race ending so quickly within the flash of your eyes.
And there are a lot of important corners here, just like they're important to get a great exit. So turn 1, turn 3 and turn 10 you need, because there's lots of long straights here, and although it's a narrow track, there's also lots of opportunity to gain time if your opponent, or you manage to menace your opponent in the rearview mirror for them to force an error and take advantage of that for the next straight. Here we go, we've got Stefania is coming up behind, I think that's 524 International Racing, but I think that's a back marker there.
Now,
Stefania goes wide, there you go. See, a bit of a forced error coming out of Red Bull Mobile. I don't think that was actually for position, actually, that fight. I think
no, that
the
was
P2 behind is not fighting for
no,
Stefania.
that is the number 83 machine, the Stage 1 Racing senior guys. They are currently last of the runners within LMP2, currently running around about a lap down on their competitors ahead of them, which is the Stage 1 Racing Orange. Obviously, Stage 1 Racing, they're running 3 teams in LMP2 this season, Senior, Junior and Orange. So
if you were watching the back of that Iker Estefania's P2 there as he came out of Remus, it looked like he got on the power a little bit. He banged off the curb and got on the power a little bit too early, and the back nearly skipped away from him. There was a little bit of a wiggle, and it's those kind of errors that will cost you so dearly coming out of a corner like that, because you're going to lose so much time on the long straight ahead of you if you fail that, if you overcook the exit.
It's so easily done. Well, these guys are pushing so hard constantly, and we sit here and say, they've got a little bit onto the social curb here, or bounce across it. But yeah, bear in mind, these guys are at it for hours on end and barely put a foot wrong. It's one little minor incident, and out of how many laps of them being in the car, we look at likes Max Hackey's, your current leader in LMP1 and overall 142 laps that gentleman's currently put in. Nearly, just coming up to 143. To make one tiny mistake, it's nothing really. That's 3 hours of driving time. You see in officials races where people make. I don't know about you, but especially myself, you make so many mistakes where you overdrive the car, whereas these guys are putting it absolutely on a dime every single time, lap after lap, and with some absolutely spectacular results and some absolutely great racing, as we've already seen so far. Now, they Boosted Media guys, Boosted Motorsport guys, up in LMP1, they've come in from second place to the pits, which has promoted the Scania Motorsport guys up into second place. So that Porsche, it's looking stronger and stronger as the race is going on.
That's interesting, actually. Yeah, I wonder why that is, because the Scania have basically been sitting at the back of the P2 pack, and they've just held on, and they're now running second, which is pretty special.
Well, I think it's pretty obvious. They've just kept their nose clean. They've just been chipping away, and it can always sometimes be, how little that we mention a team. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, wow, how have they got there? Because they've just been, quietly going about their business methodically, efficiently, and then all of a sudden they find themselves really high up. Oh, I've just seen from our log, Max Hack, LMP1 leader, he's had an incident somewhere. Let's take a look.
Replay.
Let's have a look. He's just lost the rear on entry. And oh no!
Nearly had it as well.
In the gravel. He's pointing the wrong way. He's going to have to try and flip that car around. I mean, luckily they had got such a chunky lead out front.
I don't know about you, Tim. I thought he was going to hold it because you could see those wheels. He was on full opposite lock there. He was trying to hold on to the skid.
He was holding on for his dear life. But I think it's just literally where the rear end caught the gravel. That's what spun the car around.
It's more than a dab of Oppo.
More than a dab. I think it was a maximum attack on the opposite lock there from Max Hack for Sapphire Sim Sport.
Still, though, he did well to for no real injury to himself or other cars there. It kind of chose the right way to rejoin, like spun it round in the runoff before having a good look on his relative and through the side window. Because visibility in these, I've not driven a P1. Have you ever driven a P1? I don't know what visibility's like.
During the obviously when the iRacing service is down, I have driven both the Porsche and the Audi. Now, the Audi is literally like looking through a letterbox. That windscreen is incredibly narrow, and your visibility isn't that great. The Porsche, you've got a lot more visibility coming out of it. So the fact that guys are they're racing so hard and putting in some absolutely brutally stunning laps, and yet they can only literally hardly see anything.
Yeah, that must be. I mean, I presume there's loads of loads of cameras all over the car for rear view and side, or do you rely on wing mirrors only?
Only really the rear view. Obviously, the cars have side mirrors, so yeah, it's a bizarre thing where you just literally the windscreen is just so narrow. But these guys are, they're able to drive them. Well, not just drive them, but drive them incredibly quickly. The Porsche is more similar to a GT style windscreen where you've nice and wide and open, and just look how dirty that Sapphire Sim Sport car is. I do love a dirty racing car. I don't know about you, Ian.
The dirtier the better, Tim. So I wonder if you can get a cockpit view actually to see exactly what the kind of vision is.
Might be able to,
from
on board.
Might be able to get that and on board.
Here we go.
My goodness.
It is literally like looking for a letterbox, and yeah, these guys are just casually going about their business. you know, as you said earlier, you know, slotting a car from offline to online between two GT cars, like they go for a Sunday walk in the park after a nice roast dinner.
Yeah, that was an incredible move. You just reminded me about that as I watched it live, and I was just like, whoa, my goodness, that was superlative driving. Well, extremely well, finely judged. But of course, there's the P1s that I often forget. You've got the charge to manage as well, and when to release that, and when to recharge it, and how much of it you can lose, let go at once.
Now,
So
I was having a chat during the week with, funnily enough, with Max Hack, and he was saying that due to the short nature of Red Bull Ring, managing that charge is not too bad compared to other circuits like, say, Spa, for example, where it is much longer, and you need to think about the regenning and, you know, how your deployment. Whereas Spa is a little bit more, it's a little bit easier in comparison.
Maximum attack, I suppose.
It is just constantly relentless, one lap after another, boosting out of every single corner.
You've got a lot of hard braking zones as well, because you've got these long straights, but, well, I say long, they're quite short because the track's quite short.
But the with the LMP ones, apparently the most efficient amount of braking to apply with these is around about 40%, because you've then got the regeneration system applying braking for you as well, and that's the most effective way.
Oh, that's really interesting. So that's good knowledge, that, because I just figured you just brake as hard as you can, and then a lot of that goes into the batteries. But you're saying the batteries, when they're recharging, they add a little bit of braking, which makes perfect sense now you told me.
Yes, and hence why they don't brake as well. Say braking in the traditional sense by using brake pads and discs and pressing the brake pedal. Hence why they don't have to brake so much, because the regeneration system is doing it for them.
Yeah, because normally you don't want engine-assisted braking. Because I was having a bit of a lesson driving the P2 round Hock the other day, and I was changing down into first too soon, which the engine braking then just took too much speed off around the corners, and I was losing tenths of a second. And it's just that in my head, you have to hold on to second a little bit earlier, and then if you change down to first in the corner, that will give you a little bit more rotation. And there's all these little strategies that, as they swap between different car classes, that you only really get if someone tells you or a lot of experience. So clearly the engine braking in P2 is sometimes wanted, and the engine braking in P1 is wanted, which is a nice little interesting fact.
Definitely wanted, because otherwise you don't get the regeneration within your batteries, and then obviously you're going to get caught out when you come to boost around out of a corner and you find you've run out of battery boost.
The GT leader, Make Visa Kopsika from Fuga Simsport, has gone into the pit. It's 48 seconds right now. I presume it might just be fuel. I haven't really been counting his pit stops.
Yeah, the pit window is open for the GTs right now.
It's been taken
about right for them. Yeah, they last just over an hour, so that is around about spot on for them. So we'll look to see there'll be more and more if the GTs start to head to the pits. Now
it looks like Fuga have blinked first and they're on the way out, so he's probably hoping that Orion and Hashtag will have to pit soon without building up too much of a lead on them, so he can retake that P1 in the Pro GTE class.
Ian, interestingly, we spoke about him earlier, World of Sim Racing team, Estefania. He's been making some real progress since he got in that car. He's picked up yet another place. He's got past the 524 International Racing LMP2. And they're now in 5th in class.
And he's only half a lap behind Vector by RSR. That's really good work.
Estefania is just, wow, he's they're just throwing absolutely everything at it. And the results are showing for them right now. It could be, a bit of luck with the traffic, but then equally you make your own luck as well. And Estefania is absolutely ripping it up right now as they go free ride. We've got the Scania Porsche on the inside there, and
see that? That might be little pieces like that. As the P1 went past, Estefania came back out of line to take advantage of the P1 draft. So you'll gain a little bit extra juice there. So it might be just all those little decisions, lap after lap after lap, is enabling him to really make some positions and make some time up on the track.
Yeah, it clearly is working for them right now. Another one there, just having a little look up and down the timing sheets, and oddly, other than... It's probably the first stage in this race that we haven't got two cars crawling all over the back of each other.
Do you know, I was just thinking that very thing, Tim, because we've just been talking about the relative merits of the cars precisely because there hasn't been much action on track. There's been a bit of a lull in all of the kind of action. So, yeah, great minds think alike, Tim. And some may say fools seldom differ.
Yeah, it's. I'm sure with. Well, having said that, I've just looked across to my monitor, Ian, and the Stage 1 Junior guys are really, really catching up to the 524 International guys. That gap really closing up. And
there we go.
There we go. You can see it on screen right now. The 77 of 524 International, then the 72 of Stage 1 Junior. That gap down to 0.8 of a second. Now,
do you know, I thought it'd be closer after this long straight because as we were on board with Van Slambrook, we saw the 524 bounce off the curb a little bit. I wondered if he'd lose a bit of speed, but that wasn't the case at the end of the straight. And now they've got Van Slambrook has got a fight round his traffic. He's now half a second behind. 524 has been held up a little bit by the GTEs, and now we're starting to hit some heavier traffic for these guys. So they're going to look to maybe make some safe overtakes as they come down through Rauch into Worth Curve 7 and 8, and they're going around the outside of Rauch. It's always hard to hold on to traction here if you go a little bit too wide. And you see Van Slambrook working that steering wheel wide. Oh, and that massive dive from the P1 as he came in front. I wonder if Van Slambrook saw that happening and was looking to basically give the P1 some space. And that was a finely judged piece of driving if that was the case.
Incredibly fine piece of driving. Now, the Stage 1 Junior guys, they're really grinding out with this efficiency. So to put it in perspective, the car behind them is the antagonistic Racing Team Orange. They've pitted as the pits lane 5 times so far, whereas the Stage 1 Racing Junior team only 3 times. And they have, I'm just having a little look, other than the Stage 1 Senior guys, they're the only 2 pit teams who've taken 3 pit stops. Everyone else has taken a minimum of 4 so far.
That's clearly some great strategy there, and great racecraft as well to eke out that little bit of extra fuel, that little bit of extra, a little bit less tyre wear, and but you'll make it up because a pit stop is minimum 50 seconds, and a lap is 1 minute 13, 1 minute 20, depending on which class you're taking. So that's kind of like 2/3 of a lap. So it's well worth avoiding an extra pit stop if you can possibly do so.
Yeah, although it doesn't show for it much at this stage of the race, where it comes in useful is the end of the race, where it's all starting to balance out with one another. That's where these true little magic pieces of strategy come into play, and it all starts to balance out with one another. And I think, we've seen it. Yeah, the guys up at Sicania, another one in LMP1, making great efforts. The Aquila guys as well. We saw them briefly in the shot as after the LMP2s were coming through past them. Again, low on pit stop numbers, and there's some. I think there could be some absolutely masterstrokes potentially on pit strategy being played out right now at this half race distance mark.
Yeah, I think absolutely. It's just it's something that you don't really see. So we were talking about it earlier, weren't you? You don't really see the results of these different pit strategies before the race until everything starts to shake out a little bit. But then obviously plans change as race distance extends because of damage or incidents, or maybe a little bit of overdriving because you're trying too hard into some of the tighter corners. So you have to constantly readjust. But those overall strategies will definitely have their own part to play.
And look at it, shakedowns after pit stops. Here we go, Rolf Muller in the .exe Porsche. He's having a bit of a lunge there, not successful. The Verve Team Racing, we've got Jens de Roy currently on board that one. He's got into have a go at piloting after a truly successful first stint from those guys, an absolutely biblical qualifying as well. They currently lead GTE AM by, looking at it, it's nearly a whole lap, which is just absolutely phenomenal from that Chevrolet crew.
Yeah, and they're running 4th now in the GTE series in Pro and AM, which is
overall
frankly astonishing.
It is. It's almost it's frightening, and just looking at it, picking that Corvette, they're the only team to pick Corvette. Right, and you could argue, is it a bit of a left field choice? Clearly, is it not the OP car, as it were? But for these guys, it's proven to be the absolute ideal pick. The way that
definitely working for them.
I mean, you could say they're doing nothing, doing things with that car that no one else is. Well, that is literally the case because they're the only Chevrolet in the field. Let's watch the Scania LMP1 just scythe their way past them efficiently there. And yeah, it's a hats off to them. What a performance they are putting in, and it's going to be interesting as to whether they can remain, looking for as far afield as next season, whether they remain in GTE AM. But I think surely it's got to be calling to have those guys promoted up into Pro, of which equally they would not look out of place in.
Absolutely not, no. And they are giving that Porsche behind a run for its money, and even though that's a pro driver, but in Rolf Mueller. But Jens, in his interview earlier, he did sound quietly composed and quietly confident about their drive. So, this composure will be definitely serving them well in Jens's stint. But it looks like the Porsche is really climbing all over the back of Jens right now, and he's only 4/10 ahead. And I think that Porsche has made up maybe 2 or 3 tenths in the last 3 corners. So coming in now to the Niki Lauda curve, and he's lost 2 tenths of timing there. So that was a great exit, and you can see the gap is visibly wider. I mean, it's always confused me a little bit sometimes how when you see a gap and you think that looks huge on a racetrack, but in reality it'll only be like tenths of a second.
Oh, interesting. Ian, while we've been talking, Justin Michaela and Kike Martin, those guys are swapping places like there is no tomorrow, which has ended up with the World of Sim Racing team BMW. Kike Martin currently on board with that one right now, has come out ahead, but they've been swapping places like there is no tomorrow, where they've been battling really, really hard over the last lap.
And that's music to people behind those ears as well, because like those battles will naturally slow you down because you need to take little slightly different lines, so allowing people behind to make up a bit of time. So that's all gravy for that's what you want for people ahead of you. You want them to be fighting, and because their concentration is going to be split between not hitting the car and driving well. So yeah, that'll allow the slightly slower, slightly off-pace drivers to catch up.
Look at these. They're going at it again, these two. There's no separating them, is there? Absolutely none. Lining each other up into pretty much most of the corners, to be fair. That one led to Schlossgold. So we get a nice replay of the BMW moving up the inside to Remus. They're getting the drive off the corner.
Yeah, your analysis early on in the race holds true again. If you take the outside line, you often get a better exit and maintain your lead, even though it would seem the inside line on a corner is the one to take. But it doesn't seem so in that.
No, it's because where you've got such a large gradient on the inside of the corner that it's actually quicker to take the sort of a mid ground, miss the apex, which is something I don't know about yourself, Ian. I'm incredibly good at, and it's
absolutely.
If you need to completely, it's one of the few corners that I can get right on iRacing and racing in general because I'm very good at missing the apex. So,
by missing the apex, what you're saying by missing the apex, you actually get the apex. Yeah.
Yes, a nice bit of a oxymoron, reverse psychology type thing there, but yeah, it's the quicker way round. As you'll see, the car becomes so unsettled, especially with the funnily enough, as we look at them right now, the antagonistic racing team, Orange. Oh no, that's going to be close.
Oh, that was a bad decision there. From
I'm not sure the move was
P1.
on there.
No, I think that was a bit mean. I don't think that was right.
No, that was
a replay of that shortly, and now we're back with Jens de Roy on lap 157, still keeping ahead of that Porsche.
Rolf Muller right now does not seem to have an answer.
He doesn't. You're right. I wonder what it is. I wonder if he's thinking, Jens, he's an amateur driver. I'm just going to sit here and terrorise him and hopefully force an error and get the place easily, rather than attempting an overtake through all of the traffic and potentially wiping both of our races out. So, there's an element of mind games here too. So it might be a deliberate attempt to unsettle the amateur driver there.
It could be, but I mean, equally, if you look ahead, so the next in front of these two guys, the next driver up the road is the Aventif Racing 116. Raymond Sheffer's currently on board that BMW, and they are, they're well over half a lap ahead of them, so around about 50 seconds the gap between those two machines right now, as Muller just is lining up De Roy. Could this be the move? He's bumbled it, bounced across the curb, but this could be his chance. He sucks right underneath the rear wing of that Chevrolet. He's running
holding
right
the middle
to the inside. He's hugging that inside line. Muller's going to have all the hard work to do. He's going to look to maybe get him on the switchback. There you go, taking that wide line that we talked about. He's going to get the drive off the corner. Here he comes. De Roy's going to have to go defensive to that inside yet again. He's going to have to cover it off.
He saw the gradient change there as the back of De Roy's car bounced.
It goes more. He's up the inside. This could be the move done. On the way through. A bit of that, letting each other know exactly where they are, and that is the move done after many laps of Rolf Muller sitting behind De Roy. He's managed to get that .exe Porsche ahead.
That was right, and that move, that was firmly planned from where we started talking about it in turn 1. Yeah, Niki Lauda curve. He was all the way behind him into turn 3, came alongside him before Schlossgold, and basically just. It was a great bit of racecraft.
And if you look, the traffic is working out perfectly to him. He's got an LMP2 stuck for 2 corners between them, and that's where now he's even pulled out a gap. And he's going to work again. Look, as there's going to be 2 or 3 LMP2s between them. So it's an LMP1 and a 2. Hold on, is that car carrying? I thought it was carrying massive damage there. The LMP2 that ran wide. That is the 88 machine from Boosted Media. Rob Lundgren currently on board for them. And with all these LMP2s going through, it's the 524 International machine just squeezing through there and coming off worst against the Chevrolet. It's just played into .exe's hand, this. They've now pulled out well over a second gap over the Chevrolet, despite, you say lucky to get a draw, but they've got to be there to get the luck, and Rolf Muller got that Porsche ahead to generate that luck.
That's right, it might just be experience there, and he might have been aware of his spotter feeding information about cars around him, and him choosing that particular lap. There's a lot of variables in play. I'd be surprised if everyone knew exactly where all of the other P2s and P1s were while you were trying that move, but he definitely picked his moment and he's made it work for him, and it's stuck.
So, Albin from the Racing Team Mint. He's dropped us a message saying the 3-hour stint, wrong strategy, and just a whole race gone wrong. To be honest, down to chat though. We'll try and drag him into the. If you're listening, Albin, drop into the waiting room, and we'll try and drag you across for an interview. It'd be great to talk to you, but if you think this is your race going wrong, wow, I just think when you think your race is going right, because it is absolutely masterclass from you guys right now. So, well, this is the front for LMP2 WS versus Hashtag, as it has been for so long right now. And as I say that, they've got some GT. They're coming through some GTs, and the gap extends a little bit there. But these two guys, I mean, as we were saying, 3.5 hours gone, and just 7 tenths to separate them. You know, they talk about how LMP2s, suffer with dirty air and the ability to follow, but these two guys are really, really dispelling that myth right now, Ian.
Absolutely, and you're right. They've swapped again. WS Racing is now ahead, and I wouldn't be surprised in half, 3/4 of an hour to see Hashtag Racing again in the lead position of the P2 class. So I think it is going to come all the way down to pit strategy, fuel saving, and a certain amount of luck and traffic racecraft.
I think it is going to. Is the people who are the most effective at traffic management are going to come out the winners tonight, I think. We will see them in the next 2.5 hours time. I think that they're going to be the people who will be at the top of the pile in each of the relevant categories. Oh, I've just seen somewhere off camera. Excuse me, camera. Looking at his times. Looks like Rob Lundgren has had a bit of an incident somewhere. Let's see if we can bring you up to speed with what happened.
That's right. It looks like he was in Sector 1 and Sector 2. He's taking a lot longer than everyone else. So everyone's like 20 seconds, and he's a good 13 seconds slower in the first and second.
Just coming up behind the Corvette. And the fin on the rear of that car looks a bit bent, and it doesn't look to be overtaking with any real confidence, because we see him headed to the pit. No, it's just not looking too confident now right at the moment is Lundgren, and he's got, that's the Vector RSR LMP2 just coming through to lap him as well. Look, it's just not getting the drive off the corners. If we take a little look at lap times, so last time around, a 1:39. In contrast, the car that he's racing against right now, which is obviously the Chevrolet of Verve Racing Team Mint, they were actually
There's a
slower.
little bit of an incident there around Bemis. It looked like Yates in the Chevrolet, he missed his corner and braking. He tried to avoid other traffic in that corner and lost a little bit of time, and is being caught up a little bit there.
Definitely, but that boosted motorsport machine does not look happy right now. And it's such a shame, really. They had such a strong start and been running well as well in LMP1 of the team. And obviously it's their debut within the ISREC, and I know for the LMP1 the other teams were a little bit worried about them. I'm certain the LMP2 guys will have been as well about their LMP2 team, and it's a shame, really. As we see, I think is that them taking to the pits. It is. I think there's going to be some repairs going on to that Dallara LMP2 right now.
Yeah, you were definitely right there. He looked a little bit unhappy and was uneasy in the corners, wasn't he? So it's a little bit unbalanced.
Well, it just had no traction off the corners either, which was such a shame, really.
And you see Estefania for the World of Sim Racing is currently exiting the pits. Obviously just took on fuel. had like a 58-second fuel stop. Now we're going into a minute, but probably didn't take tyres. So he's back out on track. Has fallen to 7th in class, but I can fully expect him to gain another couple of positions as FTR Esports and 524 International come in for their 5th pit stops at some point in the near future.
Now, talking of, I know pit stops, like you say, and we'll adjust this order right now, but that Vector by RSR, after so many, falling to the back of the pack so early on, they're up to 3rd. Now, I know they will lose a couple of places due to pit stops, but as WS Esports, they have entered the pit lane from the lead, so that's getting closer. That's going to get interesting. Just to keep you up to date on the Boosted Motorsport guys, they are still stationary. Likewise with the Stage 1 Racing Junior as well. They were running strong and they are also still stationary. They have been for 36 minutes now, so clearly a lot of repairs going on to that car right now. And we've also had a driver change at WS. Till Berman has got back into the car by the looks of things.
Yeah, and just waiting for the pit stop, the fueling to finish, and they'll probably be leaving the pit any second now. Sicania, who's in current 1st position in the LMP1 class, is just coming into pits, which will probably allow Loic Marchand in the Sapphire Sim Sport there we go. He's now taken 1st position exactly as expected. So we're looking for Duino to probably make a shorter pit stop than WS, and hopefully come out into 2nd position, because they've both taken 5 stops now. And there we go, Duino is on his way out, and Hashtag Racing have still only had 4. So if Duino can make up a bit of time and on Hashtag, then that pit stop will result in Duino retaking the class lead.
Okay, I think the interesting one for me is that it's the driver on camera right now. It's Estefania for World of Sim Racing Team. After these pit stops shake out, where is Estefania going to come out? Currently, he's got the 2 cars in front of him, position-wise, which is WS Esports and Antagonist, are in the pits. As I think, WS have just headed out. So, I think it's gonna be close to the gap.
One position, I think, from Antagonist.
Yes.
They're halfway through their pit. There we go.
It's been all about recovery drives in LMP2, pretty much. You've got Vector, who are currently 2nd in class right now, and then also, of course, World of Sim Racing. They've just clawed their way back up. There's, I believe,
you see here, if we look at the gaps in the timing tower, so 524 and FTR Esports are not that far ahead, and they've still got
Flaws had
to make.
And the LMP1 has had a bit of a incident. Just locked it up on entry, and has then utilised the escape road there as a secondary part of the racetrack. Skip across the gravel, and off floor goes again for Polder. Although it is shown as well, like he did have another incident shortly after that, but I'm not too sure. Let's check in. Same corner. There's Muller for .exe. Is it going to be... Oh, no!
Oh, unlucky. That was a very close call there. He managed to... That was sharp braking there. But no one can go anywhere, and he's losing positions. But...
oh, no, that's all a bit clumsy there with the unsure of who's going to go first, and...
Bit of a Canadian standoff, it looked like.
It did a little bit there. It did a little bit. But yeah, just go sort of back. Really, it is. There's been some absolutely brilliant drives in all the categories today. I just excited to see what the next 2 hours and just over 40 minutes are going to bring in store for us here on Total Sim Sport.
Yeah, that's right. And Albin Chelbear has agreed to have an interview. He'll be along in the broadcast waiting room at some point in the near future. He needs probably stop spotting for his team, and they feel there's safe part of the track and the race where he can actually give us some of his attention. And looking at, we're following Loic now, who's extended a second, over a second lead in the last kind of lap and a half over Toby Ward in boosted. So he's obviously clearly very happy with his car setup right now, and is just, I'll say strolling. Strolling's the wrong word, but he's having a real good race around there. He's taking his lines nicely and is totally happy with his car balance. Here we're
I'm
on
not
board
sure they
now
can
with
afford
Loic.
to really just stroll, because I think if you just take your eye off the ball for one moment, one split second, with the amount of traffic that we've seen, I think it could almost be game over for you. Do you want to risk it, Ian?
I think it was more probably potentially using Stroll as a state of mind as opposed to a pace, because just a gently calm, zen-like state.
Well, it's
Just taking
stroke
lap
it
after
home
lap.
type.
Yeah. Here we have hashtag racing now in P1. Position 1 of LMP2 is coming into the pits, and he has got what looks like a 1 minute 16 second interval. So if he's just taking fuel, that'll leave him, that's about
Third.
53 second stop. So that'll leave him with 20-second lead on, so he should retain that P1 position within the LMP2 class, providing everything goes to plan and he doesn't take tyres. So he always got a 43-second pit stop now.
There we go. We'll find out within the next few seconds as to how this is gonna pan out. Have they taken tyres? Haven't they? That looks like their pit stop has finished. I would say no to the tyres.
It's still extending. I think my timing tower might be a little bit behind yours.
Oh no,
It's still
hold
in
on,
the pit.
No, it's yeah, it's still deciding whether they're in the pits or not. There they are. You can see visually. Pedro de Souza.
Car number 92.
That car should be up on Jack's. I'm guessing that is just going to be a fuel stop. Maybe even repairing a bit of damage as
There we go.
provisionally, you know,
Gioino takes the
Vector.
lead.
They're back in the lead after around about a 2.5, 3 hour hiatus. They,
Yes, exactly. that.
albeit via, as there we go, there's the hashtag racing LP2 heading back out of the pits.
There's a lesson in
But-
patience right there, isn't it, Tim?
It is. I mean, okay, I know that they will, they will get a change by the pit stops, but yeah, absolutely brilliant, and just shows why you should never ever give up, and it's not over until the checkered flag flies. But we've got, for me, LMP2, Ian, it just, yes, I know there are time differences between them all, but it just feels wide open still.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because there has been probably, I'm going to take a wild stab in the dark here, of maybe 10
across
or 11 leadership changes. Sorry, yes, go.
Across your Ian, we've got a replay of Valo for JD Sim Racing, just losing it into, that was the last but one corner, which is right, and it's Aquila Motors. I think it's
Nearly
Aquila
collapsed
Agba.
Jonathan Corral, who manages to avoid a nasty accident.
Yeah, Aquila Cyan, that was, sorry. Yeah, the American, wow. Really unlucky there.
Oh, he's crabbing a little bit there. Wonder what's happened. Wonder if he took damage as he bumped up the curb.
It could well have done. It would not be surprising at all. Would not be surprising at all. So what? So we've got. Can you believe it? 170 laps the leaders have completed in LMP1. Such a marathon of a distance, but yet still so much left to go. I think in terms of LMP1, no, I'm not going to say anything. Let's move on, because I don't want to bring the curse of the commentator onto it. I don't want to jinx it at all for anyone. LMP2,
I thought a lot about that. It's strange how just us talking about the race that the drivers can't even hear often causes incidents to happen on track So it's almost like they're being precipitated by us, even though we're nothing to do with it. It does intrigue me how that, but it is a well-known phenomenon as well, isn't it?
It is. It is bizarre. Absolutely bizarre. It's, that is the Verve Racing team. I'm just waiting to see. I feel sure if my cameras are having a slight moment there, Ian.
It looked like that BM went a little bit wide, and there's a lot of dust kicked up.
The
Maybe coming down the curve. Yeah, there we go. I think he just went in a little bit too hot, didn't he? And the back end
Ian,
started to come around.
sorry to cut across you, but something has happened to the hashtag Racing LMP2. They've headed to the pits. Sorry, it's not the LMP2. Sorry, I'm getting my I've getting my De Souzas mixed up. Oh, I saw
Was there contact?
Yes, there was contact there. Diogo came off the worst driver from it. I was saw De Souza, looked across and thought it was obviously the hashtag LMP2 entry, but of course that was his relation Pedro, and that of course was the hashtag GT car.
Oh, we see that we just returned to the P1 contest. We're now on board with. We're now watching Pedro de Souza in the second position for the LMP2. He is now 23 seconds behind Duino. So Duino is really driving the skin off his car. He's opening out that lead more and more and more.
Yeah,
and
because I thought
was
that
down
was
to the
position, Ian, but it's not. So I mean, I thought that was due to them not taking the pit stop, but actually no, that is genuine for position.
Absolutely.
They've clawed that cut all the way back up, and now are back out, you know, in front. Words failed to come to me, Ian, of how has David Duino accomplished that? It's stunning, absolutely stunning, and right now, you know, it's. I mean, I think as well there was a driver change for last for hashtag and WS, but it took much longer stops, and obviously would have taken tyres as well. But
it looks like Albin is in the broadcast waiting room. Tim, are you ready to interview Albin? Have you got some questions lined up for him?
Yes, that is someone I would love to speak to. Obviously, Albin from the Verve Racing team, Mint Chevrolet car, obviously that stands out quite a bit, as it is the only one within the class, within the field even. Let's see if we can bring him across. There we go. Hello, Albin. How are you?
Welcome, Albin.
You were saying earlier that you feel that you've gone the wrong strategy. The whole race is going wrong, but yet you're winning by a long way in class, and you're currently sitting 5th overall. Was it coming into the race, obviously, with Red Bull Ring being such a tight circuit? Obviously, there's a lot of cars on track, and being multi-class, you know, did you expect to maybe get caught up in other people's incidents and just almost accept it before the race, that the chances are you would get caught up in something? And after qualifying, how did you feel? That was an absolutely stunning performance. Oh, wow. It was absolutely, it was spectacular to watch, and being British, we love an underdog, and with the obviously being from from GTE AM, to have you right up there on the front row of the grid, it was something very special to watch. And I mean, well, we've got you, Albin. I see that the front end of your Chevrolet is carrying a little bit of front end damage right now from obviously one of the incidents. Is it affecting the car too much? How's Jens getting on at the moment on board? Hmm. But that's brilliant. I mean, thank you for taking time to talk to us. It's always a pleasure, Albin, and good luck for the rest of the race. There we go, Albin from the Rating Team Mint.
And right now we've got James, who's back from. He's fully refreshed and he's back in the commentary seat, and he's looking to take over from me. So welcome back, James.
Hi guys, how are you?
Sorry, gents, but Valo for JD Sim Racing, that Ferrari, nearly avoiding quite a large accident there, and did well to collect himself. Yeah, sorry, I was getting all a bit excited there. Like, ooh, a bit of a tight moment for the JD Sim Racing Ferrari guys there.
Let's do that again. Welcome back to the commentary box.
Yeah.
Yay!
Hello, yeah, Valo there going off, did very well to keep, kind of turned out a lot worse than it actually did. So guys, how's it all been?
It's been quiet. They seem to have, from the first 3 hours, which were, wow, as we all experience, crazy, mad, breathtaking, full of suspense, drama, excitement, joy, happiness, sad, the full plethora of emotions, and yeah, it seems to everyone seems to have settled into their race pace a bit more, and it's calmed down a little bit.
Awesome. Well, I noticed in LMP2, as we had a change at the top. David Dueno is on my timing screen down in second. Now, I believe he got that car up into first place. So if we can have a quick look at David Dueno, see what's happening there. No, he's still in P1. My timing screen's having a bit of a mental minute for there. I just see him swap down.
While you've been away, they've been absolutely plugging away. Likewise with the World of Sim Racing team as well. Just gradually, making up time, making their way through the pack and quietly going about their business. And, Vector, all of a sudden, after losing out so early on, are now back up in the lead of LMP2.
That's quite good to see, though, Tim, because they were leading the timing sales and leading in the first before the first round of pit stops. Unfortunately, David had a little bit of an off. And I know he wasn't too happy about that, talking to him off stream. So, he's done really well to get it back up. I'm glad he's kind of taken a break, settled back down. I know EJ took the car over and gave David a bit of a break. So it'd be good to see that he's back up where, really theoretically, Tim, where he should be, I would have thought. They didn't look right down in that 6th, 7th place, They were.
No, they didn't.
They were definitely quicker than that. So it's good to see them back up. It's good to see them been chipping away and just patiently going on about their business.
They have in the sorry, Tim. Just to say cheerio. I'm just going to take advantage of the quick time lapse and say cheerio and all the best to you guys. Have a good call, and I'll speak to you all later.
See you later, Ian.
Yeah, so we've got back on with David Dueno, Tim. Have we seen much passing from him, or has it just been pit stops that he's been fortunate with, or what's the situation?
The pit stops have played a large part of it. Obviously, last time there was no driver change for them, and also no tyres, so they saved themselves. Also, I think as well, WS might have solved a bit of cured a bit of damage as well while they were in the pits. But yeah, they saved themselves around about 40 seconds, which is what's dragged them all the way up. Well, definitely helped towards dragging themselves all the way up the field. But even so, the guys at Vector have just been absolutely chipping away lap by lap. Consistently. Not spectacularly faster, but faster than everyone else around them, and just be clawing away at the gap. And now all of a sudden they find themselves back where they started almost.
Yeah, I think that was the thing, Tim. We mentioned at the beginning was consistency, was it? David had that unfortunate spin at the beginning, and as you say, once he's got back into the car, he's consistently been picking up places and moving along nicely. So, well done to David Dueno for taking a break, settling his head down. And I think that's a message to pretty much anybody that does endurance. It's never really over until you go across and grab the checkered flag. Do you know what I mean? They were down in 6th or 7th, weren't they?
Not
Tim?
sure if you caught that one. Yes, Savoy. Their racing team Mint's the Mint Menace as it has on the back of their car. That Chevrolet really getting squirrely there out of Remus, and these guys are locked in a bit of a battle. They've got 3 different manufacturers. You've got 27 Motorsports BMW at the front. You've got the Chevrolet of their race team in, and then you've got Orion Race Team JRT's Porsche, who we currently ride on board right now with. Oh no!
Oh no, we do not.
Oh, Robert Harley's going to roll the car. Clever thinking there. Roll the car black into the gravel to get himself off the track, and he was, in a part of the track which cars can flying around and would have been blindsided to him being sat in the middle of the track there.
Tim,
but that's cost them dearly.
As we talk about them,
do you know what? While you were away, Ian was saying exactly the same about this. It's crazy because they can't hear us. We have zero effect over the race. But as soon as we mention about them, it's almost like it's some sort of it's like a ghost like being. I can't think of the right word, but it kicks into play, and all of a sudden they start having incidents to the point of we started talking about obviously what it was looking like for victories in each of the classes, and I was going to make a comment on LMP1 and then stop myself dead and no, let's move on because I do not want to bring the curse of the commentator onto anyone.
I think that's the thing, isn't it? Really, I wonder if the spotters in their ear, Tim, just going, "You're on stream." Oh no, he spins.
Talking of one class we didn't really get onto is GTE, which has been kick-started the race with an absolute bang with that absolutely mesmerizing qualifying with a second covering majority of the field.
Yeah, I think it was 20 cars, Tim. The second covering the first 20. It's like Martin said earlier, he come in for interviews. It was like, that was just absolutely incredible. 1 second covering 20 cars, different manufacturers, is just insane. Just shows the quality of the drivers.
It does. 4 different manufacturers, obviously BMW, Porsche, Chevrolet, and Ferrari, and yet so little between them all. Literally so little. And as we were talking, we were going through qualifying and we were saying, James, literally, it was a minor improvement, was going to elevate you. And for some drivers, literally, it was hundredths of a second. Thousandths of a second would take them up 1 or 2 places.
Yeah, definitely. And that's the thing. It just goes to show how close racing is, Tim. Especially at this level. We're not talking just officials. We're talking top-class drivers. And, that 10th or that 100th, as we say, can make a big difference. It can jump you up 2 or 3 different spaces. You know, Tim, I think it's worth mentioning while we're on board with the Orion Racing Team JRT Porsche there, Tim. They have got the ISRC Porsche Cup Season 2. Now, we've had some more information come out about that at the moment. So the racing schedule, guys, the calendar's looking like Hockenheim, Sebring, Red Bull Ring for 40 minutes, Bell Island, Watkins Glen Cup, Montreal, Hungaro Ring and Spa. The race format so far being released to us will be 2 20-minute races or 1 40-minute race with pit stop. Race week, Tuesdays free practice 1, Wednesdays free practice 2, Thursdays will be warm up at 5 o'clock, drivers briefing at 6, qualifying at 6:30, race 1 at 20 to 7, race 2 at 7:15. Car will be the Porsche GT3 Cup car, which is
sorry, cut across you there, James. Wow, well, that was incredibly close there. The Maniti BMW just sort of really struggling to get the corner exit, and how Robert Hartley did for Orion Racing, that Porsche avoided him. If we could get another replay of that was so tight.
That was insanely close. I've just looked across as I was reading the information to him and just seen his BMW off the outside.
Here we go. So this is into turn 1, Niki Lauda curve. And you can see the Porsches carry so much more momentum. Wow. If they tried to do that again 100 more times, they would not achieve it. They would have connected.
Every single time.
Every single time.
That was insanely close. So let's just finish off quickly, Tim. The classes for the Porsche Cup are AM is 1.5K to 2.5K. iRating Pro will be 2.5K above. Now, entry cost, it is free. Absolutely free, put on from the ISRC Porsche Cup, guys. And this starts on 30th of September. There will be live stewarding as well, so you don't so there'll be live stewarding involved in that. Now that has got to be an absolutely epic event for the guys at ISRC to put on a Porsche Cup for absolutely free, Tim. I'll be snapping their hands off.
Completely. Definitely. And what a lineup of tracks that sounds. Absolutely brilliant. Some absolute classics in there. And it's going to be convulsing to... Well, if it's half as good as the action we've seen here, then it's going to be absolutely brilliant. As we just watched a replay of backmarker yellow getting past the Porsche of FTR Esports.
That was nice and clean, Tim. Nice and clean.
That was. And we didn't have to hold our breath or breathe in to try and squeeze past someone. It was relaxing, as it should be.
We did get excited, didn't we, Tim, so much. It was quite a straightforward pass. So, yeah, it's all good. But, Tim, on the Porsche Cup, they're finishing at Spa.
Wow.
That's going to be amazing. So, guys, definitely get involved with that. The information is on screen as well, so you will be able to go down to the Discord link in the description of the YouTube and click on that. And you basically join the Discord and apply for the Porsche Cup. Complete free series put on by the guys at ISRC. So, absolutely amazing. Right, Tim, let's get back to the action.
Now, just having a little look down the timesheets, obviously we've got this battle that's ensuing within GTE right now. We've got Backmarker Racing Yellow versus FTR Esports over 10th place in class 26 overall. Now, just trying to have a bit of a look. The other closest battle we've got on track at the moment is also GTE. It is the 27 Motorsport DNW versus the... God, we seem to mention quite a bit, or maybe it just feels like that because they are the only Chevrolet. It is, of course, the racing team Mint, and they have had quite a bit of a spectacular race, and hence why they have been mentioned so much. And also at Silverstone as well. I know they were a team that you really enjoyed watching, James.
Yeah, definitely. I think the thing is, Tim, is they're an AM car. They're not up in the pro, and what they're achieving during the races, mixing it in with the pro drivers, is incredible. I think that's the thing. Every team is working so hard, but it's just incredible that we've got an AM team sitting in 6th in overall, and he's 5th overall now, because obviously we're just looking at Pedro Gomez go into the pits. It's incredible. I think that's the thing that just sort of brings him into our view, Tim.
I don't know if you caught any of the chat that we had with Albin from Verve Racing Team Mint, but as we're saying to him, it's a stereotypical underdog Brit type mentality that I think is what attracts us. Everybody loves an underdog, someone who based on their status shouldn't be there, but then up there, and they're mixing it with the best and some more. And that qualifying result, it's I think that probably to draw a motorsport similarity, it's similar to the story of what George Russell at Williams in F1, where he's come along and he has ground out some absolutely spectacular results in a car that is, I think by their own admittance, nowhere near the strongest of on the grid. And I think it's the same for these guys.
Can you imagine if we put Albin and Jens in a Porsche or BMW? I don't know.
I don't know. Would they adapt? Because that's the beauty of each of these cars, that they all drive differently. And where I took the early in the week, funnily enough, I took the Chevrolet out for a bit of a spin during one of the periods when the server was down, and it is once you've got the car up to temperature, past the first few laps where it is very, very pointy, it is an absolutely beautiful car to drive.
And that could be the reason, Tim. They're just consistent with the car.
It fits their style.
Yeah, it matches what they're doing, And I think it's a great achievement for them guys, what they're achieving. They've taken the decision to go with 2 drivers for this race to give them the best opportunity. And I think right about now, it's paying off dividends for them as a team. I think it will be absolutely epic to sit and watch them cross the line in the position they're in and being the class winners, because they've done so well.
So
sorry, Tim. It's like looking at, when we go through the timing board now, we've got Scania Racing, completely unexpected, in the LMP1 car, sitting in 2nd place. Another team that wasn't really on the radar at the beginning, because we had Fuga and we were talking about Boosted leading the timing towers.
Yeah, and of course Sapphire.
And Sapphire. And we've got consistency, with Rossano at the wheel, who's just consistently chipping away, and they're up into 2nd.
That Italian squad, they've achieved really great things this weekend, and hats off to them. And I said to Ian earlier while you were on your break, it's the fact that we've hardly spoken about some of these teams, and then all of a sudden they've appeared near the top. I think that just goes to show, they've just gone about their business quietly and consistently, and it's produced results for them so far. Obviously, the true result is, come the end of the 6 hours.
But they've stayed out of trouble, Tim.
They have.
Look at what they did in Silverstone. Sorry, they did exactly the same thing. They've stayed out of trouble. At one point, they were even leading the LMP1 class.
They were.
And their consistency after Fuga and Sapphire had that coming together, their consistency just brought them back in, and they've made up places with obviously the retirement of Fuga in Silverstone, because their steering wasn't. It was Silverstone. Did they retire?
Yes.
I'm sure it was. Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
And now they've retired again here with that Pelchat, incident between 2 cars that was unfortunately a bit of a decision that most of us wouldn't have made.
It's so tricky, because you've got obviously the boost. Well, you've got the hybrid deployment. You can boost past some of these cars, and you can squeeze yourself through gaps that you wouldn't really dream of. And he was completely boxed in at the time by GTs, and went for a gap. That gap, as he reached it, closed, and it was an unfortunate racing incident, really. Especially when you're battling for the lead and you don't want to be losing time.
No, but I think the thing is like Ian mentioned as well, could he have been a little bit more patient? Could he have waited for what has sort of unraveled in front of him, coming down that straight into Schlossgeld before that move was made? I think you know, and just looking at Rossano here, if you look at the way he's overtaking and, you know, he's going forward, he's braking to make sure he can get the move done consistently, and he's leaving enough gap every time he overtakes. You know, that side of things have got to go through your head at some point.
It looks like this is a replay of Hartley. Let's see what happens to him in turn one. Nicky Lauda, bounces across the curbs, and that's an awkward place to stop have the car stopped. He's luckily, a lovely little rejoin there.
Yeah, he made the right decision, didn't he?
From the American.
Yeah, he made the right decision to sit still and not move and then take it the other way, because, you know, we've seen it plenty of times in officials where people would have reversed that Porsche back into the middle of the racing line. And that was vectored by RSR coming past him.
It looks like they're losing out as well. They've got in this battle with the BMW World of Sim Racing team. It's Kiko Martin currently on board, and he's looking to capitalise on Hartley's mistake and apply pressure. As they both run wide. And take to the gravel as evasive action when they've got the LMP2 squirreling the way past.
And that helped Hartley though out massively. Look at the gap he ended up getting back on Kiki Martin.
It has helped him out absolutely massively. Great to see if we can get a replay of that one from a different angle maybe. We've got the BMW of Kiki Martin. He's going to be on the outside, and after put in the hard work and really run it through.
As we see Hartley coming front, don't we?
There we go. No, I thought they were more alongside, but maybe it's just a case of he's just... look, do you see that? The front end twitched with a chunk of understeer and just spat him out.
No, that's allowed Hartley to open up a 2-second gap on Kiki Martin now. So Hartley's probably having a big sigh of, like, a big breath in that car, thinking, okay, I can relax now. He's 2 seconds back. Let's get my lap times going again. As we go over to Bama from the WS Racing team. Still got Pedro Sosa. Hashtag racing. They've been at each other throughout this whole race, Tim.
They have. We are 4 hours and 11 minutes in, and still, these two teams, they just won't leave each other alone, will they?
No, they seem to be very much attached to each other. You know, Pedro there taking a very cautious approach to pass that BMW, let him get round the first part of Roush before he actually went up the inside of him as well, because I think if he would have gone in there, it could have turned out quite dangerous for him. As we flick down to the driver view of his inputs on the steering wheel, you can see he's very smooth with the way he's driving the car. There's not much twitchiness. It's a very... It looks like they've got that setup correct, and I believe he's just gone into the pits.
Yeah, that's into the pits for them. So that is, they have got enough time to. So if based on the sort of the average sort of stop time being around about 50 seconds, by my calculations, they would not lose any positions. That will still bring them out in front of the the World of Sim Racing machine. I think we'll keep an eye on that one.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a close one, a close call on that one too. I've got him down coming out in between 4th and 5th, so I think he's going to possibly, though. It'd be interesting to see if we can follow. Ooh.
Yeah. Well, meanwhile, this is Berm's chance now for WS Racing Esports to really. He's going to look to perform the overcut. Let's have a look to see. So, hashtag have changed driver, Silveira. Yeah. He has headed into the car.
Now, Silveira led off, Tim, I believe. He did I think he did the opening stint as well.
He did do the opening stint.
And did incredibly well. So, it's going to be interesting to see. As we work out, we've got Messinik and antagonistic racing team, Orange. It's going to be interesting to see where he comes out. It's 6th place?
Yeah, 7th place. Yeah, so 6th place in class is going to be, isn't it? Yeah. But that's obviously due to the driver change, adding the extra time on.
But that is, Tim, sorry, that is antagonistic racing 2 cars back there. Pulled in within just under a second. So they managed to time that pit stop to get back out in front of Jerome there. But it is a very, very close battle. He's going to have to clear that stage 1. I think it's a senior car. To get onto the back of Silveira.
We've also got the Fugo as well, the GT entry as well.
And we got Verb Team Racing. Oh no!
It's going to be a little bit close. a little bit close. There's a bit of argy-bargy of elbows out there, nudging the other LMP2 wide, and this is close. Messing, you can see his prey in sight. You can see it escaping, and now it's just about trying to maintain that distance as we ride on board with Messing.
Yeah, you can see the hashtag racing car in front going around the last corner. Messing's got to be like, I've got to get on that throttle. I've got to get up to him. He's going to be catching a bit of a draft. You guys seem to have got a good run out of the last corner of Red Bull Mobile. So as they go down into Niki Lauda, I'm expecting him quite close to him, but I think by the probably time we get down into Schlossgold, he's going to be within sort of quite a distance, within touching distance.
I think I think looking at that gap, that is going to be too far away for an attack to even pick up the slipstream on the run up to Rebus.
Ooh, hold it. Ooh.
I hate that corner in the LMP2. It's I know I'm not the best of drivers, but it just feels so clumsy and like you just can't get any traction out of it. And that's with new tyres, let alone where these guys are, triple stinting the tyres.
I think the only class that haven't been triple stinting or could it.
Sorry to cut across you, mate. World of Sim Racing, Estefania, he's coming into the pits as the Iberian. So that is from fourth in, that's from third in class, isn't it? So those guys, it'd be interesting to see where they come up. By my predictions, they will. Doesn't look no, yeah, they've done a driver change, so that's going to really bump them down the order a bit. Andres Quintana, he's heading into the cockpit.
I think that's 7th, maybe 8th, Tim, depending on how quickly they can get out. They've lost 7th because Antagonistic Racing is just going past them now.
They were out of sync with their driver swaps. So, for instance, 524 International and FTR had already. It was hashtag. Had already made driver swaps. So, yeah, they were a little bit out of sync. So that's obviously coming into play now, but. I think for me, the interesting one is Vector.
Still
and
going.
how they can play out. But look at that.
I don't know if they're out of sync though, Tim, are they? Vector Racing. Did Dueno come in early because of obviously the incidents and the spins? I'm not sure where they're sitting roughly in position for the guys behind them. Don't get me wrong, they've got quite a chunk of lap time.
No, based on their lap, their last time they made the pit stop, so Vector came in on lap 151, 524 International came in on 153, and lap 152 for FTR, so they're not really out of sync at all.
No, we've got Tim Bale from WS Racing, I believe, probably be heading out of the pits at the moment. He's just come in, excuse me. So it'll be interesting to see.
It's all changing, all up in the air right now in LMP2. Just bring you up to date with LMP1. As you can see from the tower right now, Polder Racing are in the pits. And then we mentioned LMP2-1, but those guys have just been sort of pulling around little worlds of their own. Also, Sapphire SimSport Alpha still in the lead in that category at the moment. Can Marchand, the Frenchman, can he maintain that gap? And they are currently around about a pit stop clear of second place, which is Sicania.
I think that watching Locke do what he does with this Audi is absolutely incredible. The control he has of the car, it's like him and the car are attached at the steering wheel, Tim. It's so sweet to watch. It's incredible.
It is. Things are starting to slightly hot up down in GTE. The Maniti guys are closing up quite quickly to the Porsche of the JD Sim Racing team.
It's on screen now, Tim.
It is on screen now, and it's two very similar styled liveries in terms of colours and the way that they're laid out on the cars. And yeah, this Maniti, in that BMW, we got Rutger Weiden currently on board for them as we ride on board with them.
Ooh, there goes
There
boosted.
goes the boosted LMP1 Ace. The gap is closing.
And he's definitely within that reach where, for whatever mentality it brings or wherever you get it from, when you see the car in front, oh, he's just gone into the pits, I believe, JD Sim Racing car.
They have.
Yeah, so
them into
that
the
frees
pits.
them up. Yeah, that frees up Maniti Racing. But I was saying before that mentality where you can see a driver, you kind of, for some reason that you can't actually figure out, you drive a lot more in control, but a lot more quicker. And then you end up catching them up. But then you get the other side of them and you kind of settle back in again. It's a really weird mentality that, well, that's me personally, Tim. I don't know how you are. Obviously,
No.
these guys, that's
Yeah,
how
but
I am.
have the ability to chase something down, and interestingly, Maniti, they stopped 4 laps earlier, so clearly utilizing the new rubber and undercut to good effect right now.
Yeah, they've moved above my time total. Raymond Schaefer's at Aventus Racing. He's got Austin Campbell in front. Stephen Broomfield, who we haven't actually mentioned much. He's now into the.
No.
Has he gone into the pits? Yep, that was Stephen who's going to from Centurion. Oh, he hasn't. He's still there. Centurion Racing, who was on that epic 10-hour stint in Silverstone. Unfortunately, his partner struggled with his equipment and couldn't get started, so they had to put out. But it's good to see Stephen just still plodding around. We haven't really mentioned him much, Tim, to be fair, have we?
Centurion, we spoke about him earlier in the race, but currently the lead Ferrari out on track right now. It's not been Ferrari's best day at the races, but Centurion definitely flying the flag for the Italian manufacturer. And yeah, they're another team that after some earlier on, being in and amongst some incidents that weren't their fault, and as it was all the chaos was looming all around them, they've just been another one of those teams that we spoke about earlier that's just been quietly going about their business.
Yeah, definitely. He's just been plodding along, and it's that staying out of trouble consistency, Tim, that's obviously been giving him their positions that they're in, fortunate enough now.
I think up in LMP1 boosted, by the looks of things, should be due a pit stop soon. Other than that, it's all LMP2 seems to have, for the first time in the race, seems to have just, quietened down a little bit. The gaps are maintaining steady around about, across the top 2, there's a 4-second gap and then a 4-second gap again. Now, Vector, they've headed to the pits, and they are, let's have a look there, they are third in class right now, and they aren't a million miles off the 524 international guys in front of them. And I think, what have we got left to go, James? We've got, an hour and 40 minutes?
Yep. It's probably going to be a very exciting 1 hour, 40 minutes, Tim, as it seems to have been throughout the whole race anyway, with this amazing lineup of drivers.
I think the last hour, this could be well, actually, like the 524 guys, they have just come into the pit. So that has allowed Vector to head back up to second in class. It's looking strong for them after what could have been an absolute disaster of a day. The team at Vector have just dragged that Dallara LMP2 all the way back to the front, kicking and screaming.
Yeah, it was one of them, whether you want to or not, you are going to take us back to first place, Tim.
It is, but can they catch WS Racing Esport?
Okay, so they've swapped over, so we're at the hands of EJ. He's back in with EJ, who had that very consistent spell earlier on. Now he's looking at about an 8-second gap down to WS Racing. They've pitted 3 hours later than WS Racing. So would they have, what we're looking at, about an hour and 35 minutes? There's going to be another stop, so it's going to be interesting to see where that leaves them in position-wise, to see how they get on. But as we watch EJ there just come past the GTE, it's looking, he's dropped down to 7.5 seconds, so he's half a second already, Tim. It's possible that he definitely will catch up, but it just depends on when, not if, I think.
Yeah, I'm just trying to do some rough maths on them, I think they may well have actually 2 more stops, possibly even a third, because so your tank of fuel in the LMP2 roughly lasting around about 45 minutes ish, potentially, if you're really good on fuel. Most of the drivers will probably be getting around about 30 to 35 minutes out of a tank. So we've got, what, 1 hour 40, so that's 100 minutes. It's probably looking like they're going to stop at least twice, aren't they?
Yeah, at least. Oh, no,
possibly,
EJ, no! Oh!
That was close. Wow.
Wow.
Was close.
EJ, that was a thread through an eye of a needle, Tim, that one. That was a pure panic. You could just see the flashes of them, unfortunately, having a collision, but great driving on behalf of, I think that was Owen. Was that a Hartley again behind the wheel of the Porsche there?
I think it was, yeah.
Done some amazing driving to try and let him through as well. So, yeah, oof, wow. As we've got Casca from JD Sim Racing into the pits. That's only... Didn't they pit on 147, Tim? Have they gone in again?
Yeah.
Or am I looking at...
I'm not too sure. Yes, I think they did.
It was 147 and it flicked to the lap 166. So, yeah. Oh. I'll have to find out on that one, but there you go. So, Taj Edwards of Fuga coming around the famous Roush Worth section of the track, Tim. They've been a very quiet team today, don't you think? We've not really spoken loads about these guys, but they've
spoken about Fuga in numerous times, but obviously just not about the GT team. But again, another one that's just been quietly going about their business. And kept their nose clean, and yeah, they've got that BMW. I mean, potentially, especially if they don't do a driver swap, nearly a whole pit stop ahead of their competition,
and that's
which
the
is
thing.
crazy.
Yeah, I don't think we realise what they go the 43 seconds to a Ryan race team, so maybe they might be a little short on that pit stop time, Tim. I think we're looking at 54 seconds, aren't we? So, Taj Edwards needs to push a little bit more to try and get that gap over Luke Petronik from a Ryan race team. But again, it's something we didn't really see, because that was that epic battle with the 3 BMWs, wasn't it? Down in, I think they were 5th, 6th and 7th towards the middle of the, as they were plodding along. But Taj just seemed to have snuck under the radar and taken the lead in the class.
He has, and it's all credit to him. Fuga, we've seen across all of the categories that they're a strong force to be reckoned with. But it seems to be where they're having the most consistency and best results. Actually, it's down in GTs, and it's dare I say it, they get mentioned the least because GC, because they're just so consistent. They keep themselves quiet. They don't have the drama of what the other teams do, the P2 and the P1, and I think it just goes to show they're just so consistent.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think within this endurance racing, it isn't who can get to the front first, and yes, we're talking about racing drivers who are going to want to do that. As we watch Vector by RSR there go past Taj Edwards. But I think that a lot of it is what you can do over that 6-hour period. I think it's the closeness of the racing, the consistency, the staying out of trouble, and making sure your car's not doing flips down the straight like that we had that poor Ferrari do earlier of Callum Roby. And I think that's what gives you your end result in the endurance.
It is. Yes, luck does play a part, but you need to be there in the right place at the right time to benefit from that potential luck, or to not be there to benefit from that luck, as we've seen so often. Now, just a bit further down in GT, the Manisi crew and that BMW, they are slowly catching that Orion team race team JRT Porsche.
Yeah, we're 0.6 seconds back at the moment as well. You know, as we come into the famous Schlossgold that's claimed so many cars today with hitting the curb and the gravel on the outside, but it's just plodding away. You know, there was that little drop back, wasn't there, earlier on where Brian Holmes kind of cleared a little bit of a gap, but it seems like, you know, the Miniti have definitely pushed back on him again, and I wouldn't be surprised if by the next lap we're seeing a BMW overtake. I would have thought, Tim. I'm going to call it now.
You're going for it. I hope so, well, I hope so in some ways, because they've been really just plucking away at the Miniti crew, and interesting, it's. Oh, I think we've talking of. It looks like they're going to pick it. Yeah, they have picked up a place as the Chevrolet has headed to the pits.
Oh, Brian Holmes running wide there, Tim.
This is his time.
That's the chance.
Is the time. You called it, James. Here they go. On the long drag up to Remus, and that's the move already done ahead of time. Onto the brakes. He can take the racing line and drive out of the corner and away from the Porsche.
Okay, yeah, we may have called it, Tim, but we kind of didn't want it to happen that way.
No, we wanted a nice duel on track, so, you know.
Yeah, we don't want to risk
going to one another.
Oh, what's happening here with Herwig from WS Racing?
Oh, that's
free wide! That's
wide.
never gonna. Oh no, that's the Scania car. Oh,
Herwig there, just for WS Racing Esports. Wow, that could have been so much more of a disaster. I think they'll maybe feel a bit aggrieved because they're on the outside and got squeezed out by the LMP2 and LMP1. But having said that, that was 3 into 1. Well, 2 into 1 rarely goes, let alone 3 into 1. And I think that they'll feel unlucky because they came off the worst between everyone.
Yeah, I think Herwig clearly can see, you know, that his car's fine. There's nothing wrong with it as he's continued on. But you never really know if there's blame to be had in incidents like that, Tim. I think, you know, they've all gone for the overtake. The LMP2 went on the GTE. The LMP1 went on both of them. And, you know, there's no real blame to go, I wouldn't have thought.
No, there's not. There really isn't. We've had a few overtakes, looks like down in the 24th, 25th position. So that is LMP2. I think that's where we've got, that's because Brumfield's come into the pits. That's why why the other drivers have been elevated up the standings. But yeah, we're hoping for good things from them, as the only one of 2 Ferraris left running in the race. And the only Ferrari in Pro as well.
Yeah, I think that's a bit of a shame, really. You know, as I saw Callum jump in chat earlier on, unfortunately just got mixed up in that incident where Pelchet earlier that sent them, well, they did more triple somersaults than an Olympic gymnastics person, to be honest, Tim.
Yeah.
The car was constantly spinning and spinning, but it is a shame when things like that happen, and it's not really looking at anybody's blame or pointing fingers or, you know, starting hot topic discussions. It's just one of them things that happen when you're close racing on a short track with 3 different classes. You know, as we watch Stephen there come round the infield, going down into Worth, travelling round, going to be down into Rint very shortly. Again, just looks quite comfortable in the car. You know, he's got World of Sim Racing a second and a half back. He's got Boscher Williams 20 seconds in front. I'd probably now, Tim, just looking at the fact that he's only not long left, sorry, my teeth getting mixed up there, that he's just probably settling around and trying to keep it out of the gravel, I would have thought.
I think a lot of the drivers seem to have entered into this more calmer state after 3 hours of madness. The last hour and a half has calmed down. Well, in comparison...
behind that battle, there's a free car. They were free wide.
Here we go. Oh, that's the .exe Porsche getting on their lights. Not sure if that's the I'm here, or try and distract, or oh, hello, that was a very lovely move you just pulled there. I'm excited by it.
Are you optimistic that that's what that means, Tim?
Oh, I am. Yes, I am. But yeah, I'd say it's weird. Literally, within the last sort of 5 minutes, it just almost feels like someone's turned the screw up a little bit, and we're starting to now. We've got around about 90 minutes left to go, and it's almost. I think when we get down to the last hour, I think we'll start to see a few more elbows potentially come out. I think maybe it is helping that obviously we've lost. So how many cars have we lost? We've lost around about 7 cars. So cars that I know have retired from the race are the Backmarker Racing Ferrari, the Razzle Dazzle machine. We've got the hashtag BMW, Fuga LMP2, Fuga LMP1, Aventis 117 Porsche's retired, the Kane Online Racing Purple Ferrari, that's sadly no longer wears this, the Cool Motorsport 2 BMW, and our first retiree, which was the Sapphire Sim Sport Bravo LMP2. So I think maybe those 7 cars is maybe giving the grid, obviously after their retirements, is maybe giving the grid just a little bit of breathing space.
Yeah, I think we've got to look at now. It's been a bad day for Fuga Motorsport, Fuga Sim Sport there, Tim, and I think all their really sort of their recovery hopes are rested on Taj Edwards in the Fuga Sport GT, who's currently first in class there as well. So yeah, a bit of a bad day. But as we look at Sacagno Motorsport, just trying to get past. Is that the Sapphire Lot Marching in front?
That is, yes. So that is. They are they're
lap, aren't
2
they?
laps ahead.
Okay.
And they are Sapphire. The close, obviously, there's Boosted in second place, who are around about a lap and a third behind Sapphire. So Sapphire really controlling this race right now. But I think coming into the weekend, if you had have told Sacagno you're going to be and finish on the podium, I think they would have taken that with 2 hands. However, that could have nearly spelled disaster there. As the number 69, that's the JD Sim Racing LMP2. Nearly had a bit of a rear end moment with them.
I think, Tim, if this carries on, that we're talking about cars and they're nearly having coming together, we're going to have DMs from the drivers here saying, please don't talk to us through the race. Don't talk to us about the race. Because we've had so many chats and then people have, wow. Oh, my dearie.
Grassetto. Wow. Wow.
Wow, that would be a great on board, Mr. Producer, sir. If we can get that on board with Grassetto coming around that last corner on the BMW there. Wow. That was just
using
incredible.
all of his Italian style and flair there is Grassetto.
Would you say that, Tim, or using up all the luck that he has?
Being Italian, it will be style and flair. They no other way. But wow!
Oh my goodness, dude! I'm holding my breath here. Come on, let's get you round in that well-deserved position you're in.
But in equal terms for these guys, they've been quiet all race, and although we look at it, it might be dicey and scary, but they've managed that to create effect.
What, to create effect or give the commentators heart attacks? Which one?
Well, maybe the great effect is giving the commentator a heart attack,
Maybe as he comes around past the Verve Team Racing Mint there. Well, it'll be interesting to see. He's now got 2 GTEs of Fuga having a good old battle. Please don't send it up the inside. Now go. Now you're free. But he has brought in... that's Ryan Schmidt, Polder Racer. I believe he's a lap back, isn't he, from these guys anyways?
2 laps back behind Sacagno right now. Make that one and nearly a whole lap now. But these 2 guys set in separate bubbles. So they're not going to really fight one another, I would imagine. Just
No.
trying to bring the car home, you know.
I think there would have been a spotter's message there. Just let him through. We're not racing him. He's, you know, a lap down. There's no need to put yourselves in that position. I
While
think
we're
it's just,
on LMP1, the boosted motorsport guys, Toby Ward, well, that's just switched across there. Benjamin Gregory has jumped on board that one. They're currently in the pits, doing a driver swap and taking on some fuel and tyres, one would imagine.
yeah, I'm excited about. We'll see what Ben can do. We had grabbed the interview with him earlier as well, so it's going to be very interesting to see what he could do with that car. I think again, they're in that position, Tim, where you know, don't put yourself in danger. You've got probably an hour and 18 minutes left. It's just get as far forward as you can.
Having a look at Bosch Williams for Backmarker Racing Yellow and that BMW. They've got past the Aquila Racing Aqua Porsche. Oh, nice little jinx to set it up, to send it up the inside into Remus.
Job done.
Across
Thank
the
you very
apex.
much. Ooh.
Now we've got some battles starting to mount up a little bit in GT. It's getting the intensity is turning up a little bit as we enter we approach nearly the final hour, and FTR Esports, they're looking comfortable and, you know, against World of Sim Racing Team Junior. They're not far behind them, and they're just, you can feel that, you know, the pressure is starting to be turned up a notch or two. And they're currently, to be fair, they're actually ahead of the Chevrolet of their racing team Mint, who've looked so dominant all day.
So
and now,
what has happened there then, Tim? Because wasn't he ahead?
yeah, they've fallen quite a bit. I'm just having a little look. They did do a driver swap at the last pit stop, which is obviously going to throw a big chunk of extra time into their pit stop. Around about, well, it's nearly double. It's about an extra 20 seconds or so. So that has cost them dearly, and it has been tight within GT all day long. Now, Backmarker Racing Yellow, that's BMW. They've got another BMW in front of them, which is the Luis Barbosa 27 Motorsport machine. But right now, the LMP2s are aiding and abetting Barbosa's escape from Bosch Williams.
Very much so, Tim. I am a little bit concerned though, because down on the information we have got Jens de Roy got passed by three drivers round about lap 174. So I don't know if he's had a off.
Let's have a look. 174. That will be their pit stop lap. So that is
been
why.
their pit stop. So that's why they're back where they are. Okay, cool.
It is.
I was
yeah.
a little bit worried that Jens had an off then, because obviously they were doing so well. But if that's down to their pit stops, that's fine. Now they go. We got them in the pits now. My timing screen's turned them grey. No,
they are still out and about. They are okay in that sense.
That's good.
This is getting close. This is FTR's esports chance potentially. Can Alex Treba, the American, looked at? He's just that they seem to be struggling almost a little bit. I would say struggling in straight line speed. Looking at it through the speed trap. Having said that, actually, I lie. They were quicker than the BMW ahead of them. That World of Sim Racing Team Junior with Ruben Reloy currently on board. But they're starting to swamp them, James. I can feel... Oh, hold on. That's that C2 goes straight on there. Who is that?
Oh, both of us together. Who is that? Oh, it's not boosted. Adam Hedgecock there. What?
Caught it onto the gravel. A bit of snap overs there. Did well to catch it. And has found that escape road that so many other drivers have done today.
The famous Schloss Gold corner. Oh,
hello. Oh, no! That is contact. And that the Stage 1 Racing Senior, not the best day for him, and Roy Mass will feel aggrieved there. Definitely feel aggrieved. I think it was the Scania guys who gave him almost like they tripped up over one another down into Niki Lauda.
I'm going to be just watching the replay a minute there, Tim, on the stream on YouTube. Oh, yes, Scania gave him a little nudge. Little nudge. And with that, somebody's put in Twitch chat, Iru's put in Twitch chat, nasty LMPs. So, you know. Looked a very close one there, Tim, didn't it?
It did. It did definitely look like a bit of a... But this is where it gets tricky in multi-class because there's got the closing speeds, the potential to trip up over one another. Of if it such the, I thought you were going, no, I thought you were going, and it just creates little issues like this.
I wonder if that would be within the stewards, though, Tim. I wonder if that's going to get a steward call in because obviously,
I think so.
I think so. We'll have to keep an eye on that there.
We'll have to keep one eye on the...
no, just keep one eye on the stewards.
Stewards booth. Let's see how they are.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was under investigation. So... yeah.
Now, interestingly, FTR... They just... Alex, I don't know, sure, is it that Alex Treba seems to be happy sat behind World of Sim Racing Junior right now?
Yeah, he doesn't seem to be... He's making inroads, but he's not really making attempts. I think that's the thing. And as we speak, Tim, the incident involving WS Racing and Scania is under investigation. So we'll wait on the...
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see while that one pans out in the stewards.
Ooh,
this is getting close.
I think that actually has, Tim, come out as a drive-through penalty for Scania Endurance for an unsafe overtake. So I guess the stewards didn't quite see it as we saw it, Tim.
No.
But, I think giving somebody a little punt probably, gets you in trouble.
Drive-through penalty, that could cost them dear. Well, no, actually, no, it shouldn't be too bad, actually, because they're currently second position overall and in class right now. However, in third place is Boosted, who have taken a pit stop more recently. So, therefore, would, after pit stops have been taken, would be ahead of the Scania crew right now.
I think I would get that out of the way, Tim. I would literally head into the pits, and I wouldn't be surprised if Grosseto does the same thing. Nope, he does not. Me talking about that. You've only got 3 laps, mate. You better get it over and done with soon.
I think maybe it was just where he can see the clear track ahead of him. He's only really got the Aquila Sire machine there ahead of him, and then he's got a bit of a window of opportunity.
Tim, Boosted are in the background. I got them at 3.5 seconds back. Unfortunately, Grosseto is going to lose this position on his drive-through.
He will do, yeah, but the Boosted have taken their pit stop more recently, so they would naturally, after pit stop adjustments, be ahead of Scania.
Yeah,
so
but the drive-through penalty is not going to help him, is it?
No, it's definitely not going to help their cause. They were sitting in Scania was sitting in a bit of a bubble anyway between Polder and Boosted. However,
no.
This is getting inside. Grosseto, the Italian, really pushing things now.
Yeah, let's not lose the other Fuga Sim Sport car. It's the only one we've got left.
Yeah,
that would be a bad day for them.
It would be a catastrophic day. Obviously, Fuga currently pinning their hopes all on Edwards in the BMW, but here comes Grosseto.
So, yeah, straight in, straight out.
Nice lock up on the brakes to take the pit lane speed limit.
And there goes, funny enough, there goes the WS Racing Senior car there, Tim, heading out as he's coming through on his pit lane. So they're going to be close together again.
Wow, this hopefully there's no irony in it. Well, there's Boscher Williams. That is a move on the 27 Luis Barbosa BMW. They ran wide.
He's up into 6th now.
And that is them comfortably through. But just looking back down the field, FTR Esports are still sat behind that World of Sim Racing BMW. And they've got the .exe machine that is coming round to lap them. That .exe Porsche behind them.
I think he's been they're a lap down already, aren't they? So this is going to put them 2 laps, is it?
Yes, that is correct. That is correct.
That's correct, isn't it? My timing tells not playing ball, but I think that is correct. Now, what is Treebar doing there, Tim? He's not pushed this guy. He's not pushed the World of Sim Racing. Why is he not? What do you think's happening in the cockpit in his mind?
I think maybe because looking at that, so both cars stopped a lap apart last time round. So World of Sim Racing stopped on lap.
He's got a better exit, Tim. Sorry.
Here we go. Oh, could this be air? It's Treeber. This is his chance. This is his opportunity. It's number 66. That's the FTR Esports machine. Oh, this could get a little bit spicy. The .exe machine looks to follow him through. Wow, maybe even a little bit of FTR, LMP2 and
free wide
GT collaboration going on there. But the .exe machine not able to get through. It took him a bit longer than you would have expected to clear him.
Yeah, they're the same class, Tim. There's no speed difference, is there? It's not like an LMP2, LMP1.
No, it's not, but maybe he's hoping, for just to allow him past, potentially, but I'd be interested now to keep one eye on Treeber and the FTR Esports Porsche.
Oh, the BMW runs wide. Oh, no!
Could have been so much worse.
Did he? Oh, he didn't collect anybody. He did not collect the Stage 1 Racing Junior there.
Absolutely avoided everyone. Somehow did really.
Woof. Wow, there you go. I think that's going to release Alex Treebar a little bit now. He's going to be breathing a little bit more of a sigh of relief there as he pulls out a 2.5 second gap.
But James, look, while that was all going on, obviously we saw the .exe Porsche being slowed up. That has allowed Boscher Williams in the BMW for Backmarker Racing to catch up, and that gap is no, that's his fight with Barbosa. Sorry, my mistake. I thought he seemed to catch a lot of time up and didn't think that the .exe machine had lost it.
He's just done a Harry Potter and brought himself forward right up behind him. I think it's 50 seconds, isn't it? I think it's 56 seconds.
Yeah, clearly he's taking the Apexius Morius or something like that to elevate themselves so quickly. But no, that was my mistake. Thought it seemed a bit too positive, but yeah,
that's all right. That's what we're here for, Tim, to get excited at little moments, even though we do get them wrong sometimes.
It is. It is. So. Just keep
this is not good. We got Vector RSR lapping boosted lapping GTEs, and JD Sim Racing lapping as well. This is not gonna go well, guys. Let him through.
Looks like the JD BMW has got a bit lucky. Oh no, he got cut off on the apex there by the boosted LMP2 number 88 machine, and.
But that's what we was talking about with Remus Corner, wasn't it? Earlier on with the LMP2s, they're so slow.
They are.
The GTEs just keep getting right up behind them, Tim, and now the boosted Adam Hedgecock has really got to go to get up to the JD, back up to the JD Sim Racing. He's got to let the cars through.
Have so much more traction out of that corner. It is ridiculous, and get into a situation like we've just seen, and it compromises them so much.
We've had another message from Dirt Games in Twitch there, Tim. Nasty LMPs again. Come on, guys, lay off the LMPs.
I would guess that Dirt Games is a GT driver, as there seems to be no love lost between GT drivers and prototype drivers whatsoever.
None whatsoever, Tim. But what do we expect in a multi-class race on a 4.3 kilometre circuit?
We said from the off it was going to be tight. It was going to be filled with drama, and wow, it has massively been that way.
Yeah, let's refer to a quick message in YouTube, Tim. One for our producer here. Great coverage as usual, guys. However, I'm not getting much in the way of game audio. So, Mr. Producer Chris, if we can have a look at that and see if we can up the game audio. So, Tony B Racing there can get more game audio. I believe we may be struggling a little bit with balance, but I think we'll sort it out for you, Tony. Not a problem. As we watch Lewis Barbosa come right onto the back of backmarker Racing Yellow and Sebastian Boscher Williams. Tim, what are we going to expect in the infield?
I'm really not sure. I'm really not sure.
Spot coming round the ball.
It depends. So these guys have not got any prototypes in the end to try and mess it up. So this is a straight fight between two evenly matched GTs. Wow!
Boscher Williams with that back end slide held it beautifully.
Absolutely drifting it for that BMW M8 GTE through Worth there. And these guys, two evenly matched drivers with the same car. This is all going to come down to talent and nerve, I believe.
Yeah, we've also just quick mentioned before why we follow this battle is we got Fabio Grassetto from Scania Endurance in the pits at this moment in time as well. So we keep an eye on Ryan Schmidt. I believe he's got a lap on Ryan Schmidt, hasn't he? Or is that position?
No, that is going to come up to be positioned very, very quickly.
Yeah, 200. I think he's got 2 laps maybe on that on Ryan Schmidt there.
No, Schmidt ahead. Schmidt has got pulled racing after being at the back of LMP1 for so long. I've made it past them. That drive-through penalty, you called it earlier, James, has cost Scania so much.
I think we can get an onboard. Pick up Ryan Schmidt, please, Mr. Producer, so we can follow him round.
Yeah, he is. They have gone. Now they have also got to make a pit stop themselves, but this is time to put the hammer down for Ryan Schmidt for Polder.
Definitely got to go for it, Tim.
Put some quality style laps in to try and jump ahead of that Scania Porsche.
And as we spoke about earlier, Tim, as well, we've got Till Berms in the pits for WS Racing, which has allowed EJ O'Donnell back through for Vector by RSR as well. So that's going to be an interesting now, because EJ's now got to put the power down, because when they go into pits, it's going to be very close. And WS have changed drivers as well. We're back in with Nicholas Nagale. So that's going to be an interesting one as well. And just to start a debate in YouTube, we've got A King Guerrino. It's a sim, it's not a game. So that was me reading out the message earlier on. Great coverage as usual. However, I'm not getting much of game audio. Sorry, I should have said sim audio. But there you go. We won't start that debate, Tim, will we? Because that could go on for.
That is one very dangerous territory to get into. And but interestingly, you're saying, obviously, as we watch the Polder Racing Audi right now, Scania took on an incredibly long stop, 2 minutes 45. Now, put it into contrast, Polder, last time their stop was 40 seconds. Actually, no, I like Scania on my screen. Actually, James, is still showing as being in the pit.
Yeah,
it's glitched a little bit.
Just 2 seconds on that one, Tim. I've got Stage 1 Racing Senior, which I thought this incident was already dealt with, but I may have read that wrong because it was WS Racing and Scania Endurance are under investigation again. So I think that was the one we watched with the yellow LMP too. So maybe they were involved in an earlier incident with WS Racing GTE that's unfortunately given them the drive-through that we watched. They're now involved again in an unsafe overtake position with Stage 1 Racing Senior. So that is under investigation. So I'll keep an eye on that one, Tim.
Yeah,
but
keep
poor old Scania have gone into the wars this late in the race as they've done so well.
After so long and seeing their praises about how they'd had such a clean race, and the beauty of and the beast of that is endurance racing. It can all change so quickly.
Yeah, because this is the Stage 1 senior car they're involved with. Now, Tim, we're looking at 4.5 minutes, okay? So we are looking, there must be a damage repair. If we can get a representative from Scania, if somebody can jump into and let us know what's actually happening, there must be a damage repair to be in the pits for that amount of time.
Let's see if we can try and get a direct line into those.
Yeah, into those, that would be
Guys.
absolutely amazing. Guys, we were requesting YouTube from Alan Roth. Can we see some of the battle from P1 in GTE AM? Mr. Producer, we can. We got Alex Freeball, Raluli in World of Sim Racing, and Jens de Roy have all been battling. There is Alex Trebar. He is in pole position. He's not in pole, is he? He's in the lead. Sorry. That's and then we got World of Sim Racing 4.5 seconds back with Jens de Roy a further
Now,
50 seconds.
Interesting one, that James. I know you're keeping one eye on those guys at the racing team Mint. Now, apparently, obviously, they went from such a dominant position. They were 4th in GT overall. However, they have what's caused their plummet is they've had 2 drive-throughs and 1 hold in the pits. So obviously, when they've come into the pits and they've had to hold for a allotted amount of time, so they've lost almost 2 minutes, which is what's caused them to fall so far down. And
Now,
I think,
Tim,
yes.
is that an incident point limit?
Ooh, I think it's. I know that Albin, when I was chatting to him earlier on, that was a bit of a concern about me. He was saying about the track limits, and they'd also had 3 different contacts, which had given them 12 incident points for each of them. And he was getting a little bit concerned. He didn't say how many they were on, but I think they've got to be edging close to it potentially, and maybe that's what has caught them out right now.
Yeah, Tim, an announcement from the stewards, right? With a Stage 1 Racing Senior, Scania Endurance Motorsport. Okay, that was the incident we watched where there was that little touch up the Grosseto.
Yep, down into turn 1, Nicky Lauda.
Yep, penalised.
Oh no, James, hold on, 2 seconds. I've got contact. That's the lead. That's the lead LMP1. They've been caught out.
And the lead
As we're watching
GTM.
FTR Esports. Yeah, that's leader of GTM FTR Esports, Alex Treber. There was it a spin from the Ferrari? That's the 2-3 mission.
Oh no! Oh, that's Fuga Motorsport, SimSport as well. Tim involved in that. That was just side contact with the JD Sim Racing Ferrari.
Here we go. So we're going to ride on board right now. So he's going to get the. Oh!
Oh! That could open up the LMP1 leadership, depending on if there's damage on that lead LMP1, Tim.
Crash bang wallop. What a lot of drama here in the ISRC Endurance Championship. This could change it.
What?
I'm trying to look closely at my monitor to see how much, if any, damage
can we
the
get
lead LMP1 has taken on.
Can we have a look at him board unlock and see if he's holding that steering wheel straight?
I think we'll probably have to wait a little bit further in the laps. They come through to the last couple of sections, but looking at that front end as we ride on board with them right now, it looks like they may well be the luckiest people in sim racing and got away with that one. How, I do not know after that impact.
No, because if that was me, Tim, my car would have been bent and my steering wheel would have been 180 degrees in the opposite direction.
I completely and utterly agree with you.
I'm trying to stare into the cockpit, which is really quite weird considering we can't actually see much once we do that. But as you know, we are looking patiently, guys, to see if there is actually any damage. But it doesn't look like there's any steering wheel issues. It looks like he's going pretty fast to be able to carry on. But going back to that incident, guys, as well, the penalised team in that issue was Scania Endurance. 10-minute stop and hold.
Oh, that must be what they're currently serving, because they have already been. They've been in the pits for 9 minutes now, James. So that is what they must be serving right now. And that has gifted Polder 3rd place because they are now nearly 6 laps. Yes, 6 laps ahead of Sicania. So they have got plenty of time in hand right now.
Yeah, just heard a message from the producers. Unfortunately, the view from the LMP1 is a little bit jaded and doesn't cover much, so we can't unfortunately get on board of what was locked steering wheel position. But judging by the fact that he's still going around in 113s, saying that he had a 117, but that probably was involved in the incident, he seems to be going fine on that one. So that's an unfortunate camera position that we can't unfortunately take, Tim.
It's a shame, that one, but wow. Wow.
So now,
I think, wasn't expecting that one. I don't know about you.
No, the thing is, we were concentrating on the GTE AM battle, and that puts World of Sim Racing in first place. Now, we've got Verve Racing Mint. Let's have a quick look down the pit lane.
That is getting tight.
I believe they're in the pits. No, they're not. Okay, my timing tower's having a bit of a...
Yeah, so you have got World of Sim Racing is in first.
Yeah.
Then you've got 8 second one, just shy of 9 seconds down the road, which is about a 10th of a lap. You've got FTR Esports White, obviously the Alex Traber Porsche. Currently, obviously, we saw him involved in that little tangle earlier. And then a further 47 seconds, which is around about half a lap or so. You have got the Verve Racing Team Mint, who've gone from looking like a nearly guaranteed win in GTE AM to having to potentially settle for 3rd place on the podium.
Yeah, that seems to be a bit of an unfortunate decline, should we say, Tim?
Yes.
And that probably isn't what, probably wasn't what Jens de Roy was expecting when he jumped into the car. So, yeah, that's a little bit of a shame, unfortunately. Broadcaster's curse we've got from Alan Roth as we were talking about the GTE. But I'd like to defend us on that one, Tim, because it was actually Alan's request to go to the GTE AM leader, which we did do. So, Alan... Unfortunately, we are not dealing with the broadcaster's curse on that one. We are saying that you asked us, we provided, the incident happened. Don't worry, Tim, I've got us.
Well, yeah, that's our get out of jail free clause used there. Well and truly.
Yeah, it's like Monopoly, Tim. We've used our get out of jail free card.
Yes, that is well and truly spent now, and I think that is just utilised that for the race.
Yes. So, unfortunately, Alan, it wasn't us. Right. So we've got World of Sim Racing still leading GTE AM. Should we have a quick run through the standings, Tim? We haven't done that for a while,
I think we need to, James, because we have got we've got 53 minutes left to go. Yeah. So, look, as it stands at the moment,
let's give them a minute, Tim. I think we just had a message in my ear from producer Sean there. We can just hold off for 2 seconds, just in the middle of resolving technical issues. And then we will run through the standings. So let's have a catch up. We've still got a lot marching going around in LMP1, I believe. Is this a replay, Tim?
This isn't. What we're currently seeing...
I'm staring into the cockpit on his steering wheel. It looks like it's still in one place, so that's good. There you go.
I think so. It's looking okay. How on earth they got away with that one? I think, if they're a cat, they use all their 9 lives in one go with that one. And they must feel like the most luckiest people alive right now.
Alan Roth has come back, Tim, and said, hey, no passing the buck here, commentators.
Sorry, Alan.
Sorry, Alan, but we had to use our get out of jail free card. Right, Tim, standings, let's go.
Right, I'm going to... I'll run through those, and then Chris Rowlands is going to join yourself in the commentary booth for a short while. Until a little bit later in the race, but let's go for LMP1. We have got Sapphire Simport Alpha Boosted Motorsport in second. Polder Racing, wow, how that's fallen, that luck has fallen towards them in third. Scania, after all those penalties, that 10-minute penalty, absolutely taking the race away from them. What looked at one point could almost be a second place. They're in fourth. Fuga have retired, they are out, and thus in fifth place. Heading across to LMP2. You've got the Vector by RSR. What a recovery drive from them. Absolutely spectacular after spinning out earlier. Heading into the final hour, they are back after losing out in the first hour to the front of the grid, followed by WSE Sports 13 seconds down the road. Then Hashtag Racing LMP2, who are a further 24 seconds down the road. Then you've got World of Sim Racing, who are the last LMP2 team on the lead lap in category. 524 International Racing, FTR Esports, and Antagonist Racing Team Orange are all one lap down in 5th, 6th and 7th respectively. Then it's heading across to JD Sim Racing, who are 8th. Boosted Motorsport LMP2 are 9th. Then it's Stage 1 Racing Orange. Then it's Stage 1 Racing Senior. Then it's Stage 1 Racing Junior, who are 10th, 11th and 12th respectively. Then we've got the Fuga Simsport LMP2, who retired 85 laps ago. And the Sapphire Simsport Bravo machine, which retired a whopping 136 laps ago, a long time ago. Heading across to GTE, wow, Fuga Simsport, they are flying the flag. However, they are being chased down hard by Offensive Racing 116, who are only 3 seconds down the road. Orion Race Team are the last GTE car on the lead lap in 3rd. .exe and Maniti are 4th and 5th. Backmarker Racing Yellow are 6th. 27 Motorsport are 7th, and those 5 cars are all one, so 4 cars are all 1 lap down. Quilla Racing, Aqua, Centurion Racing are 8th and 9th. Then you've got World of Sim Racing Team 10th, FTR Esports White are 11th, and Verve Racing Team Mint are 12th. They also make up your top 3 within GTE AM. Then in 13th place within GT, we've got JD Sim Racing, Lithium Motorsport, who were running well early on, but unfortunately due to incidents have headed down the grid a little bit. They're in 14th. Then we've got 27 Motorsport White in 15th. Orion Race Team JRT 16th. WS Racing Esports GTE, they are in 17th. They'll be hoping for a bit more luck as their LMP2 counterparts are experiencing right now. Then we've got JD Racing, who are 6 laps down. Quillia Racing Sign are 11 laps down. And then it comes to retirements. We've got Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle. We've got Hashtag Racing. We've got Avensis Racing 117, Chicane Online Racing Purple, and then Core Motorsports 2.
Very well done, Tim.
So I believe Mr. Chris Rowlands is going to join you for a little bit, James, while I just sort a couple of bits out my end. And wow, 50 minutes to go.
Evening, lads. Evening, viewers. You've had a lot going on in this race. I've been watching. Some interesting championship implications as well with some of those retirements. So both the Fuga LMP teams being out and the Arvensis 117, they are all doing very strongly before this race in the championship. It's going to throw it wide open. So yeah, it's been some interesting racing. It's sort of calmed down after the first half. There seemed to be quite a lot of, a barrel rolling Ferrari. We've not had anything quite that severity since that incident, thankfully, although it's not been incident-free. But considering, I think we're all coming into this race expecting a lot of trouble on what is one of the I think it's the shortest FIA Grade 1 track, I believe.
It is.
It's the shortest one on the calendar as well, there, Chris.
Yeah, for a 42-car grid, we've done, I would say, quite well to have as few incidents as we had.
Right, I'll leave you to it. Enjoy, gents.
Bye. There goes our famous Tim Cox there, Chris, who doesn't. Unfortunately, we have to really usher him out of the box to get a break. Bless him.
Well, I mean, when the racing is as enticing as it's been, I can understand where he's coming from. Certainly with the Silverstone 12 hours, that didn't feel like a 12-hour race. That could quite happily have been a Euro Sprint hour-long race. It just flew by, and the same's been true of tonight. I mean, only 15 minutes left. That is not a lot of time for these drivers to try and make up time. And if you look down the timing tower, there are not that many short gaps left across the entire grid. There's where we've seen with the GTE AM group, we've had those 3 drivers quite close together. They're probably still one of our closer championship gaps. Although, having said that, Fuga SimSport GT and Arvensis 116, who are the sort of 2 other top GT Pro teams, they're really taking advantage of this sister Arvensis car not being in here. There's now 2.5 seconds separating those 2. And you compare it to say, well, we're on board here with EJ O'Donnell Lines in Victor by RSR. He's got a healthy 23-second gap back to hashtag, with 3rd place WS Racing just exiting the pits, I believe.
Yeah, we have. Now, this is the point of the race, Chris, where these really do matter. Now, JD Sim Racing and WS Racing were under investigation for causing a collision. Penalised team is WS Racing Esports number 65. They have got a drive-through penalty. Now, also was just flashed up is Boosted Motorsports LMP1 and Maniti Racing. They are currently under investigation as well. So this is the point where they really need to be easing up on these. We know we were talking about Verve Racing Mint earlier as well. They've had a lot of inputs in the pits at the moment, but I think that is actually, Chris, they've reached the limit of incident points. So it's obviously first incidents and then every 15 after 60. So I think that's where they're at with that one.
Yep, and I've heard a few of the drivers say about incidents of the off-tracks. It's very difficult around this track, and of course it's using iRacing's new off-track system. I think people were hoping that would be a bit less punishing, but obviously when you're pushing for a 6-hour race, and obviously track temperatures change, track conditions change, it's difficult to remain consistent for 6 hours, even when you've only got the 10 proper corners to worry about. And yeah, we've had Arvensis 116, who were 3 seconds behind. They've just pitted, so we'll have to see. Well, Fuga last pitted themselves on lap 202. That was 5 laps ago. Will that be enough to take them till the end? They might have to be taking it a bit gentle, whereas the Arvensis guys will be able to push just that little bit harder. It's not, we're not close enough to the finish to splash and dash, but that is something to look out for over the next 45 minutes. Is can Taj Edwards get that Fuga to the finish line without running out of fuel? I'm sure Luka Petrinic in the Orion in second will be hoping very much he can't. And actually, well, we say this, the Orion pitted 1 lap earlier, so they're going to have to really fuel save if they want to take advantage of that. Doesn't put Raymond completely out of contention there, I would say, but he's got a nice healthy minute back to the .exe of Albrecht Liebenau in 4th in GT Pro. So, still got plenty developing here, but yeah, I'm just trying to see if I can find which driver it was specifically who was not enjoying the track limits here.
I think that's the thing as well, coming up to this end as well, and Pro Taj Edwards is the only remaining Fuga SimSport GT representative after losing their LMP1 and LMP2. So he was involved in a very few scrapes earlier on going round Worth and Rouse that me and Tim we did sit there and hold our breaths because we'd hate to see the last Fuga SimSport car get taken out as well. But he's still, touch wood, he's still going, Chris, still going.
Yeah, I've seen some of this traffic management. It's been honestly quite well done for the most part, considering how busy the track has got at times, especially coming up through turn 3 and then down into turn 4. 5 or 6 cars operating a 2 or 3 car width space, and mostly there haven't been horrific incidents, which is nice.
No, we've obviously had the one poor old chicane online racing red barrel rolling. But that's it, and we had that major turn 1 incident as well involving, I think there was GTE, LMP1 and LMP2. So they're really the 2 main ones we've had, Chris, and to be fair, it's not actually been that bad. It's not been as bad as we thought it was going to be on such a short circuit.
Yeah, I mean, I did some test driving during the practice sessions that the IRC guys run during the week before this, and yeah, even on a relatively calm track in practice conditions, even as a ghost, it's honestly an absolute nightmare trying to manage, especially in an LMP2. I'm sure you guys have said already about being that middle class, having to worry about the faster cars coming behind you, but also those slower cars in front of you. neither of the other two classes have to worry about that quite so much. But it's just so much to think about, and it's not a circuit where you can really switch off for that long. Its longest straights are not that long compared to some of the other circuits on the calendar. I'm thinking Spa in particular. You're gonna at least you can rest a little bit with some nice long flat out sections. But Red Bull Ring, you've at most you've got 5 or 6 seconds to relax while you think about getting onto the next corner.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. What we are going to do now, we are going to mention James Riley in YouTube chat. For us fellow viewers, make sure to like the stream to help support the organisers and commentators for their effort. They've done an awesome job. So thank you very much, James. Much appreciated to you. Toby B Racing then just says, done. So thank you, Toby, for that. Much appreciated for you guys, for your support. Without you guys, we would be obviously struggling here ourselves. So much love to you. Thank you so much for jumping into the stream. You've been absolutely amazing all afternoon for our 6 hours epic Red Bull Ring battles that we've had going on. Now, EJ O'Donnell has done a very interesting job here, Chris. Earlier on, David Dueno had a bit of a bad time, had a bit of a bad stint. EJ's just sort of took over and has seemed to have just settled David down a bit, and he's, you know, just settled the aura, should we say, of David Dueno. And as David Dueno then comes out and puts the car back on first place, ready for EJ to take over.
Yeah, I think this is one of the most interesting parts of endurance racing, is where these cars will have multiple drivers. They'll have different strengths and weaknesses. Some drivers are better in the early sections of the race, some better in the late. Obviously, you're going to have one driver be faster than the other in a two-person team or in any team. I mean, for example, right now, EJ is going quickly. You know, he's lapping in the high 121s, which is faster than the majority of the LMP2s on the grid. However, one person driving faster than him is second place Felipe Silveira in the Hashtag Racing, who last lap set their team's fastest lap of the race, and it's one of the fastest laps across all of the LMP2 grid.
Oh, sorry, Chris, there was a major... Oh, that was very close by Vector, by all the classes, especially the Fuga Sim Sport and Sicania, who we were just talking about as well. So that was absolutely incredibly close.
Well, it's exactly what we were saying about multi-class racing and being that middle class. You've got to think about so much more than the other guys. I mean, for that GTE car, you're just thinking, it's 2 guys faster than me, I'll just let them through. There's no one around me, I'm not fighting for position. That LMP2, they've got a guy only 20 seconds down the road who is lapping about a second a lap quicker, or between half a second and a second a lap quicker. We've still got 40 minutes left and potentially 1 pit stop for the LMP2 cars, I believe. Looking at how they are 13 and 19 laps into their stints, they will have to pit again for a splash and dash, I believe. And yeah, with the Hashtag Racing car going at its fastest of the race so far, this is not over in this split either. I'd say, you know, there's still plenty to fight for across the grid. And if you look down, this just shows as well the importance of consistency. The Vector team, there are, I believe, 4 LMP, or 5 LMP cars, LMP2 cars that is, have set a faster lap time at some point in this race, and yet it's the Vector team who are leading it currently. So it just goes to show that overall raw speed, that's not necessarily the most important attribute to have for an endurance racing driver.
No, not at all. So we've got Tony B. When is the next TSS broadcast? Tony, our next broadcast is the European Endurance Series. Next Thursday the 16th, we'll be live just before the off time for the iRacing European Endurance Series. Next Thursday the 16th of September. So if you keep an eye out on our Twitter, we will announce it there as well. And you can follow us on Twitter as well at Total Sim Sport. But that is our next one, Tony. So much appreciated for you.
Our next ISREC race is going to be the 6 Hours of Spa, which is Saturday the 9th of October. It's going to be a very interesting race indeed.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Predictions, I'm not going to do, Chris. I'm going to stay away from predictions with 34 minutes left, being that, you know, our commentator's curse kicks in. But we have got Taj Edwards, the only remaining Fuga Sim Sport driver in the BMW, in first place in GTE Pro. So, and the gap's hasn't changed. So hopefully, well, I'll say hopefully, can they get to the end? Let's just say that, should we, Chris?
Yep, it's going to be tight. And with that, I mean, currently, if they were to pit right now, they would come out 4 seconds ahead of Raymond Sheffers in third in the Arvensis 116. So there is that potential that if he does have to splash and dash, he is potentially safe, at least from Arvensis. Of course, if Orion are really fuel saving very well with that extra lap stint, then that doesn't necessarily protect them, and obviously the Orion car won't be able to make it out. They would come out roughly 15 seconds if they were to pit right now, although I believe that calculation's working off of a full fuel tank, which they obviously wouldn't need at this point with just 39 minutes left to go.
So are we saying then that the order in GTE is going to stay as it is, as we look at Benjamin Gregory coming in for the boosted Motorsport LMP1 team, sitting currently in second place with, I believe he's got 2 laps. 2 laps. So he will be okay coming back out in position of P2 as well. So that's a very comfortable Benjamin Gregory, who we caught up with earlier on, Chris, for an interview. So yes, good luck to them guys. And back on with Vector RSR. Oh, switched over to 524 International Racing. Currently in 5th place in the LMP2 class, Chris. Again, one of them quiet teams that have been plodding along that we haven't really said a lot. He's got about 14-second gap to the World of Sim Racing team ahead of him as well. So, and seemed quite comfortable from Melvin van der Poel and the antagonistic racing team Orange.
Yeah, it's the perennial curse of the safe, quick, but not the absolute top-end speed drivers, is that you end up not being on camera that much because you just quietly go about doing a really good job. You see it in the Formula 1 as well, like sometimes the McLarens, for example, you just don't see that much of them as they're going around sort of top of the middle of top 10. And it's happening here with Irwin in the 524 International. We've not really seen a huge amount of him. A very creditable 5th place currently. He's got World of Sim Racing 14 seconds up the road. He's got the FTR Esports half a minute down below him, and on top of that, he's the one newest on his stint. So he's potentially got, I would say, there's a good chance with him on 6 laps cleaner tyres, 6 laps earlier on his stint. That 14.5 seconds now, that's not over. That could be a 4th place, and all that takes is one incident, one of the chaps further up the road, and that's suddenly a podium for 524. So again, you can quietly go about your job, but this is still a 37-minute race left to go. Plenty. I mean, we've all done races in iRacing with 37 minutes left on the clock, where absolutely anything can happen. And I think the fact they've had 5 and a bit hours of driving in their tanks, there's going to be some tired bodies, some tired minds on the track. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe with some lapped cars, potentially we still have some incidents yet to happen. Obviously, we hope it doesn't because we want to see nice, clean racing. But never say never.
Well, we may actually have that in the GTE AM at the moment. We've got Alex Trubar catching up to the back of Jens de Roy. Is 1.4 seconds at the moment as they go across the start-finishing line. So it's absolutely anybody's game in the top of GTEs. Alan in YouTube, I hope you're watching. This is your GTE AM battle at the moment with Verve Racing Team Mint and FTR Esports as we go through Nicky Lauda and up into Remus. Chris, this could get spicy.
Yes, although worth pointing out that Verve are about 30 laps into their stint and FTR have only just come out of the pits. So this isn't strictly for position, I would imagine. Having said that, I'm sure World of Sim Racing at one point were ahead of FTR because FTR got caught out in one of those incidents we saw earlier when there was an LMP1. I believe they were trying to get past a GT Pro that was going a bit slowly round Rauch. And so it's interesting to see what's going to happen here because, of course, if Jens is staying out for a bit longer, he's not required. He can fight Alex as much as he wants. He's not required to let him through just because their pit stops aren't in sync. So World of Sim Racing have still got plenty to fight for here as well. But yeah, Jens, it's 20. I believe he's 27 laps into his stint. So I mean, if he makes that last another 35 minutes, he's done exceptionally well. To the point that I would be investigating the size of the fuel tank in that car. But currently, yeah, he's got the FTR behind him is catching ever so slowly. It's still a 2-second gap, so he's not going to be able to take advantage of that draft just yet. But I can imagine if you're Alex Trebor, give it a lap, but also, you know, make sure these LMP2s and LMP1s don't do anything too silly as they come through. don't get impatient, because he should know. You'd like to think if the team have done their research, they'll know that's not for position. They'll know they're out of sync on their pit stops. But sometimes when you can see that car in your class just ahead of you, you can get a bit itchy. Something, that little, you know, that 1 or 2% bit of doubt in your mind, or that 1 or 2% wanting to push that bit harder, you can make a mistake. And, you know, again, there's an LMP2 closing up very close behind there. Tired Minds, he could easily do something silly on exit there, as he takes quite a big amount of the sausage curb on exit there. The GTs are a lot less sensitive to that than the LMP2, so that's probably not going to be an issue for him. But again, these are all these things the drivers are just going to have to think about while they go around the track, and that's on a 5.5-hour-old brain in terms of driving. Obviously, the guys have switched out, but they'll have mostly been spotting for each other as well, so it's not like they're fully rested. As we switch over now to Fabio Grassetto in the Scania in the LMP1.
Yeah, he's still plodding around. He's in 4th place. Unfortunately, I think it's about 11. Oh, he's only 7 laps back now. I think he's had that 10-minute stop and go for a continual incident. I think it was his 3rd incident, 10-minute stop and hold for an unsafe overtake. It's been tough for them guys. They were initially, when we were talking, me and Tim earlier, that they were plodding around quite comfortably. And then it kind of seemed to have unravelled a little bit over the last probably the last 15 to 20 minutes. Fabio Grassetto getting himself, unfortunately, involved in a few incidents that probably should have a little bit more patience, and he may have got away with them. But hence, they've now ended up back of class. You know, he's not back of the field, but back of the class. And a good few laps down, unfortunately, Chris. It was a few, as you say, tired brain decisions has led to the 10-minute stop and hold.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can all say we've been there, even if we won't necessarily admit it, but it's difficult enough in iRacing's official races, in sort of, you know, which max out at an hour for the majority of the series, and, you know, by the end of that, I can imagine most of us are pretty tired. So it really goes to show, you know, the skill required to manage these endurance races. And bear in mind, this is 6 hours. This is a long old race. They've just done a 12-hour race at Silverstone as well. They've only had a month to recover from that, which, I mean, I'm not that old, but I would be struggling to recover from that. But I think Scania must be quite disappointed. I mean, they've still been had to drive incredibly well to get this 4th place. So, you know, I think they were taken 4th place before the start because of the strength of our LMP1 field here. But I think it can sometimes make them look worse than they actually are, because you think, because of that strength, if you just plonked the Scania team into a LMP1 split in an iRacing official, I'm pretty sure they would look like one of the top teams that you could possibly have. It's just because of the sheer strength we've got here. They're doing very, I mean, you know, their last lap was a 1:13.7. That's their fastest lap of the race. It's faster than Boosted's fastest lap of the race. It's only 0.05 of a second off the overall fastest lap of the race. So, you know, Fabio's got the pace. He's a quick driver, and it's only been those more than 1 or 2. It's been 2 or 3 incidents now. But as much as they've been put at fault, and I would say that that's a fair enough decision from the stewards, it's almost like a racing incident that they're at fault for. There's certainly no malice behind it. It's just, again, like we've been saying, a tired mind decision, like that turn 1. Just, you know, go on the inside there. You're desperate to get past because you're worried about that guy that's going to take your podium away. These things happen. They'll learn from it. I'm sure that we're going to see Scania on the podium, and probably, I reckon, that we'll see them on the top step of the podium before these.
I think that, to be fair, going back, Chris, that sorry, I got thrown off there. Going back to Scania in Silverstone, they did the same kind of thing, just nestled down comfortably as well. So they did look comfortable, but as I say, unfortunately, Fabio, a few tired brain decisions has led to them where they are with 25 minutes left.
I think they've been the biggest victims of the fact that it's a short circuit and it requires a lot more lapping. I think Silverstone last time out we saw on that wider track where they have the more tight, you know, there's more space for the cars to spread out into, and we'll see it next time out at Spa as well. I think these races will suit the LMP1s a bit better because they'll have more opportunities to get past, which reduces the risk of lapping cars, and it also means they're less likely to take those risks. As we're now on board with Rutger Wijnjen of Maniti Racing ISRC. He's just about to go ahead of Backmarker because they've gone into the pits. That's taken him up into 7th in the GTE field. He is 12 laps into his stint, so with the GTE, that they would be hoping to get to the end, I would suspect. And if we just look ahead at them, in fact, actually, the Aquila and the Centurion teams ahead of them, who are both within about half a minute, they are much further into their stint, so it wouldn't surprise me if those two teams are going to have to splash and dash. So Maniti here, as much as they were in 8th as we came on board with them, they might well be looking at a 5th place the way things are going here. And I think they'd be quite happy with that, considering they've been a bit further down the grid at the moment. As we can see on board, they're coming down the hill here into, that is Schlossgold.
Schlossgold, yeah.
Yep. And yeah, it's been a pretty tidy race for them. Certainly, I've not noticed them caught up in incidents. They've been quite close to a couple of other guys, as we can see one of the LMP ones coming through there. It really does highlight the speed difference when you see them on board here. You have very little time to react if you're in one of these GTE cars, and what I think where the LMP2s in particular can get this reputation sort of on the iRacing official side of things for really being quite callous and not really thinking about the GTEs when they drive. The GTEs don't have the same downforce that the prototypes are going to have. They've got to, once they've turned in, they're committed to that turn a lot more than the LMPs are. I mean, the sort of the infamous turn for it's going to be the kink at Road America on the back round before Canada Water. The amount of times you'll see an LMP2 just try and do something into that kink that you really shouldn't be doing. If certainly from the perspective of GTE driver, I'm sure our broadcaster producer Sean, who loves the Ford GTE, will be agreeing with us on that. I'm sure he'll have been victim to some of these insane lunches in the past as well.
I think that's the thing with multi-class racing, though, Chris. That's the way to look at it. I think me and Tim were talking about this earlier, and you know. In official, you've still got that racing driver's brain that, you know, you get behind that wheel, you get in your LMP2 and you got your GTEs and they're slower and they're getting in your way and you're pushing and pushing and pushing and you make that split slight vector there, like as we'd see, you know, you make that split decision that you're going to send your car up the inside hoping that GTE will see you. And unfortunately it doesn't always work out, but you know, you definitely need that almost that dancing partner, I suppose, in a way, to get that two to tango where they do actually move out of your way, you know, and give you that room. And I think that's the thing. It doesn't always work out like that. So just looking at the timing tower, we do have Jens de Roy in the pits. Jens de Roy, Verve Team Mint, is in the pits as well.
Yeah. Jens is pitted. We've got second place in LMP2 is pitted. I was just about to bring up how both of those guys were actually lapping quite quickly. In fact, Jens had brought that gap over Alex out to 5 seconds just before he pitted. So it is interesting to see now the pace is still there. They'll be gutted by those drive-throughs they've had because they certainly had the pace to be winning this race. And again, it's not over. They've come out of the pits now. I believe they are about 30 seconds behind Alex, if my timing is correct. Yeah, we'll be on board with Jens now, and yeah, he's 33 seconds behind Alex. I would say that with a 7-lap advantage in terms of the pit strategy, that would be absolutely heroic driving to make 33 seconds up over there is 24 minutes plus whatever's left on the lead lap to go. And of course, that's another thing to consider. It's not a very long lap. So say, for example, back at Silverstone, if you're trying to eke that 1 lap out, you've got to really think about it with fuel. But it also means if someone gets it wrong, you've got an entire lap's worth of time to try and overhaul them. I mean, it still amazes me if you go back to last season's F1 race at Silverstone with the Mercedes punctures. That they managed to make it the whole way around the circuit. They would have been wishing it had been Austria they were driving around to only have to go through 40 seconds to get to the end as opposed to Silverstone. But yeah, that puts Verve down in 3rd now. I'd say if you look at FTR and World of Sim Racing, there's only 5 seconds between the two of them. FTR have, however, got the 2 laps advantage in terms of pit strategy. They pitted on lap 2:11. Currently on 2:19, whereas World of Sim Racing pitted on 2:09. This is the currently closest battle on the field between Stage 1 Senior and Junior, James.
Yeah, they've there was a couple of times they've met on track that's ended with the Junior team getting past the Senior team. So it'll be interesting to see. I think both they've got to be, you know, team. I wouldn't say there was team orders, but I think there's going to be some sensible, racing. They're not going to want to, as we say, that Stage 1 Senior goes into the pits. So that releases Stage 1 Junior anyway, Chris. So there you go.
Yeah. And they're not going to be communicating with each other because they're all in their separate voice channels. They've got their individual team ones. So, for example, 27 Motorsport are currently in their team voice chat, so they'll be communicating as a team. Whereas the Stage 1 team, the 3 teams are all in their separate one. So they can't. They're not going to be, unless they've got some telepathic drivers. They're not going to be able to do team orders quite so well as we can see in the Formula 1 sometimes, for example. But of course, the sort of Stage 1 mini race we've got at the back of LMP2 currently is being won by Stage 1 Racing Orange, who are in 10th. So they're on the Stage 1 top step of the podium at the moment. Although I'm not sure they'll be, as a team, I doubt they'll be particularly happy at 10th, 11th and 12th. They've got some very quick drivers in amongst themselves there.
But I think that's the thing. It's an endurance race, and these things can happen where you just unfortunately take decisions and find yourself in, in that bottom half of the field, should we say. And I think Max Hack really summed it up in the Silverstone from Sapphire Sim Sport, where he turned around and said pit strategy is really, really important. And he just said you don't want to be going in with less than 15 minutes for a splash and dash, losing positions because you've mistimed what's actually happened. Obviously, as we know, some of it's not within your control. If you get hit, spun, and you got to tow back, and then of course you're going to fill up and stuff like that puts you out of sync. But it just shows with endurance racing how much and how important that pit strategy is, so you're not running in with 15 minutes left getting a splash and dash, Chris.
And it's just, I think it's where the experienced endurance drivers really shine, because they'll know how long these stints generally last, how much you can push to sort of, and that will reduce the stint time, how much you can fuel save and where you can fuel save efficiently. So this is where we've seen some of these incidents with overtaking. Perhaps that's just a good time for these cars to just lift off and coast a bit and just try and save that little bit of fuel, focus on getting the best possible exit, especially those LMP2s on the GTEs where the acceleration between the two classes is not actually that distinct. It's more in the corners where the pace differential comes into play. So yeah, we can you end up seeing I think the more experienced drivers where they know how to fuel save, when to fuel save while still going quickly. Those are the guys that end up, they're the ones that don't need to do those splash and dashes. Although I think as commentators we quite like the splash and dashes because it can lead to some quite interesting what do we call them? Interesting last few minutes.
Few laps.
As you can see that the complete different pace differentials. You
So
can see
we've
those drivers catching each other.
Sorry there, Chris, but we've got Hugo Miguel from #Racing in the GTE Pro categories in chat. 6 minute and 40 seconds repairs and 40 seconds for an unsafe pit entry after a punt. So that coexists with the steward's announcement that we've just had through from Backmarker Racing Yellow and 524 International Racing. Backmarker Racing Yellow has got a drive-through for a second warning, racing room not provided. So it's just a drive. It's just a warning on that one. So they're, silly mistakes coming in at the end, a bit lack of concentration, tired brain. You kind of want to try and stay away from these steward penalties if you can.
I really sympathise with Hugo and his team for the 40-second unsafe release. The amount of times, I think, and certainly myself, I can imagine a lot of drivers listening as well.
Ooh, that was close for Maniti Racing. Again, though, that's expressing how slow the LMP2 cars are around that corner. And that exit is just completely crazy, and how much speed the GTEs carry.
Yep, and Austin showing his displeasure there because I think that was Rutger actually, sorry, because he's got Austin Campbell now right behind him. That is for position 5th and 6th in GT Pro. And as we see another LMP2 coming through, this is going to disrupt Rutger. I know that is someone being sensible, but of course, not that the LMP2 can go anywhere, but that's going to be on Austin Campbell's mind now because he's having to think about his braking point for that corner. It just puts that little seed of doubt in your mind when you're really wanting to push now. These are the last 20 minutes of the race. This is when you really want to make your pace advantage count if you've got it. And the Aquila team, they are actually 18 laps sooner. Like they pitted on lap 223, so they've just come out of the pits. So they're having to do a splash and dash. So perhaps that's that experience showing But they're going to be desperate to get past Beniti here. See if I don't believe they would have taken tyres because their pit stop was very short indeed. It was 45 seconds travel time, 15 seconds stopped. But they're going to be desperate to get past Beniti here. Although I don't think they need to panic too much because there is 10 seconds back to 27 Motorsport and nearly a whole minute up to DOT EXE Esports. So this is the only real on-track overtake that Aquila are going to be able to make. They've got 20 minutes to make it, and this is quite a reasonable track for overtaking opportunities. This is obviously one of them, as we're coming up to here of turn 3. Down the hill into turn 4 is another one, although the GTEs, I think more than the other two classes, really seem to struggle round that corner. Certainly, again, when I've been in the practice sessions during the week, they're the only class that really seem to lose it round the turn 4 downhill that we're coming to a Schlossgold here. Hopefully I'm not going to be jinxing either of them as they go around. No, they're making it all right.
Benjamin Gregory, who we interviewed earlier from Boosted Motorsport, going down in LMP1. So, yeah, he got around them very cleanly. I believe that cleared both of the Miniti and the Porsche of the Aquila Racing there, Chris. So I think that was very well done. But as you say, there's no rush on Austin's part, is there really? He can just sort of sit back and pick his moment safely, I guess, with less than 15 minutes left.
Yep, although at the same time, you can't relax too much because if you just spend 15 minutes just thinking, oh yes, I can get this done, suddenly you've only got 2 or 3 laps to try and get it done, and all that takes is Rutger to put in 2 or 3 of the best laps of the race, and suddenly he's secured that 5th place finish. So, you know, there is something to be said for pushing, because I'd say in the last lap, I know traffic will have played into this, but Austin was 2/10 slower than Rutger on that last lap. All it takes is 1 or 2 laps of that, and suddenly he's out of the draft, and suddenly that easy overtake you're thinking you do because you're splashing and dashing, suddenly it's not on anymore. So it's possible you can take that too easy, as it looks like the leaders of LMP2 have gone into the pits. That's factored by RSR. So we'll have to see with Felipe Silveira, is he going to be able to get out as they're coming out again? They've still got a nice buffer there, so they should be all right. Felipe's coming through the S's round the back of the circuit, and Felipe is 6 laps into his stint, so you'd like to think he is fine. Perhaps that's just a tactical thing from Vector. Maybe they realised the gap they had was safe, and it just means they're not having to worry about fuel saving to the extreme at the end. Because of course, as we've been saying with the LMP2s, with them being a little bit slower for the acceleration than you'd expect from a prototype, sometimes it's a bit tricky to overtake those GTEs if you're down on top speed, because obviously you don't want to be doing these overtakes into the corners. It's in nobody's interest, but there is I believe 20-second gap that Vector have, so they should be fine. Yes, we're on now with World of Sim Racing. That's Ruben Raloy, and they are right up with Alex Traber and FTR Esports now. This is a battle for the lead of the position. So James, how do you think this is going to go?
Let's look at it. 10 minutes. They're going to push. Do they want to ruin their race 10 minutes in? Now, one of the things to take note is obviously 27 Motorsport at the moment. I have 1x left before disqualification. So, you know, let's hope that obviously that doesn't happen, but it should be fine, I think, on that one. Right, so what do you reckon then, Chris? Are they going to get World of Sim Racing for Alex Treba? Are they going to get through, or are they not?
Well, I thought we were saying we weren't going to make predictions because they turn out to curse someone. I think what I will say is if you're Verve Racing team in 3rd, you'll be praying that these two do something stupid in the next 15 minutes, because that is probably, with them 30 seconds down now, it's the only way they're going to realistically get the GTE AM win. Obviously, we don't want to see anyone have any incidents. We want to see nice, clean racing, and these guys are getting very close to each other now. They're within 3/10 of each other as we look at them coming round into the main straight here. Is Raloy going to be able to line anything up? Because this is the advantage of being behind, is you can learn where the guy in front of you is strong and where he's weak, and you can see that Traber's clearly worried because he is trying to break the draft. He's taken the inside in the main straight there. Is he going to do it up the hill here? He has that, yep, it looks like he's coming over to one side, but this time he's going to be followed by the World of Sim Racing car. And actually he's going to be defending into the corner, so we're seeing a move here potentially for the lead of GTE AM.
Yeah, as they come through now, I think it's the World of Sim Racing still sitting behind the FTR. I think he's going to take a run down into Schlossgold. Chris, it's going to be interesting if he can manage to get through that in one piece, and hopefully it'll be a safe overtake. 10 minutes left. He'll be on the brakes if he can. And here he goes, and I believe, is that going to be the move done? World of Sim Racing on the inside. We've got FTR Esports White on the outside, and I think that is complete. We've got very tidy, Chris.
That was a really nice move, and it was set up on the main straight. You could just see Ralloy was just making sure he got that perfect exit out of turn 1 so that he could try and do it up the hill. And he just didn't panic when it didn't quite come off into turn 3. And then you can take him downhill. He's got the inside line to come down the hill, and it's just so much grippier on the inside of that corner. You don't want to worry too much on the outside, because if you push too hard, you're going to understeer into the gravel, and then it's all lost. Obviously, this battle is not over because Trevor is still within half a second. Are we going to see these guys just swap places for the rest of the race?
So Alan Ruffin, YouTubers, but FTR White Porsche has engine damage. Now that is the second place at the GTE AM, Alex Trebar. So unfortunately, that is just really bad luck if that is the case, unfortunately, with less than 10 minutes to go, Chris.
Yeah, we can actually see, looking on our timing screens, they are 6 miles an hour down, or 6 kilometers an hour down, sorry, on top speed compared to World of Sim Racing, although that might well have been from the draft on the last lap.
Oh, that Racing Team Mint getting in front of Boosted Motorsports in LMP1 there. I think he was trying to make a pass as well, the car behind, and unfortunately just put himself into that unfortunate position where Boosted was not entirely happy. Made it through, but not entirely happy.
Yep, and this is why we're saying that the race isn't over. I know they've done 5 hours and 47 minutes, and it's only a mere 13 minutes left to go, but we will have all done Mazda MX-5 rookie races. They're only 12 minutes. We all know what can happen in 12 minutes of racing, although I think there might be a slight difference in quality of driving between rookie MX-5s and what we're seeing here today. These guys, this is really the pinnacle of endurance racing, I would say. Minus 1 or 2 incidents that experience will tell, and we don't see some more of it. But yeah, the Sapphire guys have just got another 12 minutes to survive now. They've got a nice, comfortable, well, pretty much a lap. In fact, you can just see them just in the distance. That is the boosted car just ahead. Perhaps you do wonder if Marchand is going to be thinking, just for the glory of it, is he going to try and lap the boosted car, or is he going to take this last 12 minutes nice and easy to make sure they get the win? Because they're racing at heart, and that's going to be a nice string to their bow, I wonder. But is it worth the risk of pushing just a little bit harder for the last few laps? I mean, their last lap was they've just done a 16:05. That is 2.5 seconds slower than their best ever time. The lap before that was even slower, and you can see they've had a lot of traffic to deal with. LMP2 just noticing in time that he was coming on side there. This is the Vector by RSR car that just came past, leading the LMP2s. The BMW there, hopefully
Barbosa. Yeah, Barbosa, I believe it is, isn't it? Yeah, just noticing the time that he's come through. Now, Locke's a racing driver. He probably hasn't taken this whole race at any point easy. Because obviously there's that show of dominance from Sapphire Sim Sport, that they've got going on in this race. I can see him, but I can't see him going to relax. I can't see him going to relax. I think he will push forward. Yeah,
we certainly saw them out in Silverstone, where they were trading fastest laps between the drivers within their own team. Obviously, they only had the one other car in the class to worry about at that point in the race, and they were about, I believe, 6 or 7. That was the Scania last time out. They were about 6 or 7 laps down. And yeah, they are elite drivers. They're going to want to push every ounce of speed out of the car they can do. But yeah, this is what we're saying as well. So Fabio, the Grassetto here in the Scania, he set a purple Sector 1 here. So again, as much as they will be gutted they've lost out on that potential podium, potential second place in a field of 5 today, they've still got some pretty elite pace in that car there. And this car is 260 laps into the race. It is not a brand new car. It is not in the best shape it ever will have been. And that was a 14.99 for the Scania team, which by some distance was quicker than Sapphire out in front. and a good 10.5 second and boosted. Sorry, 10.5 quicker than boosted in second. They really are rapid, Scania. They're just showing a little bit here. Look, we are still, we're still a force to be reckoned with. We might be out of the running for this race, but you better watch out for Spa.
I think that's the thing with them as well. They've been comfortable through, they were quite...
Gents, sorry to cut across you here. There's been an instance with one of the backmarker racing yellow BMW. Let's see, we've got a replay of it lined up now. Preaching, everything looks relatively safe. Has he maybe called the sausage curb or something like that?
Yep.
We're all looking safe so far. He's showing it up in our logs. He's had 2 separate incidents. So maybe it's down to Remus. Does he lose under braking? Oh, no, that looked a bit close, but maybe it's just a software issue. So okay, maybe not then. I thought we got a bit of excitement coming into the last couple of laps there.
Yeah, no, unfortunately no. We have got obviously the FTR Esports with a bit of engine damage, Tim, which is slowing them down. 6 miles an hour slower.
Yeah,
when the cars around them. So
they've put up a really good fight all race long, and obviously, look at it. They're still, if you look at it, they're still pulling away from P3 anyway, despite that damage. Their engine problems, which is absolutely spectacular. And don't forget as well, they had that coming together early in the race where they got punted, well, not punted, but hit from the side by the lead LMP1 that came around the corner, and obviously where they were parked sideways in the road. So, all things considered, I think second in GTE AM, considering everything that they've had to fight against, it's a stunning result.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't, I think is that backmarker racing yellow going into the pits?
Let's have a look. Maybe is it technical problems or something? I'm not sure because I'm showing them as being in the pits. There is a Gomez is apparently for 27 Motorsport. The BMW's had an incident. He's also been passed shortly before. That's the Scania coming.
Oh no! Again, Chris. Oh!
Didn't see him on entry. Wow.
Oh, that's Scania.
That's a little bit close there. But yeah.
Scania Endurance again. Fabio Grassetto. Oh.
They've had the rub of the green though with all those types of incidents. They've come off, unaffected through them. And you were saying earlier, Chris, about how they're showing. Look, we might be down, but we're a force to be reckoned with. And I think it's coming into the next round. I think they're going to be really interesting to watch.
I just say FTR White didn't put a qualifying time in. They weren't allowed to qualify, so
of course.
Another string to their bow there. That sort of shows the quality of their driving today. That they've managed to get up to second. And I mean, let's not count the chickens, but with the engine damage they're saying they've got, they're only 3 seconds down the road. I think there's more than 3 seconds worth of engine damage in that car from that incident. I mean, I know if it happened, it happened. So you can't say, well, if it hadn't happened, it happened, because obviously Verve Racing have had their share of incidents as well. But yeah, I mean, you can see how much they're losing out on the straight. I'm sure all the production, the prototype cars will be quite delighted to come across a slow GTR that they can get past quickly. But yeah, we've still got plenty of traffic on the circuit at the moment, and so it looks like 27 Motorsports have had to go into the pits as well. This is quite late in the day for that. So yeah, there's still some places to be made. I'm sure JD Sim Racing will be interested in that. They'll be the next ones in the GT Pro category to catch up. That looks like a drive-through penalty. So actually, JD are only around turn 3 of the lap before, so they're not going to be catching anytime soon, sadly for them. And there's only 5 minutes left of the race already. I cannot believe 6 hours has passed this quickly.
Where has that gone, gentlemen? Where has that gone? We've had drama, we've had excitement, we've had commiserations and unluckiness. We've had and a flying car as well for good match. But yet we've had such close racing throughout the whole 6 hours.
That's the thing, I think, with this. It's we were worried about it at the start, weren't we, Tim? We were talking about, you know, the shortness of the track, the amount of times the car's going to be lapped, what's going to be the damage, what's going to be the cars out. You know, and to be fair, I think with the short amount of cars, I think we've got sort of 7 cars out. I think,
Yes.
I think they've done well, done well because of it. It's not a very large track at all. You know what I mean? So there you go. I think they've done well. So
The next round, obviously, we had Spa, which will be maybe a bit more settled to these sort of cars, and you know, with the difference in terms of you know, being able to find room on track as well, especially during qualifying, which a lot of the teams, you know, battled with, especially in the prototype qualifying session as well. So I think it could be a bit more suited, a bit more interesting. Having said that, what a race this is as we come into like the last couple of minutes.
yeah, it has been a very gripping race. It's just been one of them races that's just kept us on the edge of our seats. It's just kept us as commentators, you know, constantly talking about things that have happened and how close the battles are. And you know, I know you joined sort of later on in the day, Chris, but what do you think?
Well, I think because I was before I sort of hopped on at the 3 hour mark, but I'd been watching for about half an hour before that. I think that 2.5 hours to 3 hour section was by some distance the most chaotic part I watched. I mean, I got the pleasure of seeing the barrel rolling Ferrari, which is what we're all here for, and when we're very grateful that this is. This is where we're grateful it's a sim and not reality, because we don't want to see drivers flying through the air, but it's a lot more fun to watch when we know for sure that the driver's probably going to be alright unless they've got an incredibly fancy motion rig.
Yeah, it was such a shame as well because it was the Chicane Online purple machine Ferrari, and they were having such a good race up until that point, and I know from speaking to Callum, he was disappointed, and yeah, it's a shame, you know, brought their race to an end so early. But we've had, like you say, Chris, that first 2.5 to 3 hours, wow, that we had cars absolutely everywhere.
I wonder if the cooling track, I wonder, might have played some part of that, because it just means, along with the, the track will have rubbered in on the racing line. So we go to watch John Roberts here, who has come off track at some point. So let's see what's happened for that boosted Motorsport LMP2. That's not just an off track, that's a bit of a missed braking marker punt there, unfortunately.
Wow. That's, I think they must have, either they've had a hardware failure or completely missed.
No, that's Silvera from #Racing.
That. Hopefully that's a braking technical issue and not something deliberate. I would say that there certainly was not much attempt to brake there, and it's cost #Racing second place. They're now down in third, with WS Racing having taken the second spot on the podium. That'll be a nice little bonus for them. 3 minutes before the end of the race. They'll just be praying now for that Vector running out of fuel on the last lap, and it will be a famous win for them.
Well,
just trying the anti-jinx here.
Sort of Power Vector that they've had lots of drama themselves. Obviously led in category early on for around about the first 45 minutes, and then obviously had their incident which dropped them right down the field, and they've just picked themselves up and they've plucked away. And that's the old O'Donnell lines there at the moment. The Americans have been setting some absolutely stunning times, and between them all, they've just dragged themselves all the way back up.
I think that was the thing. I think the important part for that team, Tim, was when EJ took over from David Dueno. David had a bad first stint, should we say, and I think EJ sort of, almost grabbed David, said, right, let me take over, you go and calm down, I'll get us sorted out. And we're on the white flag now, we're lot marching for Sapphire Simsport, going round in the last lap. But we'll sit with him all the way round, Tim, but I think it was important for David to have a break before EJ took back over and then David took back over the car.
It was absolutely chaotic. It must have been mad for the drivers to, to drive in, especially the LMP2 guys where they're being attacked and they're having to attack as well. But Sapphire, what a drive for them. We've seen it all season. Like Marchland, the Frenchman, the Flying Frenchman, to be fair, he's been putting in some absolutely stunning laps. Likewise with Max Hack, and we saw them in the last round, victors, and here they go again, with only about three corners left to go.
As we follow him round, the in section has caused so many little dramas today, and he comes round into Rindt, going down for the last time. And then he'll be heading down into Red Bull Mobile for the last time of the race. And here we go. We have got Sapphire Sim Sport in the hands of Locke Marchant, passing the finishing line, taking the flag, and he is the winner of the 6 hours of Red Bull LMP overall as well. What more can we say? Let's flip back to Vector by RSI, the leaders of the LMP2 class, as they come round as well. He goes EJ O'Donnell lines as well, coming round the last corner. Halfway around the lap, Tim. Got a little bit excited.
Yeah, I love. I was going to say, because you look, he's P2 has already finished a lap down, so WS Racing are confirmed in second place and hashtag in third. So it's just, at the moment, it's just about them bringing it home for these last few corners. For what has been an absolutely brilliant drive from the Vector team.
Absolutely pure class as well for EJ to finish off. And there goes EJ O'Donnell. Cross the line for Vector RSR, your LMP2 winners of the 6 hours of Red Bull. And that was Fuga as well.
Coming through at the same time.
The sole remaining Fuga Sim Sport GT crossing the line not long after. He is a winner of the GTE Pro Series. And is that... That's the World of Sim Racing AM winner as well. Gentlemen, if you can, sum up today's race.
How long have you got?
Give me one sentence. One sentence.
I mean, traffic management is not the most fun sentence in the world, but I think we saw there that the most experienced teams, I think, won each category, really. The ones that were best at managing the traffic. And obviously it's not necessarily always your fault or the fault of the other people if there is an incident. As some cars take slightly different paces to get back to the pit lane. We don't want to see any post-race incidents. I think the stewards have got their hands full enough already with, I believe, 2 incidents they've got to look through. The one between Stage 1 Racing and Backmark Yellow, and the one between 27 and Scania. So we'll have to see if that affects the results in either of their categories at all. But yeah, that was I think, for the most part, those guys did a really good job of getting around that circuit safely and quickly. We didn't see anywhere near as many incidents as I was anticipating. I don't know how you guys feel about that.
Right. Well, it was brilliant. If we take you through classified results. So for LMP1, it was Sapphire Sim Sport Alpha, followed by Boosted Motorsport, Scania Endurance, Verve Racing Team Mint. That's not right. And Fuga Sim Sport. That's weird. That's one. So LMP2 was the Vector by RSR, WS Racing Esports, hashtag Racing, World of Sim Racing Team, and then 524 Race International Racing, FTR Esports Red, the Antagonistic Racing Team Orange, JD Sim Racing, Boosted Motorsport LMP2 in 13th. And then Stage 1 Racing Orange, Stage 1 Racing Junior, and Stage 1 Racing Senior in your 13th, 14th, and 11th, 12th, and 13th place in class. Then it was the WS Racing Esports, and then Fuga Sim Sport LMP2, and then the Sapphire Sim Sports Bravo machine. Across to GTE. Your winners, obviously, are Fuga Sim Sport GT, followed by Orion Racing Team and Avensis Racing Team 116 to roll out the podium. Then we've got the .exe Esports Red machine, followed by Maniti Racing, Aquila Racing Aqua, Centuria Racing Team the 7th, 27 Motorsport in 8th, World of Sim Racing Team 9th, FTR Esports White in 10th, JD Sim Racing 196 in 11th, and then we've got Verve Racing Team Mint, Backmarker Racing Yellow, Lithium Motorsports, Orion Racing Team JRT in 15th. 16th was 27 Motorsport White, JD Sim Racing 233 in 17th, and then in 18th was WS Racing Esports GTE. Let's confirm out your GTE AM results. We've got the World of Sim Racing Team, followed by FTR Esports White, Verve Racing Team Mint, and then the JD Sim Racing 233, Aquila Racing Scion, Backmarket Racing Razzle Dazzle, and Chicane Online Racing Purple, rounding out the GTE AM field.
I believe we got some people lined up. I know we got EJ O'Donnell is there from the Vector RSR. Tim, he's in the broadcast waiting room, and Taj Edwards, the sole remaining Fuga Simsport, is waiting for us as well.
Fantastic. Let's see who have we got heading across to us first. It's Mr. Taj Edwards from Fuga Simsport GT. Congratulations on the class win. How does it obviously feel, considering obviously your counterparts in LMP2 and LMP1 haven't had quite such a fruitful day?
I feel good. Feels good to get the win. Mike, who's in the waiting room, he started the race for us, did a good job in quali, and also got out in front early in the race. We were able to manage the race from there. Yeah, it's a pity that the LMP1 and the LMP2 guys didn't have a great day. We know all about it because the last race in Silverstone, we had a disconnect and it messed up our race as well. So it's just part of racing.
It is. I'm sure we'd be hoping for a little bit more luck out next time out at Spa. Did it ever feel like you were at threat, or did you feel like you were in control for the whole race?
Yeah, pretty much. Once Mike started the race and he was able to get out front, we pretty much, the only thing we had to manage was our strategy and then the traffic, because the traffic could be pretty brutal at times with the interaction between the GTEs and the LMP2s. So we just had to look out for that, and then we just ran our race.
Fantastic. And just looking ahead to the next round at Spa, are you looking forward to it? Is it a track you feel confident heading to there?
Yeah, it's a nice track. It's gonna be a good race. Not sure how well the car will manage there, but we'll see. Look forward to it though. It's always good to race at Spa.
Brilliant. Thanks very much for your time, Taj. What's that? Taj Edwards of
Thank you as well, and thanks.
Fuga. No worries. Thanks very much, Taj. Taj Edwards of Fuga Simsport GT. And now I believe James, would you like to speak to?
We have got EJ O'Donnell in the chat from Vector RSR. EJ, tell us about your last two stints from yourself and David. Back into first place. Incredible. Congratulations.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys saw the pit lane interview during the race, but we found out that we were on alternate strategy from the top two guys, and so it really just worked out in our favor. We had the faster strategy today. We didn't have the fastest lap. We put it on pole to start. That was important to be able to gain time early through the traffic, and yeah, we managed to pull out a win when we probably didn't deserve it with our driving today.
Did you, once that, obviously David had that sort of, I should say, incident, the first stint, did you sort of get hold of him, EJ, and say, look, David, come on, it will be okay. You've got another stint to go. Let's do this together?
Something like that. Yeah, we were talking during the whole thing. He struggled that first stint, but when we got him back in the car, he ran a killer second stint. We were in trouble incident point wise, and he managed to keep it really clean and fast for his second stint. So hats off to David. He did a great job of getting us back into it, and I was able to just keep it clean through to the end.
And what's your thoughts coming into that last few laps? Did you just want to try and stay safe, or it's not easy to relax while you're driving a car?
Yeah, no, I really wanted the fastest lap because I think that overall we had the fastest car here today. I think we showed that with qualifying, but just my tires were too dead, and I started pushing and caught the curbs a little wrong a couple of times, and it got squirrely. And then I was like, we'll just take it easy these last few laps and keep it safe. So
yeah, one final question, mate. Spa, what's your thoughts for Spa?
I think it'll be really interesting to see what teams do setup wise for the LMP2 at Spa, because there's a chance to go high downforce or low downforce with your setup strategy there. So there'll be a lot of testing to figure out what works the best. And the competition here today was great, and so hopefully we all can carry that into Spa and keep on putting on a good show.
That's absolutely amazing. Well, thank you for coming in, AJ. Again, congratulations on your Vector by RSI LMP2 winners there.
Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Tim, we've got Locke Marchant from Sapphire Simsport in for a chat. How are you, Locke?
Tired.
Hello?
Yeah. Are you hearing me?
Yeah.
To answer your question, tired. Quite a bit.
Tired, great. You've got to be happy with the win, though, yeah? You know, guys showed a dominant performance today again. Same in Silverstone. Are we going to say the same in Spa, do you think?
I hope, but happy, yes and no at the same time, because, yes, we took the win and I'm happy for that. We took we created a gap in the championship with Fuga, and still I'm happy for that. But what I want is to battle with them and to be killed in traffic like 2 races in a row. Honestly, they don't deserve that. They are great drivers, so I want to fight with them. Of course, I want to win, but I want to fight with them first. And it could have happened today, sadly not. So, looking forward to Imola.
Yeah, it's good though for the LMP1 series to have that, to have them extra teams joined. So you've got that extra competition, because Boosted was showing very strong all week in free practice.
Yeah, and I wasn't expecting them to be that fast. Scania, I think the buff to the Porsche, which is well deserved because it was very underrated, had them to be able to keep up the pace with the Audi car. So yeah, now it looks like a really competitive field, and Spa should be a nice one.
Absolutely brilliant, mate. Well, thank you a lot for coming in. Congratulations on your LMP1 win today.
Thank you, guys, and thank you for all who watched, and also thank you for Max, my teammate, who not there at the moment because he's working, but he did almost all the job fighting through traffic with the other cars. When I picked the cars, just only took it to the end, so he did a really good job too.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Locke. You take care.
Yeah, take care too.
Bye. There you go, Tim.
Yeah, so we're going to now catch up with one of the new teams to the championship. It's Benjamin Gregory from Boosted Motorsport LMP1. Welcome to the commentary booth, Benjamin. A good result for being slightly biased, the British team. And how did you feel today, your first time out in the championship?
First time out, it's actually a lot of fun. Like, it's nice to do World Endurance cars in a proper league. Everyone was super respectful. Obviously, there's going to be incidents with the free cars, but like I've loved every minute of it, and it's super competitive the whole way through as well, which is the best part.
Yeah, so we've just been speaking to Locke Marchant from obviously from Sapphire Simsport Alpha, and he was saying, and also when I spoke to Max Hack, another one of the drivers earlier in the week, that they were, between them and the Fuga crew, they were a bit cautious about you guys coming along, that you might disrupt their party and bring a bit of a challenge to them. Did you feel the same level, you know, the confidence level of the threat that they thought you'd bring to them?
A little bit. We were really hoping to at least our goal was podium at least, whatever happened. So, but obviously we just today we mostly wanted to finish relatively clean, which was our main, which I think we definitely succeeded upon. But yeah, we of course you don't race without wanting to win, of course, but seeing how fast Fuga and Sapphire, and actually all the grid are, we're really relishing the challenge, I guess.
we want to see what we can do and see if we can throw in a bit of spanner in the works, I guess.
Well, based on your positive comments, I assume that you'll be coming back for the next round at Spa in about a month's time.
100%. I know for personally myself, I absolutely adore the Audi around Spa. It is one of the most fun drives that you can do. So definitely going to have to be back.
And any potential predictions for result at Spa, or will it be similar of just aim to get on the podium?
Well, yeah, it's the aiming to get on the podium. I'm not going to predict anything because it's Spa, and we all know how Spa goes.
We do indeed. We do indeed. Excellent. Thank you very much for your time, Benjamin, and congratulations on the podium.
Thank you very much.
Wow.
Wow.
Tim, what can you say?
I think I need to go and have a lie down after all that. I think it's the first 3 hours were biblical. They were like nothing you've seen before. You know, everyone was just everywhere. It was. Yeah, I feel for our producer Sean, who's working overtime in the background, just trying to keep up with where we had battles up and down the field to try and bring the viewers at home the best sort of perspective of the action of everything that was going on. But equally, oh wow, what we've seen yet again from this championship, what brilliant racing it brings.
Absolutely, and I think we're going to be in for an even more interesting race in Spa. Different circuit altogether, longer layout, you know, not so friendly track limits, should we say, as we've probably all moaned about Spa's track limits at once or twice in a while. But, you know, it's going to be definitely an interesting track for the people to try and stay clean on, definitely.
What's your thoughts, Chris? Obviously, heading to Spa, any potential predictions or things for us to watch out for, in your opinion?
I think predictions are a bad idea because then inevitably they'll go wrong and someone will crash out as a result of me saying they'll do well. I liked what Benjamin said about how respectful it felt, and I would agree with that. Obviously, and like he said, there will always be incidents, and that's what we've also said about Spa. It seems to be a magnet for incidents at times, but what a beautiful circuit it will be. I'm really looking forward to seeing all three of these classes go around the track there. It's going to be a lot of fun to commentate on, I reckon. And I think we're going to see a bit of an upset in the LMP1 category because we've got these extra teams now. I think it's the Scania's time to shine. I don't necessarily think they'll win, but they're going to get that podium on merit soon, I reckon. And I think Boosted's arrival and their pace, I think that's going to upset the field there a little bit. So it'll be interesting to see what happens when Sapphire have to really, really push and stretch themselves, because so far they've kind of just been showboating, I would say.
If we can have Fuga, you know, if they can, you know, have a bit more rub of the green in terms of luck and not have car issues where they have to retire early, I think. I know from speaking to a lot of fans that everyone was almost a little bit disappointed that the battle for LMP1 last time out at Silverstone ended so quickly, because it was absolutely amazing to watch. And I think as well, you know, from speaking to the Sapphire SimSport guys, they want that challenge as well, which is almost a little bit counterintuitive in some ways. I think a little bit, you know, where, you know, they want to win the championship, but weirdly they want the battle to be brought to them. And like you say, we've got Boosted as well thrown into the mix too.
Of course, it's not the only class. We've got the LMP2s and both the GT classes. And as we've seen today, you know, the leading packs were all pretty close to each other right up till the end. It's only one or two incidents that are potentially changing the pecking order. So I think we've got our work cut out for us keeping track of who's doing what throughout each class at the moment. At least I think the teams can be grateful that they'll have a track that takes 2 minutes to get round rather than 70 seconds, so they can spread out just a little bit more, which I think will be gratefully received after a really fun to watch but quite chaotic at times round here in the Red Bull Ring.
Like you said, there's a lot more room for breathing space, and James, like you were saying earlier, you know, we had the top 20 of GT covered by a second. I get a feeling it might be a little bit more than that at Spa, but do you think the race is going to be just as competitive and as close?
I do believe it will. So it will. I do believe it will. So Tim as well. So it's going to make a very interesting race across all classes. So I'm definitely excited for that one.
Wow, what one event it has been! 6 hours of drama and amazing racing here at the Red Bull Ring, and well, we very much look forward to seeing you